Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. When I was about 10 or 11, my dad lived in an old farmhouse way out in the country in southern Ohio. I mean, the nearest one stoplight hamlet was about 10 miles away, and the nearest proper town was about 10 miles from that. It was a late 1800s house on about 30 wooded acres. One day, me and my brother, 4 years older than me, are up in the woods with our dog. My dad's rule was that the dog had to be with us if we were going into the woods. Just tooling around and being rambunctious kids. After a while, we come across what I can only describe as a dilapidated shack, which had to be at least as old as our house. One room with a dirt floor. We went in and found a very old and deteriorated feather mattress laid on the ground, some silverware, and some old kerosene lamps. Being rowdy young boys, we took great pleasure in breaking what was left of the lamps and carving our initials into the wall of the shack. At this point, it's getting to be sundown, so we start back down the little hill to the house, but our dog isn't moving. He's fixated on the tree line behind us, and his hair is raised and his head is low. No matter how we called him, he wouldn't budge and started to growl a low, rumbling growl. Then we heard laughter coming from somewhere in the woods. It sounded like a chuckle at first, then a full-on belly laugh. We then booked it down the hillside after the initial confusion was replaced by fear and adrenaline, as the laughter continued, and the dog charged the other way. I heard a commotion behind me about 30 seconds later, and the dog caught up with us, but wheeled back around and stood his ground again, snarling and barking all the while. This repeated till we made it down the hillside and back into the house. I don't know who or what we encountered in the woods that day, but a few things are certain. I don't think I've ever been more scared in my life. Our dog sensed something in there before we did, and he did not like it one bit. And after that incident, he would frequently sit staring at the tree line in our backyard. I've been back to the property since, and it's now overgrown and thoroughly abandoned, which just adds to the creepy and unsettling vibe the place already had. I couldn't bring myself to actually set foot on the property beyond what's left of the driveway the last time I was there, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Again, this property is pretty far out of the way for this to logically have been a drug addict or something like that, and it was far and away not the only incident to occur out there. But in speaking with my brother about it even now, 16 to 17 years later, it still slightly rattles both of us. I was out in the woods the other day with my dog and partner, out in Northern California near this area called Deadwood on the map. We're going to Cherry Lake and decided it was too far, so we ended up going down some random Forest Service roads. We stopped in this clearing where people had camped before just to check it out. Something called us down there. We hear shooting way off in the distance. I'm wandering around the little clearing with my dog, and he starts to point, locked in on the opposite side of the clearing towards the trees. The trees are thick. The feeling in this clearing is thick. I don't see anything. We shush up to listen for more shooting, and then we hear this weird tinkling sound, like crystal glass tinkling off of each other. Kind of like watery twinkling sounds. It's so hard to describe. My dog got in the car. I got behind my car door and grabbed my gun. I shined my laser into the trees and couldn't see anything. The twinkling stopped when my partner racked his gun. We both heard it though. It lasted maybe 2 minutes. I walked to the tree line where the sound was coming from and spoke out into the trees. I said hello a few times and listened. Nothing. My partner goes, "Whatever it was, it's gone." And I could still swear I heard the faintest little twinkling sound. We listened for a few more moments before leaving the area. Was it fairies? Was it aliens? Does anyone have a clue what we heard? Because it was real. None of my hunting friends have any idea. Does anyone out here have any clues? Around this time last year, my family made a trip out to eastern Arizona to rent a cabin and soak in the fall vibes. Surprisingly to some, Arizona has some pretty dazzling leaf peeping if you know where to look. We set out for a hike along the Black River to get some fresh air. Lots of fresh air. It was super windy that day, and I didn't think to bring a coat, so I wrapped myself up in my niece's blankie. She was 4 and the other child was 2. So the hike only lasted for about 2 hours, 1 in and 1 out. On the way out, I started to feel like someone was running up behind me and leering over my shoulder. At some points, I thought I could hear the faint sound of footsteps behind me, but every time I turned to look, the others were too far behind. My sister caught up to me at one point, and she could tell that I was a little rattled. Since we had the kids with us and still a bit of a walk to get back, I was trying not to raise the alarm. But I've had this sense since we were kids, so she knows the look I get when I feel something that she can't. After a little prodding, I told her what I'd been feeling. As I spoke, we suddenly heard the shrill crescendo of chimes being struck by the wind. My sister jumped and clung to my arms as we spotted the chimes in a nearby tree. They were colorful bar chimes that to me appeared to be shaped like feathers. They were unlike any chimes I'd ever seen before. And I definitely didn't see them when I hiked through that same spot on the way in. Considering how windy it was that day, we definitely would have heard them. Back in 2010, I was driving around looking for a place to bird hunt. I finally stopped at a piece of town-owned property that I had only gone on once before, and that was to fish for trout in a brook that crossed about a mile in. After parking, I started down an old tote road that split the property for its entire length. The day was very nice, and nothing seemed unusual. I followed the road until I got to the far side of an old wood yard that abutted the stream. That's when it just got quiet. The opening was probably 20 yards across, with the brook hidden behind some alders on the other side. I sensed it before I heard it. Something told me to not go across the clearing to the stream. I've spent a lifetime in the woods, and I've only had that feeling a few times. The first sound that I heard were heavy footsteps, very deliberate and slow. I couldn't see what was making the sound, and for no reason I felt fear. I knew that I did not want to see what was approaching me. It stopped at the brook, and I heard it cross and walk to the edge of the alders and then stop. All that I had was a single 20-gauge shotgun with birdshot. I had a feeling of danger. It moved on the inside of the alders to my left a few yards at the time. The only glimpse that I caught was a dark, narrow figure, very tall, as in at least 7 feet. Not knowing what to do, I pointed my shotgun in the air and touched off a shot. It just stayed where it was. I shouted. It did not move. That little voice told me to go. Don't run, but go. As I backed up, the alders where I last heard it moved and parted as if it was getting a better look. but whatever it was stayed right there, as if to let me know that it saw me and to go no further. That mile walk back to my truck felt as if I was walking through a cemetery at night, always turning around and looking everywhere. This encounter has played over and over in my mind. I don't know what that was. I've never gone back, only because something inside of me is saying that it would not end well. 14 years later, and it still scares me. Anyway, that's my encounter, and I've never told anyone until now. Long-time lurker, first-time poster. I haven't been able to stop thinking about this incident and wanted to see if it resonates with anyone else. Me, a 28-year-old male, my wife, a 28-year-old female, and dog, a 3-year-old male, recently went to Red River Gorge, a state park in SE, Kentucky. We're no strangers to camping in the park, having been there at least 20 times over the past 8 years. We chose a spot I've been to 2 or 3 times before. It's worth noting that this site is outside of other dispersed camping areas and is essentially the only proper spot with car parking along a 2-mile stretch of road. There's a dilapidated barn about a mile up from where we drove in, and a cemetery about a third of a mile in the opposite direction. Otherwise, it's a rarely traveled road, and we saw no one all day, just an occasional car, maybe 1 or 2 an hour. The spot is at the base of a 30-foot incline that a 4x4 could handle. Our SUV was parked horizontally at the top, blocking other vehicles from descending. From there, it's about 30 yards into the campground, with another slope leading to the river's edge and swimming hole. The day went great. We spent time near the beach, letting our dog swim, then did typical camping activities like hiking, foraging, chopping wood, throwing the hatchet, and enjoying a few beers. Once sunlight began to fade around 6:30, we started the fire and began cooking dinner. As darkness fell and the last light disappeared, we heard the usual sounds: squirrels rustling, things falling into the leaves, which spooked my wife a bit, but we didn't think much of it. Then, at about 9 p.m., sitting around the healthy fire and listening to music, we heard heavy shuffling in the leaves, definitely something large or heavy. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the road, about halfway between us and our car. I stopped the music, and after about 10 seconds of dead silence, we heard the shuffling again. Before I could call out, we heard this strange and unnatural noise, something like a throttling, ascending pitch mixed with a shriek. Neither of us can verbally describe it, and I can confidently say I've never heard anything like it before. It was about 20 to 25 feet away, just outside the reach of my headlamp. Our dog went insane, hair standing on end, barking incessantly into the darkness. He was on a long lead, or I'm sure he would have taken off after it. My wife and I were frozen. I was holding my hatchet and trying to catch any movement or sound to track. After about 2 to 3 minutes of that, with no further noises, I calmed the dog, and we grabbed some essentials and hurried to the car. Our adrenaline was pumping as we discussed coyotes, foxes, or other animals as the possible culprits. I didn't want to mention the possibility of people, as that would have heightened the paranoia. We eventually passed out after about an hour, but I spent the rest of the night in and out of shallow sleep, feeling very uncomfortable both mentally and physically. I've always struggled to sleep anyway, except fully horizontal. At around 3 a.m., right next to my head, I heard a singular knock on my window, like someone tapped the glass with one knuckle. My wife didn't wake up, and I scanned the outside of the car but didn't see or hear anything. I struggled to doze off again, and my heartbeat was rapid. When we finally got the first light around 7 a.m., we cooked breakfast, packed up our campsite, and got out of Dodge. No prints or anything out of sorts with our remaining belongings either. What's strange to me is that after hearing the noise, we heard no additional heavy shuffling from the source. With our dog barking so aggressively, we should have heard whatever it was moving away. We've looked up various animal noises native to the gorge, and nothing even remotely resembles what we heard. The knock on the window was also isolated. There were no other noises or visible happenings outside the car immediately following. Lastly, I had a thought the day after we left. I remember whistling for our dog after dark, since we had some scraps to give him near the fire. Immediately I thought, crap, I shouldn't have whistled. But up until this trip, I've never been a believer of those superstitions. I just like to respect the folklore I've heard. In hindsight, we're now convinced I may have invited a Wendigo or skinwalker to our camp. I won't take those superstitions lightly again, and I'm sure this occurrence will affect at least my next few overnights in those woods. Hello. To start this story, I want to say that I have not seen anything like this in my life. At the time, I was 15 years old pet sitting a friend of mine's dog while they were out of town, and in Benson, Arizona is where this took place. This property had a lot of acres, and it took about 15 minutes to get their little house right in the middle of the probably about 75 acres. At the time, it was about, I want to say 10 p.m. My friend had 8 dogs, and they usually stayed outside for the most part, because they're big watchdogs who seem to have been able to defend themselves in the past. Before everything happened, I was inside their tiny home, making food, when I heard her biggest dog start squealing kind of quietly, very scared and in pain, but loud enough for me to hear. I knew the sounds were unusual this dog was making. I shot up and ran outside to see what was going on. I thought maybe the dog might have hurt himself or something similar, but this was not the case, and I ended up seeing a 5 to 6 foot tall, pale, very skinny creature hunched over this dog, sucking on his head. I was very stunned, almost too stunned to speak, but I managed to shake that feeling off. I start yelling at this thing because the dog started yelping loud, and I'm telling the creature to get out of here and trying to scare it, and I run over to her dog as fast as I could, because I've heard these things before. Perhaps a chupacabra, and I know they would likely eat the dog if I didn't do something. But I stop about 10 feet in front of it to see this creature jump up and run as fast as it can away. I couldn't help but keep looking over my shoulder the rest of the time I was there. I also didn't let those dogs out at night, and I didn't care to go out there either. So when my friends came back, I told everything what happened and what I saw. It felt like everyone was just as frightened as I was, and it made me even more unsettled. I ended up leaving that desert and did not look back. I still don't know what to make about it to this day, except that I know that it was something scary. So the other night on a mountain trail I've gone to for years to watch the sunset, I felt like some guy was tracking me back to my car. First time in my entire life of hiking alone, and I've done some sketchy stuff alone at dusk, that I felt uneasy. So the mountain trail I go to is huge, with many different side trails on it, but there is one main trail that goes straight up and down the center of the mountain, which is usually pretty quick to get up to watch the sunset. I've done it hundreds of times at this point in my life for years now. Have watched the sunset and walked back to my car in pitch black many times. Never felt uneasy the way that I did that night. I get to the peak, walk back down to a little bit to my usual viewing spot of the sunset, and suddenly some guy who is also alone comes out of one of the side trails. I think nothing of it, exchange a few words from a distance. Guy gets on his way, and I can see him even as a small dot as he goes down to the bottom of the trail. But I'm thinking, well, there's only one way out of here and he knows I'm still up here. So I knew that I wasn't sticking around for it to get dark. The minute the sun goes behind the mountain, I start my way back down. As you get closer to the bottom of the trail, there's a section that narrows and is nothing but woods and trees on each side, before it opens up again to a huge open dirt trail, and then the parking lot. My head's on a swivel the entire way back down. I get to the creepy dark narrow part just before the open trail to the parking lot, and I hear someone make a noise. Like a weird noise that someone would just make to themselves, but loud enough as if they wanted me to hear. But I see no one and keep going. I get about halfway on the open dirt road, almost to the parking lot, and turn around, and someone is decently far behind me out of nowhere. I don't look back again. I pick up the pace, get to my car, and book it. There was only one truck left in the parking lot by the time I got back, and it was on, and someone was definitely in the driver's seat. Call me paranoid, but again, I have never felt uneasy or like someone was following me like that in my entire life, and I've done about 80% of my hiking completely alone, and a lot at night. Like deep woods type of stuff at sunset and dusk, and never been almost scared like that before. I was homeless for a few years from the ages of 18 to 21, and I used to stay in a tent with my ex. I always had to end up moving my tent spot eventually because the cops would find us. Either way, I had spent a lot of time in the woods at night. One night when walking back to my tent, I heard something down the trail a bit. I shined my light in the direction of the sound to be met with glowing eyes reflecting my flashlight. However, where the eyes were made it so whatever I was looking at was taller than me, and I'm 5'8". There is no animal that tall in my area. I turn to my ex and tell him to start going to the tent faster. He could tell something was off, so he asked if I was all right. I told him that I'll tell him when we get back to the tent, because I've always been told to not acknowledge such creatures and spirits, as it gives them more power. Then some nights there would be smacking on our tent. It would hit all the sides of the tent. We would look out the tent windows and check outside the tent, but we would never find anything or hear any footsteps. Another night during the summer, we had decided to go for a small hike at night because it was way more of a tolerable temperature. About 15 minutes into the hike, I had started to feel paranoid, like I was being watched. About 5 minutes later, I heard a maniacal laugh coming from somewhere in the woods. I couldn't pinpoint which direction though. My ex asked what that was, and I loudly said, I don't know, but whatever the heck it is, it needs to stop. As soon as I said this, multiple maniacal laughs now started. My ex and I turned around and walked back for what felt like the longest 20 minutes. Another time, I found a severed coyote head with something hung in the tree behind it that had a tooth in it. And lastly, one time I was with my friend, parked on the road into the woods, so we could smoke. The passenger window was down, which is where I was sitting. The woods were right next to me. Again, the feeling of being watched overwhelmed me. 2 minutes or so later, I hear a hello, and then John coming from the woods. I tell my friend to turn around and we need to leave. I didn't tell her why, because like I said, I don't like to acknowledge these things until I'm far away from them. That's all that immediately comes to mind at the moment. Thank you for reading. I was talking with my stepmom about late-night driving experiences, and she told me about an encounter she had in Leroy, Montana, on a road trip from Washington to North Dakota. She was on Route 87, and she was running low on gas. The Fort Benton exit had a lot of construction going on, and she couldn't see any way to get to the gas stations from the exit ramp, so she got back on the highway. After a while, she saw an exit sign for Leroy, Montana. and it said there was gas and food available. She took the exit and saw another sign reading Leroy 5 miles. At this point, they had no service and were relying solely on an atlas. The road took them through a dark wooded forest, and after a while, my stepmom realized the odometer had gone up 15 miles, and they still hadn't found any sign of a town. But she kept driving and waited for a friend, who was holding the atlas, to say something. After a few more minutes, her friend spoke up and said she thinks they passed Leroy somehow, and my stepmom agreed. They found a fat shoulder to turn around on, and as they were pulling off to make their turnaround, they both had an image flash into their heads. A man standing in the middle of the road. Neither of them actually saw him in real life, but both could describe the man in exact detail. He was tall with a brown flannel and what looked to be a scythe broken in half, with the handle wrapped around in a white bloody cloth. He also had a thick scar across his forearm. While that by itself is weird enough that my stepmom planned to never go anywhere near that place again, for the next 8 months she received frequent phone calls from Leroy, Montana. After my own research, I've come to find out that Leroy is a ghost town, unmarked on Google Maps unless you specifically search it up. Me and some friends have already planned to go to Leroy over spring break this year and see if we can't find anything. I'm posting this here to see if anybody else might have seen or heard anything similar in the area, or any insight as to what might have happened. So I live in the southeastern corner of South Dakota. There isn't a lot of wooded areas down here, but there is some. My boyfriend and I have been spending lots of time exploring the few wooded areas that we have. Yesterday afternoon, we went to this one area. We would not have expected anything to happen, because it was still decently close to the town of Brandon. If anything, our concern would have been people. This park/wooded area has lots of things to explore for the area, and we brought one of his friends with us. We are more intense with our hikes than he is, so he let us leave him behind and we went exploring off the beaten trail and did our own thing. By the time we were getting back to the area, we left him the sun was starting to set, and he wasn't there. So we called him up and he said he was headed back to the car. It's important to note that during this time, we were making these screams back and forth at each other, trying to see if we could hear each other beyond the phone. Boyfriend and I had one more trail we wanted to explore, so we headed down that trail, and then eventually it was actually getting dark, so we made it back to the trail that took us back to the car. We were walking through the woods and joking about how friend was probably going to try and scare us or something like that. We saw a deer and didn't think anything of it, but it slightly startled myself originally. Finally, we made it to this area. That is where the woods start to turn to prairie, and we heard this scream, and a really fast deer jumped through this tree that was split into 2 branches. I don't know a good way to explain that tree layout. We, being logical, started calling out to his friend being like, "Hey, you got us, not funny." But it clearly wasn't our friend. We're a little on edge after that, but just picking up our pace, getting to the car. Him and I took turns kind of looking back behind us, and I saw what looked like an obese man just kind of standing on the trail behind us, but it had more of a ghost-like presence to it than an actual man. Boyfriend looked back at some point and said, "Hey, I don't want to scare you, but it almost looks like there is a person back there or something." My face just dropped and I said word for word, "You saw it too?" And then we just kind of looked at each other and ran. We ended up taking the wrong path, so we had to run a lot longer. We eventually made it back to the car. His friend was there, and he swears on his life that he wasn't messing with us. Either way, there was no way this dude could have really ran that fast, or looked like what we saw behind us. When we got home, we started trying to look stuff up. We think it could be a skinwalker, but also this is South Dakota. We're on Lakota Sioux land, not Navajo land. Either way, it was a very creepy experience. Late April of 2022, me and a few friends went on a road trip through southern Illinois. We passed by Shawnee National Forest and stopped at the Trig Observation Tower. After soaking in the beautiful view and smoking a few joints with a random stoner couple we met on the way up, we parted ways with our smoke buddies and headed out towards our campsite for the night. It was getting late, and we were driving down these back roads as the sun was setting. It was pretty isolated. Incredibly thick woods flanked both sides of the road, and not another car in sight. That's when we saw a light up ahead, just barely visible through some thick brush. We slowed down, thinking it was some campers getting set up for the night, or some hikers who had lost before sundown. As we approached, something seemed off. The light emanated from this old camper van, and the thing hadn't moved in months. Vines were slowly creeping over the canopy. The whole setup just screamed abandoned. We looked back to have a second look, trying to make out whether it was from a fire or something inside the van. At first glance, we didn't see anyone as we surveyed the area. But there he was, feet away from the camper, half hiding behind a tree. He was shirtless, only in his coverall pants and hiking boots. He was just staring at us, and didn't reply when we shouted a hello. As he began to walk in our direction with one hand hidden behind his back, as if he were holding something, we called out again to see if he needed assistance or knew where the campsite was. But he just kept coming, silent and expressionless. We didn't wait to see what he was up to. We leaped right back into the car and flew out of there, dust and rocks kicking up as we took off down the road. We were pretty shaken up by the time we had finally pulled into our campsite. Worse was yet to come. We had left the firewood at the last gas station, and with the rain, everything around us was pretty wet. We ended up hanging up our hammocks and attempted to fall asleep without a fire, which wasn't great for our nerves either. No sooner had we all sighed and started to relax than we heard footsteps coming up from over the crest of a hill. Slow and deliberate, just like the guy we'd seen earlier. We killed our lights and sat there in the dark listening. It felt like eons before the steps stopped, and we finally worked up the courage to look around. We took our flashlights and knives, just in case, and did a quick scan but saw nothing. By then we said screw it, so we started packing up our gear, figuring we'd just sleep in the car. Then, from behind us there was a cough, and that was all we needed to pack up in a hurry and race down the cluttered trail to our car. We didn't even worry about packing neatly. We just tossed all of our stuff in the back and got out of there. The next hour was a blur of the dark. Twisty little roads with no cell service, and not a hint of where we were going. Finally, we hit a paved road, and after about 20 more minutes and running on fumes, we came upon a little country store with a gas pump connected to an adorable house and auto garage. It had already closed for the night, but the family living there saw us at the pump while they were having dinner and came outside to help. They even opened the store so we could buy some snacks and pop. After what we experienced, talking to them was really a huge relief and let us calm our nerves. We eventually got back on the road and kept driving. 6 hours, straight back to home. In high school, during a quiet summer night, me and 2 friends went to investigate a local ghost road. It was rumored to have a ghost lady who would appear, carrying a couple of bags and then dematerialize in front of you. The road has fields, woods, and houses, spread out, but by no means did it feel remote or creepy during the day. We pulled the little truck to the side of the road, turned the engine off, and just sat quietly with the windows down. The cool night air felt perfect. We were still talking like normal, about life and girlfriends, and really just half paying attention to the dark road that stretches out away from us. Then I saw something. Here's what I saw. During a lulling conversation, I looked up to see the silhouette of a 3 to 4 foot tall humanoid shadow walking down the opposite side of the street no more than 40 feet away. I didn't say anything but stared in disbelief. It looked like half a Muppet had been walking. No sooner than I saw this thing, it walked through a darker shadow cast by a nearby tree in the moonlight and emerged out the other end of the shadow, looking like a normal house cat. It was no longer upright, but was distinctly a cat. It walked a few more steps and looked at us, and silently bounded over the guardrail and into the woods directly opposite us. From the small, weird 2-foot walker to the cat over by the guardrail, probably only took more than 5 seconds in total. I said nothing the entire time. Strangely, nobody did. Then the driver said to nobody in particular, "Oh, it's just a cat." I said to him, "Why the confusion? What did you see?" And he said, "I thought it was a small person at first, but it was just a cat." I said, "Wait, I saw the small person too." We just looked at each other up the queue and headed home. This was almost 30 years ago now. The area has gotten substantially more built up, with new homes and such. I think about this from time to time. I wonder if it was my eyes just playing tricks on me. But it is noteworthy that someone else in the vehicle saw the same thing at the same time. My fiance and I went for a 3-day trip to Gatlinburg, and we spent our days in the mountains, hiking and spending time in and around the national park. Tonight, at around midnight, trying to get all the time in the mountains that we can, we decided to take an hour drive from our hotel room up the mountain to an overview/lookout type of spot on top of a said mountain to see if we can catch an awesome look at the stars, because there's a lot of lights in Gatlinburg at night. Driving up, neither of us noticed literally anything off, other than that the mountain winds were a little spooky at night. We're from Florida, so it's just unfamiliar. But as soon as we get to where we were going, and she and I got out of my car, I'm almost overwhelmed with a vile, oppressive feeling outside with me. But not wanting to make the lady uncomfortable, I don't react too much just yet. The wind is absolutely roaring, and unfortunately we couldn't see any stars due to cloud cover. So I tell her I'm going to step to the side and pee, and we can get back to the hotel room. As soon as I get like 10 feet away, I get a very strange feeling of extreme vulnerability and detachment from everything around me. Almost as though I'm miles away from the nearest person, though obviously I'm only feet away from my fiancé. I turned around to walk back to the car and heard something off to my right, and instinctively look over to see something roughly human size go down to coyote size and kind of just hop over a rail from about 200, maybe more feet away. I quickly get back to the car and usher my fiancée in, still not trying to scare her or at least show her that I'm scared, but she asked if I was all right, and my reaction was a dead giveaway. We jumped in and sped off. Never in my life have I had an experience like this before, and never in my life have I really had a reason to be made uncomfortable of just being outside. But I truly believe that something was with us in those woods that night. Hey everyone, I've been lurking here for a while and thought I'd share a strange experience from about 7 years ago that's been haunting me ever since. I've been a trucker for over a decade, and you hear all sorts of stories on the road, but this one still gives me chills. I was driving through a particularly desolate stretch of highway in the Midwest when I decided to pull over at a truck stop for the night. The place was pretty run down, and there were only a few other trucks parked there. As I was getting ready to settle in, I overheard a couple of guys talking near one of the trucks. They seemed on edge, whispering urgently. I caught snippets of their conversation and heard one of them say, "Watch out for the lizards." I thought it was a weird thing to say, but didn't think much of it at the time. I figured it was some local slang or inside joke. As the night wore on, I started to drift off, but then I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel outside. It was strange because it didn't sound like just one person. It was like a small group was walking around, but the pattern was irregular and unsettling. Curiosity got the better of me, so I peeked out of my window. I couldn't see much in the dim light, but there were definitely figures moving around the parking area. They seemed to be skulking between the trucks, almost like they were looking for something. I told myself it was probably just other drivers stretching their legs, but the unease wouldn't go away. Suddenly, I heard a sharp knock on my door. My heart leapt into my throat. I glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight. I called out asking who it was, but there was no response, just the sound of footsteps shuffling away. At this point, I was too spooked to investigate further, so I locked my doors and tried to get some sleep. Just as I was drifting off again, I heard a low hissing sound coming from somewhere nearby. It was faint but persistent, like someone whispering just out of earshot. I squeezed my eyes shut and told myself it was my imagination. But then I heard the footsteps again, closer this time. Throughout the night, I could hear knocks and scratches on the other trucks around me. Every once in a while, there was some sort of yelling or moaning coming from the distance, like someone, or something, was trying to communicate or call out. Occasionally, a smoky smell, like a cigarette, would waft through the air when these creatures were close to my truck. The rest of the night was a blur of eerie sounds and creeping dread. I kept telling myself it was just some weird local prank, but the whole thing felt off. As soon as the first light of dawn broke, I didn't waste a second. I fired up my truck and got out of there without even looking back. I didn't want to see what might have been left in the morning. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that there was something more to those lizards than meets the eye. Maybe it was just an overactive imagination, or maybe there's something out there in those backwoods truck stops that we're better off not knowing about. Stay safe out there, and keep your eyes and ears open. You never know what might be lurking in the dark. In 2017, I was working at a summer camp near Hancock, New York. One day I went out with my boss to go buy supplies. I took the opportunity for a drive out of the camp. Everything was normal. I didn't experience anything except for this one trip. We're driving back to our car at the night, and suddenly, this huge, I'm guessing animal, ran out in front of us and stopped in front of the road in front of our car. Luckily, she wasn't driving very fast, so we could stop in time. When I looked, there was this weird creature that was higher than her bonnet. The only thing it resembled slightly was a skunk, but way too big for a skunk. I'm from the UK, and I'm not sure what her car was, but it was about the size of a Vauxhall Corsa, for size comparison. Thing is, my boss was pretty straight to the point, never scared of anything. That's one reason I loved her. However, she would not discuss what this thing was. If I asked her about it, she would either snap it was nothing or change the subject. I'm just wondering if anyone knows any legends or anything from this area. It was between Hancock and Friendwoods, New York. So my boyfriend and I live in a small neighborhood. Our house faces a densely wooded riverfront. Our street isn't very busy. It's dark and there isn't a park in the woods, so not many people go down there, much less in the middle of the night. Last night, around midnight, my boyfriend was sitting on our porch smoking a cigarette when he heard a weird voice in the distance. It was clearly speaking a different language, and the only way he could describe it was, it sounded like Mickey Mouse. He thought it was just kids screwing around, but as he listened closely, he noticed it was just one voice talking and laughing. It wasn't talking to anyone except itself, whatever or whoever it was. It was far enough in the distance that my boyfriend felt comfortable listening, until it started to whistle an eerie song that he couldn't place, and as it whistled, it began to go closer. He ran inside and locked all the doors and windows. He tried waking me up, but I get up at 5 a.m. every morning for work and I sleep like a rock. Hearing about it when I woke up to get a drink of water really heaved my jeebies. My first thought was some crackhead tweaking out in the woods perhaps, but of course my brain immediately goes to cryptids. I can't help it. What do you think? I've been combing the internet for hours this morning trying to find out legends and myths about this. Please give me some ideas. It was a random day. My family and I had a trip planned out to go somewhere far from home, just to go to a place in the Philippines called Dahil Ayan Bukidnon Park. While on the way, we used a GPS tracker to reach our destination. None of us were aware that the GPS may not be accurate. We followed the route. My uncle was driving the car. It was a fortune car, big enough to fit many people inside. As we got somewhere, it was still sunset, and we were going up a hill surrounded by tall trees. I fell asleep for a while because I was already exhausted from all the journey we went through. But I soon woke up from my mother's voice saying, Dongpag Bante, Kema Hulog Ta. It's in Cebuano. It meant, be careful, we're gonna fall off. I looked around the car window. We were on top of a hill, the sides of the road being so thin and tight. One wrong turn and we would all come crashing down. My cousins and I were at the back of the car. We stayed quiet because we knew not to panic at situations like these, but my mom was the only one panicking. As we went further, my uncle drove slowly, and thankfully we didn't fall off, and managed to find an area that we could make a U-turn. It was still on the hill, but the area was wide enough. After making it back to the main road safely, we were all shaken, scared. Time skip of hours driving. After that, it was already night. Nothing at sight, no lights, and it was nothingness. My family didn't follow the GPS this time. They used their memories because they used to be on that road before. We were going uphill again. I had no idea where it was, but all I saw was trees around the car, and the quiet sound of the car wheels driving over the gravel. Then, at some point we stopped. I was confused, but it appeared that there was no continuation of the road ahead. Everyone in the car was quiet. My mother asked my uncle to check outside. When they opened the car door, it was so cold. The wind was strong and I heard the trees. It was spooky and sent a chill in my spine. My uncle closed the door as he turned on the front lights of the car. There was a line of people, many of them. I don't have any idea what they were doing alone in the woods. It was so weird. After that, I fell asleep from exhaustion. I didn't eat all day because we were stranded in the woods. The next thing, I woke up and we were already in the main road, and stopped by a 7-Eleven shop, and they bought hot dogs for my cousins and I to eat. All of us were starving and had no energy. This was the most experience that I almost died. I'm glad my family and I were safe. Just a reminder, if you want to go somewhere, you can't always trust the GPS or the maps because the routes are outdated. I grew up in the Midwest, just a little north of Chicago. When I was probably around 12, a friend and I saw some deer behind his house. There was a large field behind it that a forest bordered, so it wasn't uncommon for deer to be there. Being kids, we wanted to go pet the deer, so we slowly approached them. We walked across the field to them so they wouldn't spook them. Looking back, the deer should have ran. Two big creatures walking towards a herd of deer should have spooked them, but they all just kept on eating the grass. I was in the front of my friend, so I got a closer look at the deer than he did. I was maybe about 6 feet away from this deer when it finally looked up at me. I noticed her knees and saw that they were bloodied. I just figured it was because she had previously laid down on them and something got them scratched up. I looked up at her face and I was filled with fear, something that was very unlike me as a child, and so we ran. Now, remembering this later, something I did not think about at the time as strange was the fact that her knees were facing the wrong way. Not like they were broken, but like they had grown to be the wrong way. Of course, she could have a defect or something like that, but everything combined with the feeling of dread I felt looking into her eyes creeps me out years later. If anyone has any thoughts on this, please share. So, for some background info, me and a couple of my buddies went fishing. We hit a couple of spots that we hadn't been to before, and we didn't catch anything. So we went out to our typical spot, and it's basically in the middle of nowhere. It's a small creek that connects to the Kentucky River, and we're out there for about an hour. Nothing weird going on and no sense of fear. Then suddenly we hear this screeching noise. And no, not like someone yelling in the distance. Imagine a giant mosquito. And I thought there was just a bug near me. But then my buddy sitting in the car 40 feet away also heard it. So whatever it was loud enough to cover that sort of distance. A few seconds later, a weird, almost banging noise like something big and metal falling. And for instance, we are in the middle of absolutely nowhere, so I'm just super tripped out. We instantly realized we needed to leave. I've been trying to find a story that relates to this, but no one seems to have heard a noise like that I could find. This was around 12 at night. If anyone has any idea of what this could have been, please let me know. This happened a few days ago when I, a 19-year-old male, went to a festival in a city 2 hours away from my home. I booked a hotel room for 3 days, and this happened on the second day. I had just woken up and was slightly hungover, so I decided to go eat a late lunch. This was at about 5 p.m. I got back at around 7 p.m., and as I was approaching the entrance to the hotel, a guy in a suit holding a computer bag followed me to the door. He looked professional and like he had just got back from some sort of meeting, so I didn't think too much of it. I had an empty bottle of Coke in one hand, so I struggled to pull out my card to open the door. I found it weird that he just stood behind me when he could have just opened the door if he was staying in the hotel, but I really did not realize that until after. Once I got in the building, however, I noticed his weird behavior. He followed me to the reception because I needed to throw away the bottle, and that's when I realized he was following me back to the elevators. When I got on the elevators, he stood a few feet beside me and watched me press the up button. I was getting more and more suspicious, and I got really anxious when he walked into the elevator with me. I gave my back to him and pressed my floor number, and moved to the right to let him press his floor number, which he didn't, and that set off my alarms. I have social anxiety, and I couldn't bring myself to confront him, so I just stood in silence and waited for the door to open. When the door opened, I walked out, and he followed close behind me. My room was at the end of the hall, and he followed me about halfway before a group of girls, clearly tipsy, came out of their room, and by God's graces, I somehow knew one of them. I made a big deal out of meeting her, and they invited me to go clubbing with them. I obliged, and just talked with them as I watched the guy slowly reverse to the elevators and get on one. When we finally went down, I noticed that he was not in the lobby, and I did not see him for the rest of my stay. I really do not know what that was about, but it shook me to my core. Like I said, I have really bad anxiety at times, and this made me feel like vomiting. What scared me even more is that I'm a physically big guy. I hit the gym almost every day, and I tower over most people, so I never thought something like this would happen to me. What freaks me out the most is that he just followed me so blatantly. I really did not know what to make of what happened. But if anyone has any idea as to what this guy was up to, please feel free to share. In middle school, near Cleveland Middle School in 2003 in Albuquerque, New Mexico, I was walking home from my middle school, and I was on my way home when I crossed the road intersection. This road was by an elementary school and the corner of an Albuquerque bank. I was walking down the street when a truck was following me. I looked behind me in the corner of my eye, and from behind me was this truck following me. It was across the street, and it started to pick up the pace. So I threw myself into a bush and saw the men circling the road, I think trying to abduct and assault me and the elementary and middle school students. It gave me chills how slowly the vehicle was moving towards an area where children were around. I never told police or anything about it because I really didn't know if they were trying to abduct me or just driving by the area. Okay, so I work at retail at a small vintage store in a big city, so we struggle with shoplifting. This woman came in and I was a bit suspicious from the get-go, so I kept an eye on her. She grabbed a bunch of merchandise and eventually kind of tried to get behind the counter. I told her she couldn't do that, and it was time for her to leave the store. She wouldn't do so and was kind of quietly saying things under her breath. Eventually, she said, "Is my name here?" And I was like, "No, she is not." She said, "Do you know my name again?" And again, I was like, "No, I don't," because I was just more so focused on her getting out of the store without the merchandise. She also said that I'm not supposed to be here if my name isn't here, which is so strange because I'm the only one working. And technically, no one would be allowed in if I wasn't there at the moment. What do you guys make of this? I feel pretty spooked. I just got back from work. It's late at night, and I stopped at the gas station on the way. For context, I'm a guy in my 30s. As I pulled into the gas station, I noticed an old beater sedan with its lights off, parked in the side of the building. As I pulled past the car to park, I saw someone was in there. So as I parked, I looked over, and the other car starts moving with the lights off and parks 2 spaces down from me. I keep looking, because this is late at night and weird behavior. I see this guy, mid-50s white guy in a baseball hat, turn the interior light on and just stare me down. Not moving, just staring. I'm like, whatever, and go get my stuff inside. The guy never gets out or goes inside. As I'm leaving the store, I can see that he hasn't moved an inch, just following me with his eyes as I walk back to my car. At this point, I'm holding the knife I carry in my pocket, ready for this guy to try something. I make it to my car and climb in. And after I start the car, I look over again and he's still completely unmoving, just staring straight at me with his interior light on. We are the only 2 cars there. At this point, I'm thinking he's either an unmarked cop or just a freaking serial killer. So I pull slowly out and watch him stare at me the whole time I drive out of the gas station. He never pulled out or followed. Honestly, it's probably a boring story for you guys, but it was so uncanny and unsettling. I wanted to post to see if anyone has had a similar encounter. My mom, a 41-year-old female, and I, a 16-year-old female, decided to go on a girls' trip to a Target to grab some essentials. Once we entered, we headed straight to the clothing section to check out some cute items. My younger brother, 2 years old at the time, was at home with my dad. While my mom browsed for clothes for him in the toddler section, I got bored and told her I was going to check out the music album and book section. We separated, and I started looking through the K-pop shelf. Nothing particularly interesting caught my eye, but I noticed a plushie on the top shelf that clearly didn't belong there. Someone's parent had probably said no and left it on the nearest shelf instead of putting it back. As I bent down to check the albums on the bottom shelf, a random old man approached from behind and poked the plushie. In a high-pitched voice, he exclaimed, "Beep," as if trying to make me laugh. I wasn't crouched down. I had my hands on my knees. I stood up straight and looked at him in confusion. I didn't say anything, but I was thinking, "Hello, personal space." He smiled at me weirdly, and I quickly rushed to find my mom. I felt uncomfortable but tried to push it out of my mind. I considered telling an employee about the incident, but it was late, and I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I just wanted to go home. Thankfully, my mom and I made it home safely, and I never saw that guy again. This was about 3 years ago, but I remember the situation vividly as it was very unnerving. It was the height of the pandemic, and a family member and I decided to go to the dollar store in the evening to pick up a few groceries. We parked directly outside the dollar store, and my family member left the car to go inside to do the shopping. I stayed in the car with the radio running, vibing and minding my own business. I was wearing my mirrored aviators the whole time. A man who looked exactly like a young Joe Pantoliano, wearing a skull cap, hopped out of the car adjacent to mine with his own elderly mother. The guy had an unforgettable mean mug, a constant frown. The two headed inside the dollar store. A few minutes later, and my family member finished shopping and came out of the store. We sat in the car for a moment while they looked over their receipt. Right before we pull out of the parking space, the guy exited the store and instantly began staring me down, making direct eye contact despite him not having any way of knowing I was looking at him because of my glasses. I felt creeped out by his expression, which was angry looking. He kept staring at me, so as our car turned to leave the parking lot, I turned my head to stare back at him through the window. I looked in the rearview mirror at him, and I saw him frantically walking out into the middle of the parking lot, flailing his arms and screaming, still making direct eye contact through the rearview mirror. I have never felt more unnerved by the stare of someone like how I felt with this man. His gaze was angry, and his screaming reaction was like he knew who I was, despite never meeting him before. Has anyone else had a strange encounter like this? Freshman year of college, I met this guy. We lived in the same dorm and were part of the same Living Learning Community, LLC, which is a program my university had for freshmen, so they could meet people with similar interests. My particular LLC had an additional class to go along with it. I officially met KG in that class, and we got along well enough. We really only talked when the professor had us discuss in groups, and I didn't see him outside of class much. Every now and then we'd pass each other on campus, and maybe wave or stop for a short chat. Soon, classes started to ramp up. I was an architecture major, and sadly it became common for me to get back to my dorm well after 2 o'clock in the morning. Thankfully, I lived close and would typically walk back with a friend anyway. Plus, campus was well lit, and my dorm was a straight shot from the architecture building. I felt completely safe, even walking alone. Normally, when I got back, no one would be in the common area, which I had to walk past to get to my room. But it wouldn't be strange for a group, of guys typically, to be hanging out, playing pool, etc. This is where I would most often run into KG during freshman year. He'd wave, and if I was awake and aware enough to notice him, I'd wave back. Sometimes he'd just be coming back too, and would hold the door open for me, and we'd talk for a bit. He seemed nice enough, though I didn't know him that well. We had the same type of humor, and he was easy to talk to. But as a few months went by, things started to pop up. No red flags or anything disturbing, just odd, random. One day I ran into him on my way back from the campus store. We talked for a bit and he asked if I wanted a chopstick. As he said this, he pulled out a pair of chopsticks, the kind we got from the dining hall. He said they were extra and that he didn't need them. Personally, I find random and semi-chaotic things pretty funny, and the thought of telling my friends how a guy just handed me chopsticks made me laugh. So, I took them. They were still in the packaging, but it was just the Royal Bamboo brand. Thinking back on it, I wouldn't have known if they'd been used or not. I don't remember what I did with them. That interaction struck me as slightly strange, but I brushed it off, thinking he was just being quirky. I had a lot of friends that I could see doing the same thing, and just acting random and chaotic to be funny, but only among our friend group, not to a near stranger. Nothing else of note happened freshman year. Sophomore year, sadly, is another story. Early fall semester, I went to the dining hall alone. While I like eating with others, I enjoyed the time to myself to just watch a show or listen to a podcast. After I finished, I happened to pass KG on my out. He was sitting down, also by himself. We got to talking about summer, classes, etc. Somehow we got on the topic of my dress, and I mentioned how I wished it had pockets. He mentioned he knew how to sew. We talked about hobbies for a bit and then I left. A few weeks later, we had almost repeat interaction, except this time we got there at the same time. He was already set with his food, so he followed me around as I got mine, and then I sat down with him. It was a regular conversation, but I got the impression that he wasn't really listening to my responses, instead just preparing what he was going to say next. Often it wouldn't have anything to do with what we were talking about, or it would be sort of random again. For instance, we were talking about work, and he said his coworker told him he was just like Jesus. Interesting. I asked in what way. He said the guy just said some verses from Ephraim, not a book in the Bible, or Ecclesiastes. Okay then. Another example, during the same conversation, he said if I was ever bored, he had an Xbox at his apartment. We no longer lived in the same dorm. That's all well and good, but we weren't talking about anything to do with games or boredom. He was like this throughout the conversation. Anyways, we ended up switching numbers, and the next day I added him on Snapchat. This is where things begin to get weird. Given KG's comments about sewing and Xbox, I got the idea that maybe he liked me, though I wasn't sure how I felt. He added me back on SC, and we had a short conversation about the weather. Out of the blue, he asked if I wanted him to bring me food. Once again, the topic of food or hunger hadn't come up. I was a bit weirded out, but brushed it off. I sent him a picture of the snacks I had in my dorm, saying I was all set. But thank you. We would snap every couple of days. I'd send him pictures of my messy desk and drawings. I don't remember what pictures he sent. Several more times, always out of the blue, he'd ask if he could bring me food, if I wanted him to bring me food, etc. I always said no because I thought it was strange. If he was trying to ask me out, why wouldn't he ask if I wanted to go somewhere and get food with him? Or do something together? That approach makes more sense to me, rather than bringing me some unspecified meal. Also, there was the question of, would he stay with me while I ate it? Or would he drop it off and leave? If it was the latter, I knew I'd feel guilty, like I was using him. Not to mention, if he was trying to ask me out, why wouldn't he change up his approach? Especially since I kept turning him down. Finally, there came a time where I mentioned I was cold, and he asked if I wanted him to bring me coffee. I was tempted because coffee sounded pretty nice, and at least I knew what I'd be getting. But then came the questions. Would he pay for it? I didn't want him to because then I'd feel like I owed him something. I was also trying to save money, so I didn't want to buy my own coffee. Plus, it was raining, hence the cold, and I didn't want him to go to the trouble of walking in the storm. To top it off, I didn't really want him in my studio anyway. Architecture classroom. I had already decided I wasn't interested in him like that, but would continue to be semi-friends with him, and I was afraid if I let him buy/bring me food, I'd be leading him on. So I turned him down again. Later, around dinner time, he asked if I liked kiwis. I told him I'd never actually had one before. He asked if I'd like him to bring me one. At this point, I just appreciated that I knew what I'd be getting, and, theoretically, there was no money involved. I said sure. Later that evening, he showed up at my dorm, in a black trench coat. This is the first I've seen in person in several months. Every other interaction had been over Snapchat. Right after I let him in, before we even made it to the kitchen, he pulled from the depths of his coat a set of knives. They were pretty shiny, and I admired them. I knew he liked to cook, so it made sense to me that he would have them. Going into the kitchen, we chatted while he pulled out 2 kiwis and washed them, and I sat down at a nearby table. He came over and gave me the one he had cut in half sitting across from me. As I'm spooning out the fruit, I notice he's just looking at me. I ask if he's going to eat his. Oh, they're both for you. That confused me a bit. He brought 2 kiwis, and was apparently planning on watching me eat both of them. I've never been comfortable in a situation where I'm the only one eating, so I joked/insisted that he eat the other one. I then watched as he grabbed the one in front of him, uncut, and bit into it, skin and all. Apparently you can do that. He proceeded to eat it like an apple, and then hinted that he hadn't had dinner yet. I had, and I had a paper to write. Against my better judgment and wanting to procrastinate, I said I could eat. In my defense, my first dinner sucked. Leaving for the dining hall, he recognized and waved to some people in my common room. I asked how he knew them. He said he was their weed friend last year. He assured me he hadn't partaken, only sold. Now, I'm not into drugs, and I try to steer of people who do. Nothing against them, but life is easier for me that way. Besides, I have asthma. At dinner, we had another conversation just like the others, with a bunch of sudden topic changes. Leaving, I naturally went to the crosswalk near the dining hall, because I thought this was the end of our hangout. He'd have to cross the sidewalk to go home, and this is where I'd say goodbye. That didn't happen. We were just standing there now, not moving. I asked where he was going. Oh, I was following you. Okay, and I had brought him to the crosswalk, a pretty big hint that this was over. With no polite way to tell him to go home, we ended up going back to my dorm. His friends weren't there, and with no reason to go into the kitchen, we just walked down the hallway. In no way did I want to bring him to my room, so I made a desperate turn into the vending machine room. We talked a bit in here. He looked at the candy and asked what my favorite was. These machines didn't have my favorite, and I joked that I was broke anyway, so it didn't matter. Again, he offered to buy it for me. This at least had more context and a better reason. Anyway, I thanked him but declined, not wanting to risk leading him on. We talked some more, until eventually I said I had to go write my paper. In response, he laid down on the counter. I laughed so it wouldn't be awkward, and because he was trying to be funny, and then walked him to the door. I couldn't just wave goodbye from inside, because he was standing out there, waiting. I couldn't just stick my head out and wave either, because all the walls and doors are glass, and that'd look pretty weird. So I stepped out. He made this move with his arm. I looked to me like he was going to hug me, and it resulted in a weird side hug moment. He looked at me and asked what that was. I joked I didn't know. He said he wanted to dap me up, so we did that. 3 times. Then he left, disappearing into the night, with his black trench coat and knives. I don't see him again, and gradually over winter break our snaps stopped. Now it's February. I'd crossed paths with him a lot more, mainly on the way to the dining hall. We'd usually just wave and smile. Sometimes he'd try and touch me, either with a high five or fist bump to the shoulder. Once I ran into him in the dining hall. He asked me about winter break and if I'd slain all my enemies. That's a bit of the quirkiness I was somewhat used to with my friends, so it didn't seem too weird to me. I ran into him another time, though, and had an almost shot-for-shot conversation, including the slain enemies line. I guess it was his new opener. One day I'm having lunch by myself. I had a good stretch of time to eat and relax before I had to give a presentation. Enjoying my food and my podcast, all of a sudden, my table starts to shake. It was wobbly anyway, so I thought someone bumped into it until I saw something drop to the floor. Rushing to swallow, take out my earbuds and clear the hair from my eyes, I look up and lock eyes with KG. He was sitting, uninvited, at my very small table and was incredibly obnoxious doing it. Granted, maybe that wasn't all his fault, but still. Now I have an angry resting face anyways, and was feeling irritated, so I didn't try too hard to make my face look neutral. I said hello, but his only response was to quickly wag his finger near the side of his mouth for an uncomfortable amount of time. Eventually, seeing that I wasn't getting it, he said I had something on my face. I wipe it away, but nothing was there. He looks confused, then shrugs. Guess it's dead skin. Just what every girl wants to hear. I just look at him, growing more irritated. He decides to restart this interaction. He tells me he liked my hair. I had cut it, and asks about winter break. Again. Then clarifies that I had a dog. I thanked him for the compliment, said yes, I had a dog, and asked if he wanted to see pictures. He said yes, and as I'm going to pull up pictures, he says he'll show me pictures of the puppy his family put down. Hearing the word puppy, I had begun to awe, but when he said put down, I wasn't sure what to do. It was so out of the blue. I don't think I said anything. When we showed the pictures, he said he was too sad, so he showed me pictures of another dog. Then, what do you think of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? I thought this was weird wording. Isn't the question, do you know our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Anyways, I said I liked him. KG did an exaggerated thinking face, hand stroking the non-existent beard and everything. Are you a Christian? Yep. Do you know what Monday school is? I asked if he meant Sunday school, but he was adamant that these kids he grew up with went to Monday school. I said I had no idea. Maybe it was a different denomination, or just an after-school club. He shrugged, then said, I have a pentagram in my apartment. I nod, taken aback. Weird. Why? It was left by the previous tenant. I'm imaging a big bloody pentagram, like the kind they use in horror movies. So, I jokingly ask if it's drawn in blood. He pauses for a second and his eyes seem to light up. Yes. He then proceeds to go into how much blood, the type of blood, where it came from, etc. I zone out. Somewhere along the way, he points at my food and calls it crap. It was lo mein, thank you very much, and delicious. Now my appetite is gone, and I'm progressively more irritated. In his defense, he did ask several times if I had somewhere to be. I should have taken the out, but since I technically didn't, I said no and stayed. I've since learned my lesson. At some point, I ask how big this pentagram is. He holds up his hand, making a circle shape. So, smaller than a fist. That's a little underwhelming. He jokes that the person who drew was too lazy to finish, saying they didn't even draw the circle. That's a star. If there's no circle, it's just a regular star. We come to a lull in the conversation. He looks around, spots the napkin holder, and asks if I need one. I shake my head. No thanks, I'm all good. He shrugs, okay. Grabbing a napkin, he folds it, tears off the corner, and eats it. I'm in shock. We're just staring at each other, one person traumatized, the other eating a napkin. With no idea what to do, I tell him to swallow it. If he's making me experience this insanity, then he's going to swallow that napkin. Unfortunately, I don't think he does. How does it taste? I ask. He makes a face. Gross. Well, I said, glancing at the holder. It is recycled. The holder proudly said the napkins were made from recycled paper. Oh. His face lights up. That means I could be eating a tampon. I don't laugh, and I guess seeing I don't find it funny, he grabs the rest of the napkin, thankfully doesn't eat it, but starts folding it up. I ask what he's doing. He says he's making a joint. Another joke? He then tells me about having to be careful and hiding drugs from the police, and about this crazy drug trip he went on when he hid drugs up his butt. Honestly, this last part is all a blur. I know the story involved butt drugs, kindergartners, and demons. I looked at my phone and said I had to go, and that this was a very wide-ranging conversation. He agreed and said, "Until we meet again." Out of the corner of my eye, I could see him watching me as I left. Nothing really strange, I guess, but I noticed. That's the last conversation I had with him. I stopped eating lunch and switched to breakfast, wanting to avoid the possibility of seeing him one-on-one again. That also resulted in me crossing paths with him less on campus. My RD recommended I fill out a student concern report because she thought maybe he was acting out in response to his puppy's death. Maybe. I'm not sure what to think. I'm going to end this story with the disclaimer that I'm not trying to be mean. I understand that people struggle with social anxiety in social situations, and that there are mental disabilities/disorders/illnesses that could result in someone acting in ways others could find strange. I don't know for certain if he struggled with anything like that, but I would never cut off a friendship or even an acquaintanceship for those reasons alone. I did enjoy talking to him and brushed off behaviors that stuck out to me because they were harmless, namely referring to the abrupt changes in topic and the repeated offering to bring me food. In his defense, I didn't have to agree to the Kiwis, to get dinner that one time, or to stay in that last conversation as long as I did. That said, it wasn't until the last interaction that I felt any need to distance myself, and I did so immediately. Let me know what you think, and maybe what you would have done in my shoes. I used to do DoorDash on the side, just for some extra cash. Nothing too crazy, until a few months ago when something happened that I still can't stop thinking about. And to be honest, I haven't done a single delivery since. It was around 11 p.m., and I was finishing up my last order for the night. The delivery was in a quiet, upscale LA neighborhood. Nothing out of the ordinary. I pull up, leaving the car running like I always do. Grab the food and drop it off. Super normal. No weird vibes from the customer or anything. But as I walk back to my car, something feels off. I can't explain it, but the air felt heavier, like I could sense something was wrong before I even got to the door. I get in the driver's seat, close the door, and glance in the rearview mirror. That's when I see him. There's a guy sitting in my back seat. Just sitting there, hoodie pulled low over his face, completely still. My heart stopped. I was frozen, staring at him through the mirror, trying to figure out how the heck he got in my car. I managed to stammer out, "Can I help you?" And that's when he leans forward, just a little, and I can finally see his eyes. They were wide and bloodshot, like he hadn't slept in days. He leans back again, and in the calmest voice just says, "Drive." I don't know why, but I did. I started driving, my mind racing, trying to figure out what to do. He didn't say anything else, just sat there, completely calm, while I drove through these dark streets. And I'm just freaking out inside, thinking this is it. This is how I'm going to get robbed, or worse. Then he tells me to turn down a side street. It's dark, Barely any streetlights, and I'm just thinking, this is where it's going to go down. But right as we approach a gas station, well lit, a few people around, I slam on the brakes, throw the car in park, and jump out screaming for help. The gas station clerk runs out, and I'm yelling that there's a guy in my back seat. But when we go back to the car, it's empty. The guy was gone. No sign of him anywhere. He just vanished. I have no idea how he got out so fast or where he went, but I didn't care. I got back in my car, locked the doors, and drove straight home. I've replayed that night over and over in my head, and it still doesn't make any sense. That was months ago, and I haven't touched the DoorDash app since. I don't know if I ever will. It's not worth risking something like that happening again. Recently, I, a 27-year-old female, was out doing some errands when my girlfriend asked if I could pick her up some cigarettes. Simple enough. I decided to stop at a gas station I've been to a time or two before, and walk in and go straight to the counter. I waited for the employee to finish with the person in front of me when a random man cut right in front of me, right as the previous person was finished. I thought whatever, I'm very non-confrontational, and just shrugged it off at no big deal. The employee then proceeded to tell the man that he cut in front of me and that I was next while motioning for me to come forward. The guy then grunted and moved to behind me. I quietly thanked the gas station employee and recognized him from a previous gas station stop. He started talking to me, asking how my day was and what I was doing, and was noticeably more talkative than the previous time. He then started to talk about how cute I looked today, and started commenting about the shorts I was wearing, and I could start to feel the knot in my stomach. I began panicking and quickly trying to get my payment ready, when the employee continued commenting about the length of my shorts, saying, "Those are the shortest I've ever seen." And it's like you're trying to get me turned on. I was absolutely frozen and could only muster a slight uncomfortable chuckle and looked up to see his face. That's when I noticed that he was barely looking at me, but almost staring through me or behind me. I also then remembered that there was another customer behind me and couldn't believe the employee was telling me this with others around. I swiped my card, grabbed the cigarettes, and slowly backed out while the machine processed the payment. As I was backing out, I could hear him continue to say something about wanting me to come back to visit him. But by that point, I was already halfway out the door. Why would an employee tell this to someone, and with someone else right behind me? The whole thing has left me feeling completely creeped out and fearful of gas stations. To make a long story short, there was this man who looked to be in his 30s staring me down at the train station on my way home from school a couple of weeks ago. Initially, I, a 17-year-old female, had been waiting near the station exit because it was absolutely pouring the rain down outside, and I didn't have an umbrella on hand. I ended up waiting for a while after the rain had stopped because that man, who had waited near me for what I presumed to be the same reason, had been staring at me the entire time. I hoped he'd leave before me, but seeing as he didn't, I eventually brushed it off and left the station. Of course, because I wouldn't be writing this if I hadn't, the man followed me. He practically chased me down and managed to catch up to me at a red light. At this point, I was alarmed because the route I have to take to reach my house is actually vacant and quite obscured, and just generally not a safe area to go through alone. Immediately, he started to talk to me, offering to take me to lunch and buy me things. I was polite but very clearly dismissive, and while he talked to me, I quickly decided to turn in the opposite direction to reach one of the main streets where there'd likely be more people, so that I wouldn't have to be alone with him any longer. He followed me there too, and kept insisting on buying me an umbrella, even though it had stopped raining. I politely declined and was walking faster with every moment that passed, but he just seemed to get frustrated and followed me the whole time up until I reached a store. He didn't stop there, of course. He walked into the store with me, and the cashier seemed oblivious to how uncomfortable I was. I tried to distance myself by going through one of the aisles, which was quite narrow, and the guy took that as an opportunity to grab me by the waist and run his hands down my lower back, and I just froze. At that point, I felt defeated and decided to play along, so I told him I'd write down his number at the exit, and he seemed happy with that. He kept touching me, and I feel disgusted just at the memory of it. I'm not even sure how many times he had his hands around me in the span of a few minutes. He'd hug me at some point and grab me by the hands and wrists, and I just barely dodged a kiss. Luckily, I seemed convincing enough, and he didn't follow me all the way to my house like he was insisting on. I didn't see him again for a week, so I started to let my guard down. But as of a few days ago, I keep finding him sat in the front of the train station at the time that I come back from school. I've seen him 4 days in a row now, and although it's probably a coincidence and I shouldn't think much of it, it's a really unpleasant reminder. Every time I see him, he's sitting on a bench on the street that I have to cross, and he just stares at me. It is beyond creepy. I'm a 19-year-old female, and at the time of this story, I worked at a resort. We closed at 10 p.m., and the bus showed up at 10:20 p.m. I'm taking my usual route, and I have my headphones on. Usually when I do, I'm paying attention to shadows, sounds, and looking behind me. One ear is always out. At the point, I'm walking up to my bus stop that's on the right side of the sidewalk. And right across on the left side, there's this doorway entrance. But it created a little nook, if you know what I mean. I always waited in that nook. This time, I decide to stand by the road right next to the actual bus stop. Maybe a minute later, I turn around, and there's this man in the doorway nook. I ignore it, but position myself so I can see him through my side view. A few seconds later, he walks up and asks me if I'm taking the bus. Didn't think much of it because I've had that happen a lot, so I reply with a yes. He says nothing for a few seconds and then says, "I'll be waiting over here." Giggles, then backs up into the nook. A few minutes go by, and he walked up to the bench which my back is facing, so I reposition myself again, and in the corner of my eyes I can see him unzip his bag and slide a pocket knife up his sleeve and walk back to the nook. At this point, I decided to move in front of the bus stop. It's the ones you see with the cover you'll see on the side of the road. You know what I'm talking about. I'm along the curb, so my back's facing everything but him. He then sees that, walks past me and tried to go to the actual bus stop and walk right up behind me. As he's walking behind me, maybe 4 feet away, I turn around and stare at him. He pauses, smiles, backs up and walks around and goes back into the nook. The bus shows up. I should have caught the next one, but he insists I go ahead of him. I get in, and he follows me to the back of the bus. Again, I should have sat up front, and sits in the row right next to me. We would have been shoulder to shoulder if the aisle wasn't there. I was texting my boyfriend the entire time, so he's already at the bus stop waiting for me. The man followed me to my town, gets off with me, walks with me to the end of the sidewalk, and once he saw my boyfriend, turned right around, and he started waiting for the next bus. Hi, so, as the title says, I'm 21. Not sure if gender matters, but I am female. Now this might sound maybe a tad bit overdramatic since it's been years since this incident has happened. that caused this fear, but I just want to get it off my chest as someone who doesn't really talk about it. I personally find this encounter super creepy, especially getting older and being able to look back on it. I've learned a lot from it, so maybe posting what happened could either guide others to stay alert that it could happen to them or know the signs. I live in rural Ohio, so there's not much that goes on here. We don't live in the best area either, with lots of druggies and pedos. Just, if you have kids, you really shouldn't live around here, basically. When I was younger, we didn't really worry much about anything happening to us, or questionable things due to the fact our family is known in this area. My grandpa was a known cop for many years and was extremely respected, and people knew he would fight over us. So nobody really messed with us. We also lived around multiple other children our age. It wasn't uncommon to let your kids run around by themselves before nighttime, because our neighborhood essentially relied on each other and the other kids to keep each other safe. And it worked for the most part. We knew what people to stay away from, and they knew to stay away from us as well. When I was in middle school, the bus ran at 7 a.m., and we would have to be at the end of our long driveway by 7 a.m. to catch the bus on time. And this happened during winter, and our bus tended to be late sometimes, and would reach us around 7:05 to 7:15 the latest. But we made sure to be out at 7 a.m. in case they were on time. It was me and my two cousins. One was 4 years younger than me, and the other was a year older, but we were in the same grade. The road is straight where our driveway is, so cars come by multiple times, and you would be able to see if a car was slowing down and such, and they'd see us as well. We were always told to not stand by the end of the driveway, and always keep a distance, so if a drunk driver or whatever happened to swerve, we would be okay for the most part. We were at the age where me and my cousin, who was in the same grade as me, essentially babysat the younger cousin, and we didn't have an adult accompany us at the end of the driveway anymore. It was super cold that day, and the sun was just coming up, and we were annoyed because the bus was late while waiting in the cold. I noticed a car was coming, and again, this happened all the time, so it wasn't like I was checking it out or anything. I just noticed it, and went back to listening to music on my phone. I hear a loud brake sound, so I look up, and the car is in front of our driveway now fully stopped. The man in the car was waving his hand towards us to signal us to come closer to him, and of course, I refused, and was frozen in my spot because this never happened before. He could tell we were obviously shaken back by this, and said he worked for a school but was lost, and he just got hired. He named a school that was an hour away. Remind you, it's past 7 a.m. at this point, and I immediately knew he was lying. It didn't make sense to me why he would be lost at a job he said he already got. Plus it being this late, I'd think he would already be at the school. No way would he be lost to the point he's an hour away from the district. And signaling children to his car, the way he did if he was a teacher at all. It also made no sense to me logically how he would be lost from a job he obviously had to go in to get hired for. This was before Zoom and all those things, I'm pretty sure. I immediately said I'm going to get an adult, and he clearly panicked and said it wasn't necessary, that he just wanted us to get closer and show him where to go. I pointed straight. I truly don't know the direction to the district, but that was not my main focus, honestly. I told him to go straight and he ignored me. My little cousin was moving towards his car, and I grabbed him by his hair and kept him by me. I refused to let go of his head. I'm shaking and I'm trying to not show I'm scared because I don't know what's about to happen. The driveway is a long one as well. Like I truly didn't feel safe turning my back on him. I have my other hand on my phone and I'm shaking, so I'm struggling with gloves on, but I'm able to call my mom, and thank God she answers. She usually would ignore my calls and be on the phone with her boyfriend. The guy gets out of his car when he sees I'm on the phone with someone, and I start immediately sobbing and telling my mom there's a man out here, and I think he's going to hurt us. She comes out running, and the second she gets closer and he sees her, he bolts back to his car and dashes away. A car that was around the corner of the road also dashed away as well. Now looking back is even more scary, since if it was just someone who needed to get past said car that was in the middle of the road by our driveway, they would have just either honked or gone on the other lane to pass them. They definitely also saw the entire thing, and didn't get out of their car to help us or anything. So it makes me think they were also in on this entire situation. I'm forced to go to school that day, and my mom calls the cops. And when I get home, I find out even more horrible news that just made me realize my gut feeling was correct. My mom told them the car and how it looked and such, and they found an abandoned car that matched her description just up the road, so they found who it belonged to and eventually found out he wasn't a school teacher. He worked on the barges. The cops said they thought it dealt with sex trafficking from the looks of it, and they didn't even catch him since they already left on the boat or whatever. Who knows what would have happened if he got one of us? I'm assuming we would have been on that boat and horrible things would have happened. It's truly terrifying, and to this day I refuse to go near the road. I still have recurring nightmares of it. I'm always on alert now too, which I most definitely should have been more alert back then, but I was just a kid and clearly didn't realize how it would have affected me in real time. I'm a 29-year-old man from the Philippines, and even though this incident occurred back in 2013, over a decade ago, I still find myself haunted by it every time I return to my hometown. At the time, I was just an 18-year-old college student. It was the night of our department's socialization party, which had wrapped up around midnight. As the only one among my friends with a car, I had always taken on the role of the designated driver. After dropping my friends off at their homes, I was parking in my usual spot, just a few houses away from my own, due to the limited parking in our area. As I was about to exit the car, I noticed a girl standing near the entrance of the alleyway leading to my house, and several others, wearing a shirt with our department's logo. I assumed she had just walked back from the party. In front of her, a man in his late 20s, clad in a hoodie, stood ominously, seemingly blocking her path. The girl locked eyes with me, and I immediately recognized her expression. It was a silent plea for help. Instinct kicked in. I grabbed my bag and stepped out of the car. The man, noticing my presence, began to walk into the alleyway. When I reached the girl, he had vanished from sight. It felt as though whatever threatening situation had occurred moments before was over, and I was tempted to walk away. But then I caught sight of the strange man again. He was leaning against the wall of a nearby house, his gaze fixed on me. A chill ran down my spine, and just then the girl called out from behind me. Her voice trembled with fear, and I saw her approach, visibly shaken. "Can you walk with me to my apartment at the end of the alleyway?" she asked, explaining that the man had been silently blocking her way. I glanced back at the man. He appeared intoxicated, perhaps drunk or on drugs. We began to walk, our breaths shallow as we passed by him. After putting some distance between us, I glanced back. To my horror, he was following us. We had already passed my house at that point, but I couldn't leave this girl to face him alone. As fear coursed through me, she suddenly broke into a full sprint, and I had no choice but to keep pace with her. We reached the gate to her apartment, and she hastily swung it open, slamming it shut behind us. We then dashed into the building, where a second gate stood, this one smaller, likely designed to keep pets from escaping. She opened it, and we slipped through just as the sound of the man approaching the first gate reached our ears. We bolted up the stairs, making our way to the third floor. Breathless, the girl knocked urgently but softly at her apartment door. After what felt like an eternity, it swung open, revealing her friends, a guy and a girl around her age. They looked bewildered but quickly locked the door behind us and led us into the bedroom. They turned off the lights, and we just sat there silently with our hearts pounding. The girl broke down in tears, recounting the terrifying events to her friends. She revealed that the man had been following her for 10 to 15 minutes, and she expressed relief at having seen me. Unsure of what to do next, I called my aunt, who was staying at our house that night. Thankfully, she answered swiftly. I urged her to call the police. At this time, we could now hear the man pacing around the apartment, seemingly looking for us. He was mumbling something we couldn't hear well from the other side of the door. A few minutes later, my phone rang with an unknown number. It was my uncle, a policeman, reassuring me that help was on the way. What felt like hours dragged on, and eventually the police arrived. My uncle instructed me via phone to come downstairs and recount the ordeal to the officers. They informed us that they had seen the man wandering around the gate and eventually into the far end of the alleyway. Once the police had finished their inquiries, they allowed me to go home. I recounted the entire story to my aunt, who urged me to get some rest. Despite my exhaustion, sleep eluded me as my mind raced with thoughts of the strange man. What if he had caught up with us, armed with a knife or some weapon? I fought to dispel the terrifying images racing through my mind, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he might be watching me in the dark, a knife glinting menacingly in his hand. So I'm new to this city for a concert I'm going to see. It's my first time traveling alone, so I feel like the safest spot for me is to just relax and read some manga in the city library, while I wait for my hotel check-in time to come. Well, I guess I picked a bad spot to read at, because people kept trying to talk with me, which is fine, but I'm too shy to just tell them to go away. One person sat at a table across from me, and asked me where I'm from and who I came with. Obviously I lied, even though I assumed this person was an older lady. They were wearing a hat and thick coat, so I couldn't really tell. I was nicer to them than I should have been, since I assumed this older lady was the chatty type. She says I look young and have nice hair and stuff, and asks if I'm from around here and where my parents are. I'm an adult. Well, turns out they're not a lady. As I got a closer look at them, as he came closer, and he comes to sit next to me. He asks for my number, and stupidly I did give him my actual phone number. He wrote his down and his name, and asked me to write my name too. I put a fake name. Then he gives me his phone to put in the info, and compares the written to what I put on his phone. Real number, fake name. I can't bring myself to refuse since none of the librarians were looking our way, and he was very big, so I didn't want to make him mad or something. Then he turns to leave and asks what he can call me, and I'm just like, oh, just whenever, haha. Obviously I blocked him when he tried to call later, so I hope that he assumes my number was fake too. But as he left, he asked if I had Facebook, and I said no, and then he asks to take a photo of me. He's like, can I take some pictures of you if you don't have a Facebook? And I nervously laugh, like, no. Honestly, what was he even thinking? Anyway, I don't think I'll visit a big city library ever again. I'll just go to Barnes & Noble next time. I was walking the 4 blocks to the JCC by my house and meeting my 2 best friends who were sisters, D and B. I was walking and feeling relaxed because I'd walked to the J a million times before. I started walking past a small empty office building, and that's when I noticed a dark car idling way in the back. The car had tinted windows, and the driver rolled down his window and said I was very beautiful and asked if I'd modeled. He had sunglasses and a baseball cap on. He also had a salt and pepper red beard. He looked like he was in his 30s or 40s. I said yes, and he asked if I could take my pictures. I stupidly told him my plans to meet B&D. He said he could tell that I'd modeled. I was getting more creeped out. He continued to talk to me and took a couple of photos. As he continued to talk to me, I got a bad feeling. My heart dropped into my stomach. I remembered what my parents said about not talking to strangers, and all of my alarm bells were going off. He slightly moved his car and it terrified me. He asked me to come over so he could get better pictures. Suddenly, it was like I was hyper aware of everything. I told him I had to meet my mom, which was different from what I told him earlier, but I didn't even think of that because I was so terrified. He kept trying to get me closer to his car. I saw a woman watering her lawn, and I said she was my mom, and I broke off in a sprint all the way home. I was shaking and crying by the time I got home. I told my mom and she took me to the police station. To my shock, D and B were there too. He'd gone to the JCC where I said I was meeting them. He just took their pictures, which they thought was funny. We did a police sketch and found out there was another girl he'd taken pictures of and tried to take her. They never caught him. And it also scares me thinking about this guy, and who knows what else on the loose. To start, I'm a 17-year-old female, and I am in the 12th grade. I already have somewhat of a fear of older men/men in general due to my own experiences. Another thing is that I have a really intense anxiety, so it makes it hard for me to make my discomfort known. I had this math teacher back in my 11th grade year who really creeped me out as he would get really close to me, like I could smell his breath close. He would touch my shoulder or shake me as a joke, which put me off, but I shoved the feeling down as I thought my fear was clouding my judgment. Well, until this year. This year, I had class that required me to walk past his room to get to my first period. Normally, I would just not make eye contact to not start a conversation. It worked for a while, until one day I was walking past, but was stopped by him. He grabbed me by my shoulder and wouldn't let me go until I smiled at him. I did smile at him, and after that he let me go, and I quickly ran towards my first period. Now I avoid that hallway entirely, despite me having to walk up and down stairs to avoid him. Turns out, other female students also found her very creepy, after I told my friends that I found him creepy as well. So back when I was 13, the summer before 8th grade, I went on a trip for a month to Venezuela and Puerto Rico with my then best friend. My first creeper encounter was when we went to Playa Agua. I think that's the name, it's a beach. First of all, it was beautiful. It looked like a postcard. And while this isn't really relevant, everyone wore really revealing bathing suits. Everyone. Though I guess it's somewhat relevant considering that I and my friend were the only ones wearing normal bathing suits. So you wouldn't think that we wouldn't gather any attention. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Well, once we had our towel and stuff set up, we were going to go ahead and get in the water, so we took our shirts off. We were wearing our swimsuits underneath, when we noticed a 40-something-year-old man staring at us. I'm pretty sure that he wasn't a local, but another tourist like us. We didn't even look mature for our age. If anything, we could have probably passed for 11-year-olds. And it was weird that he was staring at us given there was an abundance of girls our age who were wearing other, more revealing bikinis. In that same vein, neither of us were particularly attractive. Maybe he liked us because we were obviously American. We glared at him and he kept on staring. We figured screw it and took off our shorts and hauled butt into the water. Stupid, I know, but we were 13. Anyways, by the time we went back, he was gone. The second encounter was on the return trip back. We were waiting in the Miami airport for our connection back home when I wanted to get a drink. As I was waiting in line, some guy I'd say about in his 20s comes up behind me and whispers, "I really like you." I just turned and gave him a what the heck look until he eventually shifted away. I decided to not get any drinks by myself after that. But anyways, those were my stories. I hope you enjoyed. Okay, so I went on vacation with my mom and sister to Florida a few years back during spring break. The area where we stayed is a nice neighborhood, a neighborhood full of people's summer homes and getaway houses. We were staying in my mom's best friend's beach house, and the three of us were walking home from the house where my aunts and cousins were staying. Now, mind you, these streets are pretty dark. There are a few streetlights on the corners, but otherwise, when it's dark, it's dark. So my mom, sister, and I are walking down the road back to our beach house. My mom is walking ahead of my sister and I. We're walking side by side. And we cross an intersection and see a man in what appears to be a white button-up top and nice black slacks with an undone tie resting on his shoulders. He's a good few yards away, but he starts talking to us. "Hey, pretty ladies, do you guys have any jumper cables? My car just broke down back there and I could use some help," he said. Looking past him, there was no car. There was a streetlight near him and we could see that he was alone. "No, sorry, we don't have our car here," I replied, taking my sister's arm and walking faster. The creepier part is that he starts following us at a distance. I periodically look over my shoulder and can still see him walking slowly behind us. Eventually, we think we lose him, but there's still a feeling of unease in the pit of my stomach. So my sister, mom, and I make it back to the beach house, and my sister and I quickly lock the screen door, turn the front porch lights off, and close the blinds inside the house, keeping a careful eye to the outside from the windows. My mom thinks that we're being ridiculous and the guy genuinely just needed some help. But I know my gut and I wouldn't be feeling uneasy if I didn't think it was suspicious. A few minutes later, guess who was walking down the street? The man in the white button-up stands and stares straight at my sister and I through the window from the street. I guess we weren't being that subtle. And then keeps walking, disappearing into the night. I have never been so terrified in my entire life. I recently turned 28, and I've had a crazy year. Started a new business with all that entails, and in the beginning of July, I felt absolutely exhausted. I had finally reached the point where my small business didn't need constant maintaining, and I saw my chance to escape and have a mini vacation. I sat down with my laptop and started looking for a suitable place to rent, and saw a photo of this adorable old-fashioned cottage in Gotland, an island in Scandinavia. I read up on the area and felt very drawn to the old history and culture surrounding the place, and soon I had made the arrangements to go there. The cottage belonged to an elderly couple who lived in a larger house further down the road, but other than that, there were no neighbors. The sea was only a short walk away with a private beach. It was heaven. I spent my days outdoors, swimming, hiking, renting a bike, and just enjoying the fairy tale inspiring nature. Maybe my happy mindset and the fact that I was determined to relax and rest caused me to ignore the slightly alarming details that kept adding up. Every evening as I got home to the cottage, some tiny little thing would have changed. The flower pot outside the door would be turned the other way. The thermostat would be turned up, and my passport that I could have sworn that I had left on the kitchen table would be moved to the counter. One day, I woke up feeling strangely sick, in a diffused sort of way. So instead of leaving the house right after breakfast, I went back to bed. Less than an hour later, I can hear a key turning and the front door opening. Slow steps walking around the living room and kitchen area outside the bedroom. Since I had clearly heard the key turning in the lock, I felt that it must be the landlord, and opened the door to the living room without hesitation. The man standing in the middle of the room looked absolutely stunned to see me, and it wasn't the landlord. "Who are you?" I asked, since it wasn't the elderly house owner but a younger bloke. "Sorry, I thought you were out," he smiled. "I'm Tommy. I look after the place for my parents. I stopped by just to make sure that your fire alarm is working. I hope I didn't scare you." "No, I don't scare easily," I replied, and informed him that there's no fire alarm in the cottage. In fact, I had already looked for that. "Oh, I'll buy one and come by with it later then," he said as he left in a hurry. The rest of that day, I had a lingering feeling of uneasiness, but I pushed it to the back of my mind, and come morning, I had successfully moved on from the incident. It wasn't until my last evening before going back home that it happened. I was packing my bags, loud music playing, cleaning up a bit, and just getting ready to leave early the following morning. It was dark outside now, and I suddenly realized that I couldn't locate my new sunglasses. I thought maybe I had left them outside when sunbathing, and I switched on the outdoor lighting just to see if I could spot them on the grass. And I was shocked to see a large figure standing pressed against the French window. I could only see the shape of him, but I knew instinctively that it was him. I switched off the lights inside the cottage to make it harder for him to see me, and ran around, checking that all the windows were locked. The next time I looked his way, he was gone. I felt so shaken and uncomfortable with his experience that I decided to leave and spend the night at the airport awaiting my flight. Only problem was I had to walk across the dark garden to my car, and he could be lurking anywhere. I didn't know what he wanted or why. Was he just a perv or actually dangerous? I even considered phoning the police, but thought of how ridiculous my story would sound. So instead, I took my backpack, selected a large and intimidating looking knife from the kitchen, opened the door, and ran for dear life to my car. I can't be sure that it wasn't my imagination, but I felt certain that I heard movement among the thick brushes as I ran past him, and I shouted, "I got a knife, stay away from me." I spent the night at the airport and went back home the following day, not as rested or relaxed as I had hoped, but it did take my mind off of my business for a while. I'm unsure of the intentions my parents had, as in if they were going to kidnap me or anything. Reading these stories made me remember a potential creeper story, so I'll post it here. I was around 7 or 8 and on vacation with my mom and her best friend in the Dominican Republic. Punta Cana, I think. So I was swimming around and I met this girl. From what I remember, she seemed to be about my age, but I don't remember her name at all. Maybe it was Sarah, so I'll call her that. We would swim around and splash each other and all that good stuff. One day we were sitting at the pool bar drinking some chocolate shakes when she nervously tells me that her parents got a watch stolen from them by a maid. She didn't know much about it, and we quickly went back to playing. Thinking back now, the nervousness was odd. The following day, I was setting out with my mom and her best friend when Sarah and her parents come up to me and ask if I want to go with them to their room to find the watch by myself. I remember them looking kind of unkempt, and their presence was a little strange. I asked for permission to go, but was told no. Of course, I was pretty bummed, but thank God for my mom's A-plus parenting. I just asked her about it, and the reason she said no was because there was no reason for me to be going with them. Not that she thought I would be kidnapped. But looking back on it now, it does seem just a little bit creepy. I can't think of any other encounters I've had, but if I do, I'll be sure to post. I don't know where else to go with this, and it still bothers me. So, sorry if this isn't exactly fitting for this subreddit. This was maybe 6 to 7 years ago. I have photos on my camera still, but I think I haven't charged it in ages. Gave up on photography. You know how it is. So I hope that y'all will just trust me. So we've been going on these trips as a family for a really long time now. Probably 17 years if I had to guess. I won't say where it is that we go, but it's the Australian bush just to give y'all an idea of the setting. Anyway, we've had a few creepy experiences there, but nothing inexplicable. But this event still weirds me out, and I can't really think of anything that explains it. The year of this, my sister, cousin, dad, and myself all drove up together, and were the first to arrive at the house. We had to wait for my grandma to arrive with the key, so my dad sat on the deck with a beer, and my cousin and I went on a little journey. The three of us made our way to a little creek not far from the house that we nicknamed Bride to Terabithia, because of a tree that had fallen and acted like a bridge for us to use to cross the creek. This creek never had water in it though, and was not deep or wide, so we could easily walk through it, but the tree was fun. Anyways, my cousin makes an off-the-cuff comment as we walk across the tree, asking sort of sarcastically, "Is there something dead around here?" because of how many flies that were there. Lo and behold, we get to the other side, and there was something dead. We were greeted with a dead kangaroo. Nothing too jarring. I had seen plenty on the side of the road, but this one was cut clean in half. And when I say clean, I mean clean. Like it was a perfect half. There wasn't an ounce of blood on the fur, no blood on the ground, and the top half was nowhere to be found. I happened to have my camera on me and took some photos of it. Then my cousin poked it with a stick, and literally hundreds of flies came out. My cousin and sister kept poking at it, trying to move it into the creek, but a fully grown kangaroo, even half of one, isn't exactly light. Their sticks broke, so I grabbed it by the tail and pulled it into the creek so that we could bury it, but we really just covered it with sticks and flowers. We looked around up top everywhere for the second half, or a trace of what might have happened to it, but we couldn't find anything. We ended up going back down into the creek and walking through it looking for something, and what we found only made it even more confusing. We found, if I'm remembering it correctly, 4 dead rabbits, but only their bottom halves, all lined up neatly along the floor of the creek until it reached thick brush that we couldn't walk through. Same thing with these rabbits though. No top halves to be found, no blood anywhere, and cut clean in half. Sorry if this was way longer than intended, but I hope that y'all will read through it and maybe give me some ideas to explain what this was. P.S. We still go to this area every year, and have never seen anything like this again. To start this story, I'm a male, and I was maybe 9 years old when this happened. My family and I were in the middle of a great family road trip in the American Southwest. While we were driving through Colorado, we all needed to go to the bathroom and stretch our legs, so we decided to stop at the nearest gas station. We had just visited the Grand Canyon, so this tiny gas station we stopped at shortly afterwards was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. At this point, neither my parents nor my 2 brothers were in any hurry to get back into the car for another day of driving through the desert. So, after we had done our business, my parents stayed inside the gas station to look at food and enjoy the free air conditioning, leaving my brothers and I to walk around the parking lot and stretch our legs. As I said before, this gas station was in the middle of nowhere, so I had assumed that we were the only ones there. But boy was I wrong. I came to discover that we were not alone after wandering away from the storefront to the side of the building, where I saw a blue sedan parked but still running in the farthest spot away from me. I gave it a passing glance and assumed the car was owned by tourists like me. I kicked rocks against the wall of the building for a while, not really paying attention to the car, until I eventually heard the sound of feet running towards me. I looked up to see a wild-haired man who kind of looked like Andrew WK making a beeline from the car to me, all while making eye contact with me the entire time. I'll never forget the wild look in his eyes, or the way his stare caused me to completely freeze up and grip the wall of the building, as if the world had flipped upside down and I was at risk of falling off. I was only a little kid, and I didn't really understand what was going on, but I knew that this man could hurt me, and he was coming right at me. I experienced a weird sensation where everything happened so fast. but at the same time, I felt as though everything was moving at half speed. As I stood there frozen to the wall of the gas station, the wild-eyed man took what seemed like an eternity to finally reach me. As soon as he was within reaching distance from me, my heartbeat quickened as I braced myself for whatever was about to happen. It was at the climax of that movement when I felt a hand grab my shoulder from behind, breaking me out of the trance that I was under. It was my brother, grabbing me from behind to tell me that our parents were done browsing the snacks at the gas station and that we were about to pack the car up again and leave. It was at that moment when my brother rounded the corner that caused the man to change his route at the last minute and run right past us. The man ran a lap around the parking lot and then hauled himself back to the car that he came from and peeled out of the parking lot as fast as he could. It seemed as if no one in my family, not even my brother who had grabbed me, had noticed the man or the car at all. As his blue sedan drove into the desert, I shrugged it off and piled back into the minivan, and we went on our way as if nothing had happened. I was so young that I didn't even think to mention it to my family. Hi, I've been a lurker for quite some time now, and all these stories made me think about some creepy encounters of my own. I decided I would tell this story first, because this one is that. Even though it's a long time ago, I remember it quite well. My mom and I went on vacation to Italy a few times. This time we could stay in the house that's owned by the uncle of my mom. It was a nice house with a gate on top of a hill. My mom spent a lot of time there as a kid and as a teenager. When she was 14, she started dating an Italian boy who lived pretty close to where the Vatican home is. When we went there on vacation, she thought that it was a really nice idea to visit his parents who still lived in the area. She had stayed there a few times when she would go alone to visit her Italian boyfriend, so she was really curious about how things were going with his parents. We picked a day and headed out to buy bus tickets and went on our way. The bus was quite full and very hot. I was so happy to finally get out of there after about 2 hours. I won't get into too many details about the time that we spent visiting the parents of the Italian guy that she had dated, but we stayed there all day, so now it was dark out, and thankfully less hot. So that could only be a good thing when we had to go back to the bus again. Or so I thought. A bus pulled up to the side where we were waiting. The bus didn't look like anything like the bus we took when we went there. This bus was like the one that you would take if you went on vacation with a bus. Now that I think of it, it was really stupid for us to not look at the logo or even get in, but we just went in even though we thought it was strange. The whole bus was completely empty, so we took the first seats right next to the driver. He wasn't that creepy looking, just normal, I guess. Not all creepers look creepy, but still, there was something off. We had tickets for the bus, and since there was no ticket machine in this bus, my mom asked what she needed to do with them. He looked at them and just ripped something off and said it was okay. His English was not very good either, or he might have just pretended, so, he can pretend not to understand something we said. We got to an intersection where one was to our area, and the other one went somewhere else, and the driver took the wrong one. My mom and I got worried, so my mom asked him why he was going the wrong way, and he said that it was the right way. I could feel myself getting anxious, but at the same time I was young, so I still believed that he wouldn't do anything bad to us. For that time that I was in the bus, my mom decided now that we were not too far away from the place that we visited. She needed to do something. She pretended to get sick and told him to stop. He didn't want to and just kept driving. My mom stayed very persistent, and when she told him that she was going to vomit, he finally stopped alongside the road, and we quickly got out. While my mom faked throwing up, she was standing with her back to the bus. But I looked at it, and while I locked eyes with the driver, he turned off the lights inside the bus and closed the doors. For some reason, him turning the lights off really got me creeped out, and wondering what he was planning to do to us. My knees were actually starting to feel weak. We quickly walked back to the place that we visited. Outside of their building, there were like cafes and the real bus stop that we actually had to stand instead of where we were waiting in the first place. Traveling in a country, you don't live in a can, and it can be a real struggle. But anyways, in one of the cafes, my mom called a taxi since the bus driver had ripped our bus tickets. I remember both my mom and I were pretty shaken up by this weird and creepy experience, and I felt like I couldn't even trust this taxi driver. We decided that we wouldn't let him bring us all the way up to the top of the hill, and made him stop halfway up there, so we had to walk only halfway up. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this taxi driver, but we were just careful. Really careful after what had just happened. We got out and went up the hill, and while we were walking, we suddenly heard a loud breathing behind us. We both freaked out, and at first, I didn't want or dare to look behind me. But when I finally got the courage to do so, I saw a man walking his dog. Not sure which one of them breathed so loudly, but at least now I can laugh about that part at least. I think we even ran up the hill for the last bit. I've never been so happy to arrive safely back to my vacation house. This might not be the scariest story that you've ever read here, but I thought that I should still share it. I can't stay a lurker forever. There's this story going on now here of two Dutch girls. I'm Dutch as well. And they were on vacation, and they're missing. So it made me think of this story again. Back in the summer of 2017, a group of around a dozen peers pitched in for a house to get away and celebrate a birthday. A basic residential area around semi-rural lake near Shelton, Washington. The house had a separate garage with a few beds, where myself and a few others were sleeping that night. The house sat above the lake with a deck as well as a little pier down in the water. After a long day of cooking, drinking, and playing games, it was time to crash at around 2 a.m. With more people than beds, some were on couches on the floor of the living room. Folks had been drinking fairly heavily and were out cold. At around 3:30 a.m., I woke up with a need to use the bathroom. As I'm putting my pants on, I notice out the window the long, diffuse shadow of a person moving in some light on the street outside. I thought nothing of it. Somebody just walking their dog or something. I made the walk across the driveway with the key in hand and notice the door is unlocked. I go in to find a friend checking their phone in that drunken daze after only a short amount of sleep. Confused, he whispered, "Weren't you just in here?" They ask. I say no, and they ask if someone else from the garage was out of bed. I said no again, and my buddy shook it off, albeit super confused. Confused myself and a bit amused, I did my business and returned to bed, locking the door behind me. The next morning, all were awake and in the main space cooking breakfast and enjoying the sunshine. Two of my other friends, a couple, asked if there was any open windows in the house overnight, as one of them was convinced that a draft opened their door from a cracked position. Their bedroom was at the back of the house, past at least 5 people sleeping in the living room and 2 other bedrooms. There was one open window, but no others in the house, so I'm not sure about the draft. The guy that I had spoken to during my bathroom trip piped in to ask if they know what time this happened. They said right around 3:30, right when he thought that he saw me walk through the house, and I saw the shadow move down the street. We all got chills when all these details came to bear. It was then that somebody brought up a Twitter or Facebook post about somebody reportedly breaking into homes in the area for months. That story is linked below. We never reported anything as we're not sure that this is what happened. Turns out the guy was a perv and liked to watch women sleep. Now, all 3 of these events could totally be coincidence. But looking back at these years later, I'm convinced that our rental was victimized by this creep. Nobody in our group was armed, and I'm not sure if there was any security system. I also am fairly confident that I'm not the one who left the door unlocked. I hope you enjoyed the story, because it definitely gave us all the creeps. This is my first post on this sub, but I've frequented it for a while. This is really the only experience I've had that would fit on this sub, and it felt so surreal while it was happening. So, I'm a 21-year-old male, and this experience happened last summer, while I was on vacation at Myrtle Beach with my family. We were staying in a resort right on the beach, and we're on the 13th or 14th floor in a sort of timeshare. One night, I was feeling restless and having a hard time falling asleep, and at around 3 a.m., I decided to go out on the balcony to get some air. I stepped out and was stunned as there was a full moon, and the moonlight on the water was really beautiful. The beach was completely empty as far as I could see, and I had never seen it like that before. I decided since I wasn't able to sleep, I might as well head down, take a stroll, and listen to some music to relax. Hopefully when I returned I'd be able to get some sleep. It was really unsafe and dumb of me, but since it was 3 a.m. and the rest of my family was asleep, I decided to just head down without letting anyone know I was going, as I thought I'd just go and chill there for 10-15 minutes, then come right back up. So at the base of the timeshare we were at, there was an area with a pool, an outdoor bar, and then 2 boardwalks separated by about 100 feet, which both led to the beach. On the sides of the boardwalks, there were swaths of tall grass separating the ocean and the resort. When I got down to the base, the entire area was completely deserted, and I started walking down the boardwalk on the right towards the beach. As I'm walking down, I suddenly see someone approaching me from the beach, which was strange because I had a pretty clear view of this same area from the balcony just before, and had literally seen no one. I start to get a bit nervous as I see this figure approach, and as I get closer, I see it as a man, maybe in his late 30s, who has a backpack on and is wearing glasses with large, square lenses. As he gets closer, I get a clearer look at him as the boardwalk is sort of illuminated by lights from the outdoor bar. He looks very on edge and alert, almost like he is trying to find someone who is trying to meet him in this area, and his clothes are somewhat tattered. We made eye contact and I sort of nodded him and pass. At this point I'm creeped out, because honest to God he had a sort of Jeffrey Dahmer look, maybe it was the glasses, and he just didn't seem like he actually belonged to the timeshare. I shake it off and keep walking down to the beach and put my headphones in. As I get down to the beach, I turn right and start walking parallel to the water, and I'm just taking in the scenery. I'm barefoot, and decided it'd be nice to walk just along the shoreline, so I move closer to the water and continue walking. I'm walking for no longer than a minute before I get a really strange feeling that something is wrong. I take off my headphones and turn around, and I see a dark figure that is trailing me just up shore. He is situated in between me and the timeshare. I immediately can tell from the figure's height, body type, and demeanor that it is the same man I passed on the boardwalk. At this point, I'm starting to panic, as every story from Let's Not Meet is rushing to my head. At the same time, I'm trying to rationalize as it feels too surreal that I may actually be in a dangerous situation. So I remind myself it could just be a coincidence, and the man decided he also wanted to take a walk on the beach, and just happened to be headed in the same direction as me. So I take some breaths and turn my head back to the ocean and continue walking in the same direction. After a couple seconds, I turn my head back again, and see that now he is much closer to me, and is not walking parallel to me, but is definitely actually walking towards me. I pick up my walking speed now, and turn my head back around, and see he is matching my faster pace and is still walking towards me in the water. Still, for some reason I think, okay, maybe he also wants to walk by the water. There's no way I'm actually being followed by a creepy man on a deserted beach. So at this point, to truly test it, I do a 180 and completely change directions, and as I turn my head, I see him completely change directions with me and continue closing in distance. And he is power walking now. It suddenly hits me that I'm in a really bad situation, and I take off in a run along the water, and he starts running as well, but stays up shore of me so that if I try to run up towards the boardwalk, he will intercept me. I'm freaking out now and just keep running with no plan, but figure that since I'm 20 and sort of fit, I should probably be able to keep running along the water and outrun him, and then find some other exit off the beach and either call my family or head back to the timeshare on the road. So I keep running, but he's keeping up with me, and this goes on for what feels like 10, 15 minutes. The scariest part of all this, which I wouldn't have thought of, is it is completely dead silent. All I hear is my breath and feet on the sand, and when I turn, I only see his shadowy figure up shore, keeping pace with me. Suddenly, up ahead in the sand, I see a small blue light and what looks like 4 people on the beach with a blanket. They are a bit upshore. I turn and look at the figure and bet even though they are upshore, I can beat him to these people. So I start sprinting towards them with hopes of quickly telling them what's going on so we can all confront him. I really use up my energy sprinting towards them, and as I approach, my heart drops. What I see is 4 guys on a blanket with 3 or 4 handles of hard liquor surrounding them. 3 of the handles are empty, and the 4th is about half empty. 3 of the guys are just completely passed out on the blankets, and the last is half sat up, obviously beyond drunk, with a sort of party hat on that has blue lights on it, and he is talking to himself. His eyes are half closed, and he doesn't even register me approaching him, even though now I'm no more than 5 feet away. I turn and see the figure has slowed down and is observing me, and then I see he makes sense of the group's state and suddenly starts sprinting at me. As he gets closer, the half-passed-out guy's blue light illuminates him, and I can clearly see it's the same guy as before. I make eye contact with him, and I can see he's wide-eyed and looks almost manic, and is barreling at me full sprint. At this point, I decide I have to do something decisive. It seemed like I had underestimated his fitness, and since I had just sprinted towards this group and exhausted myself, I was afraid that he might actually be able to catch up to me if we just continued running along the beach indefinitely, and then who knows what. So, instead of turning around and running, I suddenly sprint towards him and to the right, which I don't think he was expecting at all. I catch him off balance and run past him, and I literally am full sprinting back to the timeshare without even looking back. Literally all the hairs on my neck were standing, and it felt like a dream where you're barely evading someone but he's right about to catch you. The adrenaline was crazy, and I keep running and start to see the timeshare. I finally turn around to see how close he is, and I see him in the distance maybe 400 to 500 feet away. He's lost a lot of distance on me. I don't waste any time and sprint up the boardwalk and towards the base of the timeshare. I jam the elevator buttons and leap in, and start mashing the close door button as I'm gasping for air. The door closes, and I hit the button for my floor, and when the elevator reaches, I literally sprint back to my room, open the door, enter, and then slam the door and double lock it. I'm breathing heavy and I drop to the floor and just sit there for a minute, not believing what just happened. I crouch and crawl over to my room, as I was literally afraid he might be able to see me through the window on our balcony, and I enter my room. Let's just say I definitely wasn't able to sleep after that. Guy who chased me on the beach, let's not meet again. I was on vacation with my family when I was about 14. I was in the pool, which had a bar attached, and I was casually talking to this group of British people. I want to say it was all guys, but I think I remember a girl being with them. I started drinking a bit with them. The legal drinking age was 18, but the people who I was drinking with gave me an extra wristband they had because apparently they were leaving the resort that day and wanted to give it to someone. My parents didn't know about this, and neither of them knew that I was drinking. They were clearly a lot older and kept putting drink after drink in my hand. and I was ecstatic because I was, well, getting drunk in a pool in Cancun and out of sight from my mother. They started to try to convince me that one of the guys in the group was 15 and that I should talk to him because he liked me. Even then, I knew he definitely wasn't 15, but he also wasn't as old as the others who seemed to be in their late 30s. In hindsight, I'm thinking probably mid to late 20s. I was young and just thought they were joking around with me. They kept telling me that he liked me and I should go hang out with him. I laughed it off the first time, but they kept suggesting. Keep in mind, this whole time my dad was in the same pool talking to his friend, and he had his eyes on me for almost the whole time. My parents are very strict. He didn't know what I was drinking was alcoholic, and the pool was big enough that you couldn't hear what was being said. At that point, I was totally wasted, and my first time actually getting seriously drunk. I don't even remember leaving the pool with this guy trying to tell me that he was 15, but apparently my idiot self did, because I remember thinking that he was cute. The resort is huge, and I don't know how I don't remember walking through the whole thing and not remembering it. I wonder what we spoke about. The next thing I remember is walking and approaching a bus stop that was a 10-minute walk from the resort. I know that it was 10 minutes because my family and I often went to the bus stop to explore Cancun. He told me that I had a nice body, and asked me other things as well. I just started laughing, and he sat on the bus bench and pulled me onto his lap. At this point, my world is spinning, so I don't protest, even though I remember thinking I wanted to be back at the pool. It was then that something beautiful happened. I threw up all over him. Remember, I'm on his lap at this point, so it was like right in his face and on his chest. And I just kept throwing up, like Exorcist-level projectile vomiting. He was extremely grossed out, and I don't remember what was being said, but we ended up walking back to the resort, and I never saw him again. I remember feeling so embarrassed, which is ridiculous in hindsight. I wobbled back to the pool area covered in throw up, where my mom had called the police, and her and my dad were freaking out. My mom's piercing voice sobered me up a bit, because I remember these parts a lot clearer, even though they're still hazy. They saw how drunk I was and demanded to know what happened, so I told them. Then they got furious. My mom was adamant on finding that guy or his friends who had all disappeared from the pool. I didn't really see what the big deal was back then and why she wanted to find them. To this day, I think about what would have happened if I hadn't thrown up like that and actually left with him. I was 5'2" and 14 years old, and he was at least a foot taller than me, and definitely not a minor. I remember when he was close to me, with no one around, and even in my extremely drunk state, I started to get a bit nervous. My parents took me back to our hotel room, and I spent hours in the bathtub just throwing up. My mom was furious, like completely livid. I wasn't too surprised at that because she yelled at me over trivial things all the time. So was my dad, which did surprise me, because he's always so easygoing, and honestly probably would have been a bit amused at me being drunk, throwing up. Not in a cruel way, but because I was learning a lesson about alcohol that we all eventually do. He actually straight up told me that at some point before this whole vacation. But I know that his anger wasn't directed towards me. He was cursing about the guy. I was still throwing up in the bathtub, and they had both went into the kitchen area to walk away from me. But I could vaguely hear my dad cursing terribly while speaking to my mom in our native language, and I was actually scared. I couldn't quite focus on his voice because I was legitimately drifting in and out of consciousness at that point. But I remember getting less scared and more just sad because I felt like I had disappointed him. He never got mad like that towards me. But then again, I realized later that he wasn't angry at me, and he wasn't angry at the drinking. He was angry at the scumbag. I remember wondering why they were making such a big deal. It was a few years later that I finally understood. Later on that day, because this all happened at like 2 in the afternoon, so I was at least cognizant by dinner time, I expected my mom to blow up at me over dinner when I was sober, as she usually does. That woman's like a live fuse. But they were both just kind of quiet and staring at me, and they didn't want to leave my side. I can't imagine what they were going through. knowing about the danger I had been in hours before, staring at me like it was a miracle that I was there. I was young and stupid, but I would like to give my deep thanks and gratitude to beer for constantly annoying my stomach to the point of projectile vomiting. This story happened in the early 2000s. I was vacationing in the Caribbean with my family when I was about 9 or 10 years old. This particular island, like many in the Caribbean, was largely impoverished. Of course, the resort communities where all the tourists flocked to were beautiful slices of paradise. As a young kid staying at a fancy vacation spot, you don't really think about the reality that you're in a foreign country that you don't know very well. You're not familiar with what goes on outside of the gated resort, and you certainly aren't aware that as well as being known for gorgeous beaches, many islands in the Caribbean are hubs for human trafficking, drug smuggling, etc. The sheer sketchiness of what I'm about to describe didn't fully hit me until years later when I was in high school and reading about the disappearances of Amy Bradley and Natalie Holloway, who both vanished while on vacation in the Caribbean in the late 1990s and early 2000s. One night, I left the resort with my family to go on one of those sunset boat ride sort of deals. We joined another family and took a shuttle to a marina that was maybe half an hour away from the resort. I remember as we rode to the marina, I got more of a sense of how destitute some of the less touristy areas of the island were. I saw many of the locals living in a small ramshackle huts made out of salvaged metal, and that the landscape was very much barren desert, unlike the lush gardens that were watered daily within the walls of the resort. Anyway, the shuttle dropped us all off at the docks, and we went on the boat tour. It was an amazing time. The boat's crew pointed out unique wildlife and told us about the history of the islands. By the time we returned to the docks, it was pitch black out, probably at around 11 p.m., and barely being 10 years old, I was thoroughly exhausted. I hopped out of the boat and walked along the dock back to the parking lot where the shuttle had dropped us off earlier. My parents and the other adults who we were with didn't really seem to be paying attention to me, thanks to Captain Morgan and Stella Artois. And by the time they'd gotten off the boat, I was probably a decent 200 feet ahead of them. Now, the marina itself was very well lit, but as soon as I turned the corner to the parking lot, I may as well have fallen into a cave. I could hardly see anything. I squinted my eyes to try to see if the van we'd arrived in was parked nearby, but after a few seconds, somebody suddenly grabbed my shoulder very tight. "Who did you come here with?" The voice was scolding, accusatory, and I immediately began freaking out because I thought I was in trouble. "Somebody drove you here?" I began to speak and try to explain that I was with my family and we were waiting for our driver, but the man cut me off. "You drove here with me. Here, come to my car." At this point, the guy began pulling me further into the dark parking lot towards a vehicle I had never seen before. I wouldn't even say that I was panicking at this point. I was very confused and knew that something was definitely not right about the situation, that I'd been raised to listen to adults and didn't want to get in trouble for not listening to the guy. But as he continued to pull me towards his car, I realized that it was much too small to fit the number of people who'd I'd arrived with. And this is when I started to really pull back against the guy, and I was trying to break his grip. I was about to raise my voice and start screaming, when suddenly a set of floodlights turned on and lit up the parking lot. My parents and the group of people we were with turned the corner, and the guy immediately let go of my arm. I looked up at him, and all I remember is that he looked scary. He was bald and had scars on his face. He was probably in his late 40s. Clearly, he didn't realize that an entire group of people were just 30 seconds behind me. His eyes were wide, and he had a dumbfounded / oh crap expression. One of the men who worked at the dock called out and said something to him, but he sort of threw up his arms and shrugged and quickly walked away. On the way back to the resort, my dad asked me something like, "What did that guy want from you?" And in my childish naivety, I said, I think he thought I rode on his shuttle and that I was lost or something. And apparently this explanation was perfectly reasonable because we never really spoke about it again. Anyway, I guess the moral of this story is, if you have young children and like to take them with you to exotic or unfamiliar locations, remind them to be smart and keep their guard up, even in paradise. Hey everyone. I've been lurking around for a while now and finally decided to post my own story. Some backstory first. This happened this past summer in Zadar, Croatia. My family is from Zadar, and I have been there 7 times, so I know the city fairly well. I also know the language well enough to get around. Part of the reason for my trip this past summer was to learn more of the language. I went for 2 months and stayed with my grandparents in our village north of Zadar, same village as my cousin. As I was nearing the end of my 2-month adventure, my cousin and I decided to go to the city and drink with some of his friends. Since we don't live in the city, we had to take a bus as my grandmother didn't want me driving. Once we got to the city, I follow my cousin down some back roads until we get to one of the main roads, heading towards the old town. Like I said, I've been here before, so I knew where we were. As we're walking behind a group of girls, my cousin is still complaining about the price of the bus ticket. It was 39 kilometers, but he claims it should have been 19, which is about $6.12 and $2.98 respectively. I tell him it's not worth this much frustration, but he doesn't agree. In the group of girls ahead of us, one of them keeps turning around to look at my cousin and I. My cousin took this as they were starting to follow them, so at the light he said to turn left, onto another street, to make it look like we weren't. This was the mistake. I didn't care too much since we were going to the park, and it was actually quicker to go this new way, but we were going to meet his friend at her work, so going straight would have been easier. But it doesn't matter. We turn left and walk down the new street. I still know where we're going. Make a right at the next corner, and then it's a straight shot into the park. Heck, I even have a cousin that lives on that corner. As we pass a nightclub, Podroom, my cousin gets on the phone with his friend to tell her that we're on our way, but we might be a little late since we went a different way. We're drawing closer to the corner, and we walk around a bus shelter. On the corner stands a guy who looks to be a bit nervous. He has his hands in a little fanny pack in front of him. Once I saw him, I got that gut feeling that told me that this wasn't okay. My cousin, oblivious to his surroundings, keeps walking towards the man, so I do as well. Tell myself that everything will be okay. I'm in Croatia, not New York, so nothing bad will happen. I look up again to see the man walking towards me with a gun drawn. The moment that I see the gun, all the blood leaves my face. I start freaking out and yell "what the heck" in a wavering and obviously scared voice. It's at the point that I yelled that my cousin started to pay attention. He later told me that the man said "daj mi lovu," give me money, but I didn't hear anything. We're still walking towards each other and we lock eyes. We get really close, so we do a little turn thing. Now, instead of my left shoulder facing the street, I have my back to the street. My first instinct after yelling profanities was to reach down to my waist and grab my own gun. Well, I don't have one on me, so I do the next thing that I can think of. I grab the dude's wrists. My thought process was if I could grab his wrists and turn them away from me, I would effectively neutralize the gun, since it wouldn't be pointed at me anymore, and he wouldn't be able to turn it towards me because his wrists are immobilized. I'm not sure how I thought of this. My favorite TV show is Archer, so maybe I constructed the idea from all the Archer that I've watched. I don't know. Either way, it's what I did, and what I later found out to be the worst possible thing I could have done. In one quick motion, I bring my hands up from my side and grab onto the guy's wrists, and turn them outward. The guy looked to be in shock that I did what I did. His eyes opened wide. A look of sheer surprise appeared on his face, and he kind of jumped back a bit, I don't remember exactly what the next thing was that happened, but he quickly regained his senses and pulled the trigger of the gun. I'm not sure if I had gotten the gun pointed entirely away from me or not when this happened. Either way, the man pulled the trigger of the gun and I heard the revolver turn. My first thought was, oh my god, this whack job just shot me. Then I almost immediately realized that 1, I had not been shot, and 2, there was no loud bang that accompanies a gunshot. This bloke didn't even have bullets in his gun. I looked down, noticed the barrel is missing from the revolver. Honestly, the least important part. And back at the guy. The look on his face made me realize the whole little thing was up. I actually thought this was some sort of practical joke, and my cousin and the guy were going to start laughing at me for being so foolish for thinking that I would actually be attacked in Zadar. No such laughter came. I stared at the guy in his eyes one last time, and then I threw him away from me as hard as I could. He stumbled back a bit and just stood there dumbfounded. My cousin then started yelling at him in Croatian. What the heck? Why would you do this? Get out of here, etc. My cousin then snaps a picture of the guy, and he turns off and briskly walks away. It was at this point that I realized the entire gravity of the situation. I start shaking a bit and getting really agitated. I could have died. I look over to my cousin and sarcastically say, "Thanks for all your help," to which he responded with, "I wanted you to have your moment of glory." I roll my eyes and start walking away. We turn down Ravnice and head for the old town. On our right is a fence and a schoolyard behind it. We see the man sulking about in the dark of the schoolyard. He sees us and walks towards us. I start to freak out some more as I'm still shaking from before, but my cousin whips out his phone and takes another picture, and the guy hurries off back towards the corner. My cousin and I quicken our pace, and soon we're in the park. In town, we talk about what happened and whether or not to go to the police with this. We never really came to a conclusive decision as we pass by a police station. We say, what the heck, we're here already, and go to report the crime. I honestly wish I didn't, as we reported it at 10 and didn't get out of the station until midnight. I was mad, my cousin was mad, and his friends were mad as we had missed out on about 2 hours of drinking. I just want to take some time and say that despite this story, Croatia is extremely safe. I had never had any problems prior to this one, and never heard of anything like it. When I told my family, they almost laughed, thinking that I was kidding, because this type of thing almost never happens. So please don't think that Croatia is a bad country. It isn't. It's incredibly beautiful, and you should definitely visit if you can. Maybe just avoid the corner of Ravnice and Morlica at night. Hey y'all, I've been dying to tell my story about my experience in Brenham, Texas. I went to the junior college there in 2010 to 2011. My friend and I met some local guys that wanted to show us around, so one night they invited us to some house that they knew was haunted. I absolutely hate being scared, so I was very stern when I said that I wasn't going. No one cared if I went or stayed, honestly. I decided to stay in the car. We were parked in a Lowe's parking lot, and next door to the parking lot was a huge abandoned lot full of trees and tall grass. If you weren't a local, you would never even know that there was a house back there. As soon as they started walking away, I jumped out of the car and I was going with them. I was scared to go, but I was also scared to stay in the car by myself. As we were walking towards the house, there was a long sidewalk along the fence line. It looked like a newer sidewalk too, which kind of threw me off guard. As we approached the house, it was so dark. You could barely even see the house. The trees were covering the moonlight. So we opened the door, and as soon as you walk in, there are stairs to go upstairs. We didn't even bring a flashlight. So like I said, this is 2010 to 2011. iPhones were becoming more popular, and I had just gotten mine. I let them use my phone for a flashlight. As we start walking upstairs, There is the loudest sound of what I assumed were combat boots running from one side of the house to the other, upstairs, and we all completely freeze and don't even say a word. In that moment, my body was truly numb. I know for a fact I have never been so scared in my life. Everyone paused for a second and then continued on, as if nothing just happened. And when we get upstairs, there is so much junk on the ground. Glass, cards, clothes, blankets. I pick up a piece of paper from the ground. It turned out to be a thank you card. It was from 1920. We open the closet and there are top hats and clothes from what seemed to be a very long time ago, untouched. Obviously, people had vandalized this place, but there was still stuff from the 20s in this house. There were so many bed cots in this whole entire second floor. It was one big room, not multiple rooms. They had what I assumed to be bloodstains on them. Just as we're about to start heading downstairs, my phone completely glitches out, starts rebooting and has the dial on my phone where it's acting as if it's loading. Won't turn back on at all. So it's pitch black in this room. My friend and I had just went that day to buy her a new camera, and she still had it with her. We decided to just keep taking pictures to let the flash guide us back downstairs. As we're trying to keep flashing the camera, it starts glitching also and saying lens error. We had just bought the camera that day. The camera finally turns back on and is flashing uncontrollably. We weren't even touching it, and it just kept going on and on. My phone finally turns back on. We walk downstairs and I kid you not, there is a humongous chair with a tall back facing the front door. Obviously, it wasn't there when we just walked in 10 minutes ago. So I am immediately like, hey, it's time for us to go. My friend starts asking if someone can take her picture while sitting in the chair. I'm begging her at this point for us to just get out of there. She tells me, after you take this one picture, we will leave. So I take the picture and mason jars start flying at us. We start running out of the house and right hand on the Bible. As I'm running out of the house, a huge owl swoops down on me, and the guy running behind me jumps on my back as we fall. He was just as scared as I was. Once we got back to the car, I was in such a bad mood. I was so upset that we went to this place, and I was more mad at myself for not just sitting in the car. The local guys finally told us the story about the house. They said it was a veterinarian's office back in the early 1900s, and he would also foster children. The second floor was where the children slept, on the cots, and they said he started to go mad and started doing weird experiments on the children and killing them. I halfway believed this story. I was kind of like, okay, this is a local hometown story that gets told to all of us college kids every year. Until I saw the pictures that the camera took. The camera that had a lens error. The pictures that were on the camera literally gave me nightmares for weeks. I had to call my grandparents and let them pray over me because I could not sleep. At all. The pictures were kids' faces melting in the walls. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've looked for any records on this place. I've not been able to find one archive or article about it. I've searched high and low for anything about this property, and nothing. I just wanted to share this and see if anybody has heard of this place, and if anyone has any information or has trespassed like we did. I have so many scary stories about different Texas cities that I've lived in. Feel free to ask any questions about this story, or anything else. Preface. So I'm not at all one of those people who believed in anything paranormal or spiritual until after this experience. A year later, it's still bothering me, and I haven't got much of an answer as to what this even was. I'm hoping to get some logical answers to put my mind at ease, since it's been this long. Quick background. My partner at the time was in the military, an avid outdoorsman, has the stereotypical macho personality, has camped in different states, and doesn't believe in supernatural, spirits, etc., and grew up religious. I work in outdoor settings. I'm an avid outdoors woman. Camped in different states. Before this experience, I was agnostic and didn't really believe in the supernatural, but I believed in people's experiences. On to the experience. My partner at the time and I wanted to go camping in the Allegheny National Forest for his birthday. He had this dispersed camping spot that him and his family used to go, and his family still goes there occasionally. I haven't camped in a while, but I'm an avid outdoors woman. This spot was about 2 miles from Minster Creek Campground. We went on a Thursday in September of 2023 in hopes of getting the area to ourselves, which we were lucky to have. We even checked out Minster Creek Campground and didn't see a single person. I do recall the area being oddly quiet in terms of wildlife. There were no crickets, frogs, birds, branches snapping or anything. It was just the sound of the stream the whole day and night. I know that wildlife starts to quiet down during this time, but I thought it was really odd on how eerily quiet it was. I could hear my own breathing, which was a bit unnerving. I've never been to a place so stagnant from wildlife. As nightfall came, we hiked up to the car that was parked on the side of the road to brush our teeth to avoid attracting bears at the campsite with our scented toothpaste. As we were brushing our teeth by the car, around 11 p.m., I kept hearing this drumming sound. At first, I thought it might have been some truck in the distance, brake checking, but there was not a single car or person in sight. We looked at each other very confused as it kept getting louder and louder. It was a steady drumming beat which echoed through the entire valley. It got so loud at times where I honestly thought someone had a boombox, or that my head was pounding from the intense hike back to the car. But again, not a single person was around. The campsite is a half a mile from the car, down a very steep hill. We had a clear view of the nearby dispersed spots, and didn't see any flashlights, fire, cars, or people. My partner was too focused on brushing his teeth, while I was just confused about the drumming. I automatically assumed after a while that it might have been some sort of fracking machinery nearby. When we finished brushing our teeth, we stood there and talked about breakfast for the morning, but the drumming got so loud to the point where we couldn't hear each other without raising our voices slightly. After I expressed my progressing confusion with my partner, he then also became concerned and started walking up and down the road with his flashlight, looking for anything that would explain this. At this point, 30 minutes has gone by. The drumming is still going. It's in a steady rhythm, and the volume of the drumming dips from loud to heavy to soft and light. I come to the conclusion that it's just some sort of machinery somewhere as we head back down to the campsite. I didn't sleep well that night due to how uncomfortably quiet it was, and I didn't think about the drumming for the rest of the night, nor did we hear the drumming for the rest of the night. The next morning, the day just feels uncomfortable, and tension starts to build between my partner and I for no reason. This may seem unrelated, but I promise I'm going somewhere with this. That following night, my intuition was screaming at me that we shouldn't be there. My partner saw how visibly uncomfortable I was, and said that he also felt like something was off there, and we made the decision to pack up all of our things around 10 p.m. and leave that night. The hike back to the car with our belongings felt like the longest, most exhausting and stressful hike in my entire life. Yes, it was steep and we overpacked, but I've never seen such anger from my partner about the hike. We were both carrying extremely heavy things, but it felt like it was impossible to get back to the top. He was screaming in frustration, swearing up a storm, and I've never felt so weak in my life. We finally get to the top, pack our things, and start driving. Tension eases and we reflect on the uncomfortable night and day there. The conversation goes back to not knowing what the drumming sound was, and we start to realize how unsettling that actually was. Unrelated, but on our way back to the interstate, there was an LED billboard that had information about a missing person with their license plate number. For some reason, that solidified for me that I felt like we were not at all meant to be in that area. Now, onto the aftermath. For weeks, I started to become obsessed with this entire experience in terms of figuring out what the sound was and why the area felt so off. I found someone's post on Reddit frequently from a few years ago about the exact same experience with the drumming in the same exact area around Minister Creek Campground. This made me feel less crazy, and when I shared it with my partner, he started to get visibly uncomfortable. He asked his family if they had ever experienced anything like this, and they said no, and thought we were crazy or just had too much sun. I never believed in bad spirits or bad energy until after this, and could almost feel it in my body. I started looking into spiritual practices that could remove whatever I was feeling, and my ex was also open to the idea, since he also felt weird from the experience. We did a couple of things, but then faded out after a while. This is also unrelated, but ever since this camping experience, our relationship spiraled into toxicity that I've never seen before, and he became a stranger. We're no longer together, as I didn't feel safe with him anymore. Am I blaming this experience for the end of our relationship? Absolutely not. But do I think this location caused a shift between us? Yes. Now for the follow-up. I got in contact with this gentleman who goes around the Allegheny National Forest drumming on his drum set with a mask I found online by searching. I was convinced that it was him. I told him about the experience and he explained that he uses a drum set and not a single drum like we heard. He also stated that he wasn't in the area during that time. His social media shows that proof, and that he doesn't drum that part of the forest. His geotags are on his videos. This was the closest I've gotten to finding an answer, but I do not believe this was him. He also just recently started doing this, which is also shown on his social media. I do not think this man is messing with me. Now the present. This may not sound like a big deal, or might sound like it can be explained, but I have been coping by becoming spiritual in a new age kind of way. This has helped me feel a lot safer from the experience and the feeling. That's how much this has impacted me. I wish I was joking. I still think about the experience on a monthly basis, and since it's getting closer to that time of year again, I figured I'd finally post something about this after fearing judgment. I really just want answers so that I can have some peace of mind. Is there a fracking site nearby? Is there some sort of logging equipment that goes off at night? Are there indigenous communities in that area that have ceremonial events nearby? Are the hippies drumming on a Thursday night that can keep a steady pace and not miss a beat? Are there kids in the area that play pranks on people? Please, I need answers. It's driving me nuts. Here's a link to the OG poster. It's an avid bird watcher and a person who works in the biology field. I can promise you that it was not a ruffed grouse. Additionally, attacking me for my beliefs because it doesn't align with yours doesn't make you cool. It makes you a jerk. I've stated multiple times in my post that I'm looking for a logical explanation or answer, and I am sharing what this experience has done to me. I'm not sure if this helps with anything, but it was a full moon that night, which is also starting to make me think that it was ceremonial. Now we're going to read the original post that was mentioned in our last story. So I came across this group when I was trying to research my experience, and I'm new to Reddit but wanted to post my experience, as I've seen other posts online of similar experiences. I was backpacking last weekend in the Allegheny National Forest in northwestern Pennsylvania with a friend of mine and his teenage son. We hiked the Minister Creek Trail and set up camp that night about 4 miles away from the trailhead. We saw only 2 other parties that day, and neither were overnighting on the trail. We explored the area we camped in extensively to find the best campsite, and did not see any other campers within at least a mile in either direction. The rest of the forest was heavy growth hillsides on either side of the valley, without anywhere good to set up camp. At about 2 a.m., I was woken up by the sound of drumming. It sounded like a single drum, and was a rhythmic beat, like bum, 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 bum. If anyone is familiar with the Cleveland Indians baseball team, now the Guardians, They used to have a guy who would beat on a native-style drum, and it sounded exactly like that. It was loud and close-sounding, and it reverberated throughout the valley we were camped in. If I were to guess, I would say it sounded as if it was within 100 yards of our location. I got up out of my tent to investigate, and my friend had also been woken up by the sound. We couldn't see anything other than the dark woods around us. This continued for at least 2 hours until I was able to fall back asleep. The next morning we woke up. All was normal. We continued on our hike and did not see any other campers around. I have no clue what it was. I've watched YouTube videos of grouse drumming, and that definitely wasn't it. Obviously, it could have been a person, and likely was, but setting out in the middle of the woods at night drumming on a drum for at least 2 hours straight without skipping a beat? Perhaps is there some Native American ritual which calls for this? I guess this story isn't too creepy, but I've been obsessing over the answer to this since Sunday morning. If anyone has any ideas or suggestions, please let me know. A while back, myself, my girlfriend, and another couple spends a day on the beach along the Davidson River and had a very odd experience. We had found this spot the day before, and 3 of us spent the day chilling. One friend goes upriver about 500 yards around the bend and comes back stating that he's heard a weird noise. We disregard and continue the day, leaving without incident. Upon return the next day, it was surprisingly crowded. At about 3 p.m., the place empties out, and we are alone until maybe 5 p.m. We all begin to pack the car, that's maybe 50 yards away, and a friend who heard the noise and I return to the beach for the last 2 items. We had been skipping rocks all day in complete failure, and decide let's throw a couple more before we go. We throw like 2, and all of a sudden my friend skips his easily like 40 yards, 50 times, and before we can even retract an extremely loud vibrational noise that I can only compare to buzzing off like a guitar amp that's not fully plugged in. It was so loud, and you could feel it in your chest getting closer, like a helicopter or something was going to fly over us on this riverbank. When it felt like it was going to turn into our visibility, it kept going and seemed to go over where the car was and up towards a mountain. The noise abruptly stops, and we both look at each other like, what in the actual heck was that? He looks at me and goes, that was weird, but it's going to get even weirder if the girls didn't hear it. We return to the car, and they're both in the car, angry, asking what took so long, and saying that they didn't hear a thing. We asked them how long they thought we had been gone for. They said no less than 45 minutes. I would say that we were gone for no more than 5 to 7 minutes at the most. I've spent no less than 40 days at this river spot, and have never had anything else happen, nor heard of anyone experiencing something similar. So I was out camping with a couple of friends and family for a couple of days, and we were having fun. You know, just doing the usual camping activities. You get what I mean. The second day of our camping, rain was forecasted in the middle of the night, so we decided to cover up all of the stuff that was outside so that it wouldn't get wet, and started a campfire shortly thereafter. It's almost 11 p.m. at night, and I decided to go to my tent and try to sleep while my friends and family were still outside talking by the campfire. We all go to bed sometime later, at 12, since it was going to rain anyways. It's the middle of the night at around 2 to 3 a.m., and I'm sleeping like a baby, when all of a sudden I get woken up by the rainfall coming down on my tent. And I was annoyed a bit since I didn't want to wake up at 3 a.m. So I tried going back to sleep. Then this very loud screeching, eerie sound started, and it was so loud I had to cover my ears. And even so, it was still very, very loud. It went on for a couple of minutes and then stopped. When it stopped, I said to myself, what the heck was that? I thought it was some animal, but there were barely animals near the forest I was camping in. And even if there was an animal that made that sound, it wouldn't have made me cover my ears with full force and then still be very loud. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think of what I heard. Me and my buddy were riding home through the woods in Alabama. We were going down a rural patch of road on an old highway. We had been hunting that morning and we didn't end up killing a deer, so we decided to fish and grab some food. The morning hunt felt strange, as if I was being watched in the woods. I'm a police officer and retired Marine, so I don't get spooked easily. A pack of wild dogs ran through where my stand was. I kept feeling that burning feeling of being watched. It prompted me to leave early. The dark woods of Alabama is a scary place. After the hunt, we fished at the pond for a while before returning home. On the way home, we ran into something I have struggled with since that day. It was exactly 12 noon when we saw it. Before I get into the incident, you need to know some history about Baldwin County, Alabama. The Battle of Blakely was fought along this particular highway. The battle was a bloody onslaught that occurred at the end of the Civil War and resulted in immense casualties. Now onto what happened. We were around mile marker 18, and to the right there it was, on a grassy embankment in a curve in the road, just past an old bridge that we passed stood a tall black horse with a rider wearing black armor. It had black gloves, gripping his horn of the saddle with a sword sheathed. This dark rider was massive in figure and missing his head. You heard me right, a headless horseman. The horse was abnormally large and was darker than night. The rider stoically sat in his saddle, facing the road as if he were waiting on something as we drove past. Now, I don't spook easily, and my buddy doesn't believe in that kind of thing. As we passed the horseman, time seemed to slow down as I sucked in every detail. I remember everything about it. My buddy also stared in disbelief as we seemed to glide past in the safety of the truck, like some sort of safari from heck. Now here's where it gets weird. So when we passed it, I looked back in the mirrors and poof, just like that it was gone. This area was rural. The horseman could not have come from anywhere, or be headed anywhere that fast. My friend told me shortly after that he didn't want to speak about it again. He was shaken up about it. It wasn't until later that he recounted this story, and we saw the same thing. All up until we passed the horseman. His account was that the horseman was on the left side of the road, and slowly walked into the center of the road and disappeared. I saw him clear as day on the right side of the road. Has anyone else seen him? Please let me know. I found the courage to post this after reading the numerous sightings of North American Indian mythical creatures, specifically the short people that seem to go by many names across the tribal regions of America. This exact type of creature has been sighted and discussed among Aboriginal people in Australia for thousands of years. In the southwest region, they're known as the Waraji, or hairy bushman. Standing a few feet tall, they possessed insane strength and speed. Prior to colonization, there were stories of their friendship alliance with Aboriginal people, but also there were stories of conflict and people, or even children being taken by them. There were specific rules Aboriginal adults told their children, such as avoiding water bodies at night and the evening, and no matter what, never ever whistle in the dark. It invites the Warajis, and it only spells trouble, although even some Aboriginal people say these stories are just to warn kids about water safety. Well, in 1998, I knew none of this because I'm not Aboriginal. and at the age of 10, when this all happened, I had never even met an Aboriginal person or been taught anything about Aboriginal culture in school. It was the 90s, and Australia had an uncomfortable relationship with the truth and colonization. Every school holidays, I used to leave the city and visit my aunt in the picturesque southwest countryside. I needed no encouragement in going because I loved the outdoors and had free rein to run amok on the dirt bike and go fishing alongside the magnificent Blackwood River whenever I felt like it. And I went a lot. It was the 90s in Australia, and incredibly safe for a 10-year-old kid to roam the landscape for miles and hours on end, all alone with nothing but a trusty pocket knife. I was able to walk through my aunt's massive property to the edge of the forest, and then into the depths where the river flowed through, fishing for trout and redfin. On the last evening before I was due to go back home to the city, I was down there fishing alone as the sun was setting. I knew I'd get into trouble being out that late, but having already snared a few trout, I figured I'd be quickly forgiven. Plus, I was still getting bites. I remember having caught the fish and kept them in an old metal bucket. I was on my last few pieces of bait when I recall hearing a tiny pinging noise on the side of the bucket. At first I thought nothing of it, because large gum nuts often fell from the trees. But then it happened again, much louder and more forceful this time. I remember checking the bucket and realized they were small rocks and not gum nuts at all. I looked around assuming it was some kids from a neighboring property, which was very unlikely as it was maybe a 30-minute walk to the next property. The other side of the river backed onto the national park, where there were no other farms for miles. Plus, I hadn't come across any kids throughout my entire stay at the farm. This is where it got pretty scary. The rocks got bigger and they started flying in from different directions, cutting my cheek and hitting me in the head. At this stage, I started crying. I was only 10 after all, and dropped the fishing rod. I had 3 large trout in the bucket, and my intention was to pick it up and run back to the farm as quick as I could. As I bent to pick it up, I was hit by another rock in the side of the head and fell over. I pulled myself up, and I stared over to the other side of the river, the main source of the rocks. What I saw paralyzed my whole body with fear. It was nearly dark at this stage, but I saw the outline of 3 short-looking bodies covered in hair. I would have put them at maybe a meter tall, 3-4 feet, the size of small children but with the bodies of men. Their faces looked like they were part ape, part human. It was their eyes, though. Even though it was getting dark, their eyes had this piercing yellow glow but were completely black in the middle. They wore no clothes, but were covered in extremely thick, clumpy hair all over their bodies, except from the knees down, and had arms that hung almost like cavemen. But here's the strangest thing. They stared at me almost without moving, like literal statues, with a curious expression fixed on their faces, and making absolutely no noise whatsoever. It made no sense as only a few moments before rocks were pelting in from all directions, and yet now, they appeared frozen except for their eyes which followed me. I managed to pull myself up and ran faster than all heck. My aunt was standing on the balcony and watched me tear through the long grass as quick as I could, with blood and cuts on my face. I told her everything, and she called the police. One officer came by to get a statement, and he said he'd visit some of the other farms around town, but he was certain there weren't any other families in the area. My aunt just assumed I couldn't see the figures properly due to the lack of light, and maybe even suffering concussion from the rocks that hit my head. She assumed they were kids or teens. I know what I saw though, and I'll never forget those murderous-looking yellow eyes. The next morning, I went with my aunt to collect my fishing rod and bucket. My aunt was shocked to see the fishing rod and bucket still there. She thought it was an opportunistic crime. We checked the bucket, and what we saw made our skin crawl. 3 perfect trout skeletons were floating in the bucket, not one morsel left. We don't have bears and wolves in Australia, and even the odd dingo or fox wouldn't devour an entire fish and leave its skeleton there, without the bucket being tipped over. The whole ordeal was terrifying, but as things tend to happen when you're a kid, you just forget about it, or it lives somewhere in the back of your mind rent-free for a while. The police officer found nothing of note, and as nothing was stolen, there was no need for further inquiry. It was the talk of the country pub for a few weeks, though. My aunt was a local. The town had experienced odd things throughout the years, such as the sighting of tiger-like animals in the deep forest, and other strange happenings reported by lumberjacks in the deep forest. It wasn't until I got into my 20s and become a social worker that I started working with Aboriginal communities in town. During celebratory events, I came to learn of the different Dreamtime creation stories, and eventually I had the confidence to tell an elder about what I went through. He recognized it as the Warajis straight away, and said I was lucky to leave that forest alive. He seemed to think that they must have believed I was an Aboriginal boy. I have a mixed racial background, and the protocol would have been for me to leave a couple of fish outside the bucket, skewered on sticks for them to come and collect after as payment for fishing in their river. But as I didn't, they reminded me, first few pelts, and when I still didn't, they eventually attacked. There aren't any Aboriginal families in that part of the Southwest, Caucasian only, to this day, which may explain why it only happened to me. The elder believed they could have taken me, though, for disobeying their sacred customs. That part wakes me up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night, because I believe they could have. It's not a story I tell to my family and friends, but will confide in with the odd Aboriginal colleague or client at work, and they tell me similar things. Don't even get me started on the Australian desert. I'm 36 now, and as time goes on, I find this event something I think about more often as the years roll on. Despite becoming more logical and cynical in age, I ponder its significance and proof of otherworldly beings living alongside us on this planet. Thanks for reading. Things in this world aren't always as they seem, and there appears to be much beyond our comprehension and what we are often taught growing up. This all started in the spring of 2018, when my fiancée and I decided to move back to her family's farm. Our first house was small, but the price was right, and it had what we needed with 5 acres and a barn. But after 5 years, the plumbing was having issues, and we found severe termite damage that was going to be more trouble than it was worth. Financially, we couldn't afford to build what we wanted yet, and even though we both swore we would never live in a double wide, that's what we decided was the best plan of action given the circumstances until we can build our dream barn dominium on the farm. So our house is delivered and set up in March. We have 50 acres that is bordered by the Ouachita National Forest. To an outsider, these mountains may not seem like much, but it's one of the oldest mountain ranges in North America, and erosion beyond our comprehension dwindled what easily rivaled the Rockies into what you see today. This was a dream for an outdoorsman like myself. Not only did we have our own 50 acres to hunt on, but thousands upon thousands of acres of deciduous mountains to roam freely. But the farm did have its oddities, and weird things sometimes happened. The first year we dated, we hunted a couple times there, and I discovered very quickly the land behind the barn was uncomfortable. It just gives you the willies and feeling of being watched. This area has a rich history of a main wagon trail and Indian trail very close by. Then there's the history of the haunted inn that is on the property adjoining ours, with the inn having burned down years ago. There were many shootings over poker games and stagecoach robberies, some even reported to have been by the James Gang, and the possibility of gold buried nearby from them or the Knights of the Golden Circle. Maybe that history contributes to those feelings somehow. The property basically laid out like a rectangle with 2 large barns on the east side, where the driveway comes up from south to north and runs back west. Like a large L first was our house. The next house was my fiancée grandma's, and at the inn was my soon-to-be in-laws. I walked over to my in-laws to get some screws working on the porch, and that's where it all started, even though I was unaware until the next day. But more on that later. It was dark out when we decided to go feed our goats that were over at the barn. As we walk out, my fiancé said something big and black ran through the yard. I was like, well, how big? Our door is a mere 30-yard to the tree line that goes straight up the mountain, and we have bear from time to time, but she said more like a large dog. We got in the Jeep, and instead of heading to the barn, I turned west towards the in-laws to use the headlights, and sure enough, there was yellow eye shine and the outline of a large black dog that was maybe 60 yards from me. I get out with a cheap flashlight and call to the dog, but I get bow reaction. Just two large yellow eyes staring back perfectly still. So I approached the it slowly, talking to it, trying to call it over to me, and it just trots back toward my yard. So I walk down the drive back into the yard and trying to approach it again, and I get about 25 yards from it this time, but something wasn't right about it. It all felt off. I wasn't scared or feel threatened really, but it didn't feel right. Then it hits me. Like a ton of bricks, it was as if this thing absorbed light, like some dark void from another realm. No matter how hard I tried to focus my eyes or adjust the light, I couldn't make out anything with this thing before me. Other than it appeared to be a dog that absorbed light. Cool. That's believable. It eventually grew tired of me, wandered off across our field to the road, and I wrote it off as a neighbor's dog and moved on with my night. The next day, my fiance's grandma asked me about our big black dog. I replied with a puzzled look, and we don't have a black dog. She told me when I walked back over from getting the screws the previous day that it came down out of the woods and had followed me back towards our house. I told her that must be the dog we saw last night. I had told my fiance about how it seemed to absorb light, and something just didn't seem quite right with it all. And it was also massive. My shepherd is 70 pounds, and our Pyrenees Anatolian mix was 85 pounds, and it dwarfed either of them. 2 days passed without seeing the dog, and it was out of mind and rode off as a neighbor's dog from down the road, or one that was dumped. 2 a.m. I'm awakened by my shepherd and Pyrenees in the house, going ballistic, barking, growling, trying to get out of their kennels. I get up, walk to the outside door quiet as I can, while the digs go ballistic and flip on the light, and the beast was on my steps and appeared to have been sniffing around the door. Soon as I turned the lights on, in one fast motion this thing did a 180, leapt off the steps, and was gone into the darkness again. But this time I saw it tail, a long bushy tail like my shepherd's, but bigger and pointed ears, the black wolf. I know what you are thinking. It doesn't scary but to see it. The way it seemed to absorb light, it felt like pure evil, pure hatred. Something was very unnatural about it. My brother-in-law calls me a few days later and asks if I've seen a huge black dog or had any issues. He lives down the road and just through the woods from us, so I told him about it following me in the encounters. He tells me that his pit bull he keeps out back was going wild the night before, and he went back there with a good bright light, and 30 yards away in the woodbine was a set of yellow eyes staring back. It would close its eyes, and he said you couldn't see anything like it was trying to hide. This went on a few times before he finally saw it, and described it the same way I did. Yellow eyes shaped like a large wolf, but its body, that endless black pit. Somehow it absorbed all light, and you couldn't make out any details other than yellow eyes in the outline. The day after our wedding in early May, my brother-in-law calls me to tell me it came back the night of our wedding. They got home after dark, was just sitting on the porch when he heard bawling and screaming from the woods. He grabs a 12-gauge pump and his light bears feet to investigate. And there's the black wolf again in the edge of the thicket, just the yellow eyes piercing back at him. Deciding he's had enough, he took aim and fired. But he didn't expect what happened. A set of blue eyes suddenly appeared and dropped to the ground, and the yellow eyes vanished, seemingly. He cautiously approached to see a small fawn with spots laying there, where the wolf had stood slobber all over its back and looking dazed. He went to pet it, but it stands up, runs off right into a tree, falls over, gets back up, and bounds off deeper in the woods. He looked for the wolf but didn't see anything else, and there was no blood. He chalked it up to it had caught the fawn, and he interrupted dinner and apparently missed. We spent all our money to move putting in septic dirt work, etc., so our honeymoon was a weekend at home before it was back to work. I told my wife I wanted to go investigate his claim. We get to his house, and he recounts his story as we make our way to the location. I look for blood, hair, anything, and find nothing. So I start making circles in the woods, and come across a big doe that was undoubtedly the little fawn's mother. I find no signs of injury on her, and can only assume she was hit by a car, and that's just where she made it to. Saddened for the poor fawn, knowing it won't survive, and likely ended up being dinner for the wolf or coyotes. Days passed without the wolf coming back, turned to weeks, turned to months. Then the dream happened. We were at a horse show, and my mother-in-law's trying to get my wife to get this horse. I told her absolutely not. We are not getting another horse, no way. It was a solid black gelding with a white blaze on its face. Next thing I know, I'm in my kitchen, looking out the window into the round pen, and that horse is standing there staring at me. My in-laws had gotten it anyway. I went to ask my wife about it but couldn't find her. And when I looked back, it changed to a very dark, very weathered, haggard, Indian-looking lady with long, matted black hair and dreads long yellow fingernails, and wearing a very tattered, dirty, long black dress. With it over her head, the material almost looked like weathered burlap or fringe. And when she saw me looking at her, she smiled. Even though it was a dream, I can still remember the smile. The nastiest yellow teeth ever. I spent the rest of my dream asking people about the witch that lives in the woods by the barn. Things pretty much calmed down after that for a while. Every now and then I'd see a tree with claw marks about 6 feet high. I figured was a bear. One night, while skinning a big 10 PT buck something between us at the barn and our house, lets out a huge roar, growl. Anytime you skin deer at the barn at night, something paces just inside the thicket. Sometimes it will come right for you, but shine the light, and there's nothing to see and it stops moving. Soon as you ignore it, it will start to move again. I always leave the carcass, and the next day they are gone. My wife was alone in the barn, taking care of a goat that just had babies and getting them situated while I got something she needed from home. These were originally hay barns, so the upper half on each end is open so you can hear outside pretty well when something growls at her from right outside the barn, and she tells me to hurry up and bring a rifle. But besides that, everything was pretty calm. Until it wasn't. I'm not sure what changed. It's been a few years since the wolf was around, but I couldn't shake the feeling it was back. I had off-the-wall nightmares, wake up in a state of fright at random. My shepherd would wake us up at 2 a.m. sometimes nights in a row, barking, growling, and wanting out. I let her out the first time, and she bolts straight up the mountain. I grabbed a shotgun that stayed by the door, no light, and took off after her. I finally got her called back to me, but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I felt like it was trying to lure her up the mountain. Maybe because IT knew I would follow. Sometimes we would wake up because it sounded like something slapped the house, but we never could find anything. It happened again. My shepherd losing her marbles at 2 a.m. wakes me up, but this time there's terrible screams coming from the goat's pen. I rush out, but it's too late. Whatever it was is gone, and so is one of the goats. The rest huddled into a corner of the shelter trembling. I could hear the goat's cries as it was carried up and over the mountain at incredible speed. I felt so defeated. This was war. It has to stop. This land is ancient, but now it's our land. It's our home. We will not be ran off. I searched online and found no help, just a lot of people that fake scary things for social media attention. No real info. So I went to folklore. I cast some 405 GR bullets with silver mixed into the lead and loaded them in Starline brass. I was going to put that new 45 70ths with the tritium front night sight to good use. It was cool out that evening. I had my favorite meal in case it was my last. I had no idea what I was up against, or if this would work. Would it even show up again? I climbed up on my roof and settled in. The moon was about 3/4 full, so plenty of light to see from my elevated position. I started to doze off. I couldn't keep myself awake, it seemed. I awoke with a start. No idea how long I had been out, but it was silent. Uncomfortably silent. I caught movement by the drive, as a large, low black shadow crept in towards the goats. I steadied that green glowing front sight on whatever my adversary actually was, and squeezed the trigger. Click. Oh no. In my sleepy state, I forgot the stupid crossbolt safety that won't let the hammer fall all the way. The black wolf stands up on its hind legs, lets out the awful roar, growl, that we have heard before the most primal sound you have ever heard. It reverberates in your chest. It's so loud, but I could barely hear it over the adrenaline dump and racing heartbeat in my ears. I cocked the hammer again, took the safety off as it dropped back to all fours and squeezed the trigger. The heartbeat in my ears was replaced by tinnitus from the roar of the rifle, and I lost some of my night vision from the muzzle flash. The beast had fell to the ground, thrashed about, then bolted back into the woods. I stayed up there till daylight, watching. After the sun came up, and it was plenty bright enough to see, I walked to where the best stood, and there was a nasty-looking hunk of gray meat that smelled awful. It was the most rotten, putrid smell you could imagine. I knew it had to be there. That was a 405 GR slug that can easily stop a grizzly mid-charge. As I made it to the woods, I could see small spots of dried blood, but not much, and not creature. I followed the trail where I could see overturned leaves, a broken twig or ground disturbance. After I made it to the top, I was really hoping I had recruited some help. I pushed on, being cautious, and watching, trying to not be led into a trap of its own. I followed the trail over to the property line of the haunted inn. The land was up for sale. It never had anyone own it for long, it seemed, and I had a job to see through, so pushed on. It led me down the mountain towards where the inn used to be. Before I reached the site of the inn, the trail led me by what appeared to be an old unmarked grave, and back up the ridge, and up a steep narrow ravine with large chunk rock and boulders. At the very top was a small opening to a cave, or abandoned silver mine possibly. The area stunk so bad I could hardly keep from throwing up. The large rock overhang had some kind of old symbols carved into it, but no time to be distracted. I looked into the hole as best I could see, and I swear there was an old spear in there, like what the conquistadors carried. There was no way I was fixing to go in and find out, though. Between the smell, the horror of what I had seen, and how it made it all the way back here, I was done. I wanted to go home, so I did. It's been 3 years now, with no sightings or strangeness. I just make sure and leave a deer at that corner of the property every year. It's never there when I come back. I guess we have some understanding. How it all ties together is anyone's guess. I don't think it's paranormal, but a very strange encounter, and I'm sure that guy was not a human being. So once I went to KFC with my family. We were standing in line to take our order, and then I saw a guy standing on the side of the line, wearing a baseball cap and a heavy black coat. I don't know how to say it, but he was gorgeous. I mean, he was very beautiful. Maybe he was too, waiting for his order. Then my husband said, "You wait over there on that side, I'll bring the order." Then I also went and stood behind him. But like seconds I went there. My baby, who was 2 years old, suddenly started crying. I tried to calm him down, but he was not stopping. So I started roaming here and there, and as I went away from the guy, my baby became silent. I thought maybe he will not cry now, so I again stood behind that guy, but he again started crying, and it happened maybe like 3 or 4 more times. And now I too started feeling strange. I looked towards that guy, and he was looking at me just like a predator. There was no emotion in his eyes. They were completely empty. Then suddenly he smiled and walked away from there. After he walked away, the cashier said, "Was this guy a human being? He was so creepy." Sorry for my bad English. It's not my native language. So this could play a part in the little people not liking outsiders fishing their waters. I'm like a tiny percent native, allegedly, so I don't know if that counts. But me and a few friends were night catfishing. We go fairly often. There's a spot where someone carved the green man's face into a rock one night. We're fishing, and on my line I had a 2-ounce weight, bait, big hook, and a float. And all I did was lightly reel it back in. Friends holding the light watching me do this, like I always do to check bait after no bites. Then we heard something slam into the rocky hill behind us. It was my entire bait setup. It wasn't snagged on anything, but it was like something grabbed my entire bait set out of the river and threw it back at us over our heads in the side of the hill. For that to happen with that much weight, my rod would have to be like bent in a U shape and clearly snagged, but it wasn't. That's the craziest thing that's happened to me while fishing. But we've heard strange sounds and have seen some strange things in the sky, but that's really it. Then we heard a gunshot shortly after off in the distance. It was like 1 a.m., so we decided to call it a night. The village I grew up in has a very heavy vibe due to thousands of graves literally everywhere, including our backyards and under houses. Even walking along the beaches, the graves get uncovered at times, and we have to kind of cover them up. I don't know if it's a cryptid, but we have experiences with spirits that are mimics. For example, one time I was locked out of the family home as I was visiting, so I was waiting outside on the lawn on the opposite side of the house from the driveway. I just cracked a refreshing beverage when I saw my mom walk by in her pink Angora cardigan inside the house. Thinking she's home, I walked around the house to the front door and it was locked and her car wasn't there yet. She pulled in like 35 minutes later. I clearly saw her walk by in the house in broad daylight, like for 3 seconds. Only thing I noticed was her hair was darker. Afterwards, when I told her about it, she dug around in the closet and pulled out the pink cardigan. Another story was a group of us were walking by a trail, and my friend's girl was walking way ahead of us, and she saw her boyfriend hide behind a big rock. He was wearing a white ball cap, so he was very noticeable. She calls out to him, and he answers because we were just arriving behind her. There was no one behind the rock. I had one of those dreams where you're aware of your dreaming, and it was super realistic. I was walking down the block past our formal graveyard, and there's a large field. When I looked into the field, I saw an army of shadow men arranged in rows like an army. Turns out, I wasn't the only one to have dreams about the ghost army. Sometimes at night, I would go out and talk to them when intoxicated. Spirit possession, dances, were very common over 100 years ago in our tribe. Some were very powerful. I read records of the family headman dragging 10 big men around like nothing by ropes, attached to flesh hooks in his back in the 1920s. I went to a wedding of my friend Courtney about 2 days ago, and I still can't shake my mind over what happened. For context, I grew up in a very religious household and went to church every Sunday, and Courtney is probably the only person from my old church that I still keep in contact with. The situation started at the reception. Courtney was super excited to see me, and was definitely the only person who felt that way judging from all the stares from the people at my old church. I sat down at my table and started playing something on my phone when some guy sat next to me. He said that the seating chart said that he was supposed to sit at my table, and he introduced himself as the groom's friend Anthony. He was pretty cute, so I spent a lot of time talking to him and we really hit it off. He didn't seem to judge me for being an atheist and seemed genuinely interested in me. When the dance started, they started playing Brown Eyed Girl, and he offered to dance with me. We danced together for most of the night, until he left to go to the bathroom, and a little later I did too. When I came out, I saw that my purse wasn't on the table. which was weird because I swore I left it on there. I was tired and thought I had just left it in my car, so I went to the parking lot and into my car to look for it and found it on the center console. I still thought it was weird because I really thought that I had brought it inside, but at that point it was pretty late at the night, so I didn't think much of it. I danced some more and noticed that Anthony was gone. I asked the groom, who said he had gone home because he wasn't feeling too good. Pretty soon I felt sick too, so I said goodbye to Courtney and went to my car. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked behind me and saw something weird. It looked like something had ducked down from the trunk. I took my keys out and looked back there, and that was when I saw him. Anthony was crouched down in front of the trunk of my car. I started screaming and ran out with him chasing after me. I went inside and told Courtney, who immediately told her husband, who walked me back to my car where Anthony was nowhere to be seen. Courtney's husband said that he didn't see his car anywhere, so he probably left. I left, and I still feel sick to my stomach thinking about it. He could have easily gone home with me and killed me if I hadn't looked back. Courtney said that she feels terrible that she invited him, and that she had no idea that he would do that. I haven't stepped out of my house since, because I'm worried that if I do, he'll be waiting for me like he was before. My mom was a single mother of 3 in the early 2000s, and eventually started going on dates when I was about 6. I remember the first time I met him. He made me feel uncomfortable, but my mom shrugged it off because I was a shy kid. She had done her due diligence and Googled his name, coming across a court case, him versus state. It listed him as a convicted felon of murder from back in the early 80s. I don't know how, but he convinced her that it was a mistake. I guess because he had a very generic name, she believed him. We were raised by him, called him Dad, even at one point asking him to adopt us. The adoption never happened, thank God. He was a good dad to us, at first. Things started to get weird when I turned 12. Suddenly, I wasn't allowed to have sleepovers, wasn't allowed to choose my own haircuts, wasn't allowed to watch TV. It escalated to padlocks on the fridge and pantry, having to ask permission to drink water, and never being allowed in the kitchen past 8 p.m. He was a master manipulator, so at the time we all thought it sucked, but was normal punishment, despite us not having done anything to deserve it. I lost my door for weeks, on end, for stupid stuff like forgetting to do the dishes after dinner. Once, when I was 16, I wanted to not go to my brother's soccer game so that I could study, and he went into a blinding rage. I think that was the first time that I was ever truly afraid of him. He was a large man, probably 4 times my weight at the time. I think that was the first time that his mask fully slipped in front of me. He started being weird and creepy towards me once I turned 18. One night as I was sleeping, he came into my room and laid in my bed, saying that he loved me. I was so tired that I didn't even have time to think of how creepy it was until much later. I pushed him out of my room and went back to bed. The next day, while me and my family were gone, he'd stayed behind. He trashed my sister's room for no reason. She was only about 11 at the time and was very upset. He gave her the middle finger, and my mom finally lost it, telling him to pack up his stuff. He brandished a gun, waving it in my face before taking off in his car. We called the cops, and after nearly getting shot, he was arrested. We found out that he was a murderer when his bond was set at $250,000. He tried to lie to my mom again, but it didn't work this time. I looked up the case, and it was way worse than just a murder. He'd beaten someone to death with a metal pipe late at night in a highly populated park. I did not know this man, not truly. Neither had my mom. He got out on bond, no idea who paid for that, and tried to come back to the house. I was the only one home, and I had no idea my siblings had not locked the door when they left for the day. I was cooking pasta before heading to work, when I heard the front door open. I peered my head to the front door, and my blood ran cold as I saw him standing there. He said something to me, but I don't remember what it was. I ran to the bathroom and locked the door, not even bothering to turn off the stove. I pressed up against the bathroom door and called my mom as he banged on the door, asking me why I didn't love him. I was so afraid that I nearly sent myself into an asthma attack. My mom had a family friend come by and pick me up. When they entered the house, he wasn't there anymore. That was the last time I saw him, back in 2017. He'd helped raise me and my siblings for 13 years. He was the closest thing that I ever had to a normal dad, which, given everything, is kinda sad when I think about it too much. I can't help but worry that I'll fall back into the same toxic and manipulative relationship. It's what I knew growing up after all. Maybe that's why I keep people at a distance now. The reason I thought about this recently is because some true crime TikToker actually covered the story on the man he murdered all those years ago, and I stumbled across it. One of his daughters even commented on the post, giving more details about what it was like growing up with him. It was odd, thinking that so many of my peers could put two and two together if they had seen the TikTok. I know I'm a victim in all of this, but I can't help but feel shame that I was connected to this man and his atrocities. I could end this with a typical "so let's never meet again," but I know we won't, because he died. I didn't go to the funeral. Almost nobody did. From what my mom told me, not even his parents went. The last thing I want to say is please don't give my mom any hate. She was manipulated into believing that he was a good man, and we've made peace with her on this particular subject. A lot of the things that I mentioned happening in my childhood were things that she didn't know about until he was already dead. One more thing, since this is a popular subreddit. If you know who I am based on this story, please keep it to yourself. This all started when I was 20, so about 7 years ago. I've stayed with my parents on and off for years, but recently it became very concerning. Whenever I stay with them, it's overnight. Around 1 to 1:30, I wake up to a small thud. I always figured it was my cat jumping down, or just one of those dream awakenings. As I'm older now and living at home again pursuing a nursing degree, I try to do more than just give money. I help out around the house or do things that'll show my appreciation. This week, I decided I was going to do a clean on the windows. More than a spray down. Like scrub the panes and crevices, in like 10 years it's never been done. That's when it happened. As I got to my window, I sprayed it down with Windex to let it set. But that's when I saw it. Handprints all over the glass, much larger than anyone who lives in our home. Like, I wear an XL glove. This would be special order type size of prints. So I set up a cam and a floodlight a few weeks ago, just to try and quell my possible insanity and overthinking. But there's a person who came up the driveway on the camera and stayed at my window at 1:14 a.m. for around 22 minutes from the timestamp, just looking in, and then he just left. I sprayed the windows again. Fresh prints. The police have been contacted, and we've gotten a drive-away alarm. But for your safety, buddy, let's never meet. I'm a 22-year-old woman. I went to the mall to do some shopping for a few clothes. I went to maybe 5 shops, and in the last shop I bought a pair of heels that another woman wanted. She said a few mean things in the shop after I bought them and walked out. I then went to the bathrooms. I didn't realize at the time, but she had seen me walk in. As I was in the cubicle, I heard her walk in and lock the bathroom door. She then knocked on the door and told me that she wanted the shoes. I knew this woman was crazy from the encounter that we had in the store. Not like she was going to like the high heels I had just bought, as she was a bigger woman and I didn't think that she would fit in them. I was very firm in saying no to her and unlocked the door of the cubicle and went to go to wash my hands. That's when things started to get physical. When my back was turned, she grabbed me by the hair and demanded that I let them go. I'm not going to get into what happened, but she ended up stealing the shoes and taking my bag along with ripping all the buttons off of my dress. I straight away went to the security office, but they said because the offense wasn't caught on camera, that there was nothing they could do. I've flown with my 1-year-old solo nearly a dozen times. Usually people are understanding and kind about me having a baby on my lap, and overall he's a happy, easy baby. He's also very cute, so it's not uncommon for strangers to talk to him. Usually I don't mind. The last trip I took, I sat alone in my aisle, with a man sitting by himself directly behind me. My baby was tired and fussing. I knew he was tired, but there's not a lot I could do until after we took off. Right out of the gate, the man behind me was talking to my baby, saying, "Oh, hi, baby. Why sad, baby? Cute, cute baby." I smiled and replied that he was tired and sorry for the fuss. Thank you. After takeoff, I started to get him settled for a nap. The man behind us continued to talk to my baby, putting his hand through the seats to try and grab his feet. Multiple times I asked him nicely to please stop. The baby was tired. You're distracting him. He just needs a nap. Finally, I sat my baby down next to me. He stood on the floor facing the seat next to me so that I could make a bottle. The man behind me stood up and reached over my seat to pick him up. I immediately leaned forward to pick up my baby, saying, "No, thank you. I don't need help. Please, no. No, thank you." The man pushed me back into my seat while mumbling, "Sweet baby, why cry, baby?" I replied very loudly, "No," and quickly picked up my baby. I thought that that was the end of that. I was wrong. I tried to rock my baby to sleep while desperately trying not to lose my cool. As I'm rocking my baby, the man behind me reached through our seats to grab my arm, saying, no rocking, you make him cry." I pulled free from him and yelled, "Do not touch me." Again, I thought that that would be the end. I started rocking the baby for a second time. This time, the man behind me reached both his hands around either side of my seat to hold me in place, saying, no rocking, stop rocking." I am somewhat embarrassed that I completely lost it, clutching my baby to my chest while struggling to get free of him. It hurt. I hit the call light while screaming, "Let me go. Do not touch me. Let me go, let me go, let me go." He was still holding me by my arms when the flight attendants came running. I could barely get anything out to the flight attendants. Everyone around us was staring. I was sobbing, and all I could get out was that I could not sit there anymore, and for the love of God, please move me. The man behind me tried to move with me, but I told the flight attendants that I did not know him and he could not come with me. I had a good cry in my new seat, but my baby immediately went to sleep. I was moved to the next to the flight attendants' seats. After calming down, I explained to the flight attendants what had happened. Multiple times, the man that had been behind me got up to try to come back to my new seat, only to be turned around by one of the flight attendants. Towards the end of the flight, one of the flight attendants told me that they'd explained everything to the pilot, and the pilot had called the FBI and local police to escort the man off the flight. I would also be escorted off, as well as everyone around us that watched everything happen. He cheered as he was escorted off. I had to interview with the FBI and nearly missed my next flight. After my trip was done, I had to fly back going through the same airport. It was stressful and emotional to say the least. Even knowing that he was banned from the airline and the airport, I haven't flown since. To the man that tried to grab my baby from me and then wouldn't let go of me, let's never meet again. My fiance and I had just left a sober living house about a month ago. We had been clean for almost a year now and are doing really good. We graduated from the sober living and found a cute little 3-bedroom house. We gave the landlord the money and went over to the house to start loading our stuff inside. There was a little shed out back, so we walked back there and opened it up to put some of the boxes inside. Beneath a piece of plywood, my fiance saw something moving. He thought it was an animal, so he walked over and picked up the piece of plywood. There was a homeless crackhead sleeping under there with his crack pipe and syringe still in hand. We tried to be nice to him and explained that we're moving in, and that he would have to go find somewhere else to sleep. We even told him about the program we had just left, and that it was a really good place, and offered to give him the phone number. The dude narrows his eyes at us angrily and says, "I don't need anything from nobody. I don't trust nobody either, and neither should y'all." The way he said it was absolutely creepy. He strode off down the road and kept glaring back at us. That should have been our clue to not move in, but we had already given the landlord money and felt that we were without any other option at this point. So we moved our things in and tried to get comfortable over the next couple of days. A few days later, my fiance was at work and this same guy was standing in the road just staring at my house like a maniac. It was just me and a girlfriend home alone, so I was terrified. I called my fiance and told him what was going on, but by the time he was getting ready to leave work, dude had already vanished. I don't know what he was planning on doing, and I swear I'm not one to judge people. I'm a recovering addict myself and I've been homeless more than once. But the whole thing was just really ominous and threatening. About a week later, there was a shooting death about 3 houses down from us. That was it. We packed our stuff and left, and said screw that house. I don't know who was involved in the shooting, but after we packed our stuff and left, a friend of mine was telling me that the guy we found in our shed was also a convicted R-wordist that had just been released from prison, and that's why he was homeless. Needless to say, I don't want to ever meet that guy again, nor will I ever go back to that neighborhood. We moved 2 hours away and are now staying with my mom. I'll start this story by saying that I'm a 32-year-old woman. I am 170 centimeters and have generic back problems, which make it hard for me to lift 2 heavy things, let alone try to fight. I live in Denmark, in places where it is very normal not to lock your doors, even at night. The biggest thing that ever happened to me was someone mistook my home for a neighbor's, and they bolted out of the house when they realized they had taken the wrong door. This did not happen at my home, but at my childhood home in the middle of nowhere. My childhood home is a house surrounded by wheat fields, and is down a gravel road that has 2 other houses down at it. Childhood home house is the first house down this gravel road. I was house setting the house for my stepfather, because he couldn't take his 2 dogs, a Rottweiler and a roundabout mix, also a big dog, with him on his trip. I was alone with them for around a week. Nothing happened this week, but it was the last night I stayed there that something did. I was woken up by the dogs barking. They always do this when cars drive down the dirt road. It was normal, and I tend to tell them off and go back to sleep. This time, I saw a light coming inside the room that I slept in. That can only happen if you drive into the driveway. It was in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock at night, and that was what got me up quickly. Luckily, I had the driveway gate closed, but I did not like that some random car in the middle of the night was parking in the small patch between the dirt road and the gate. So I did the only thing that I could do at the moment. I let the dogs outside and hoped that would discourage whoever it was to even try anything. They're loud, and they sound worse than they really are. It did make whoever was driving the car move the car and drive away. They drive up to my first neighbor, who I can see up to because the dirt road lies on a very small hill. They didn't drive in as I thought they would do. They came back down to me again and began to drive very slowly past my house again. At this time, I stood outside at the front door, with the light on and watched the car. I didn't like how slow it drove past, but the dogs were still freaking out at the gate, so whatever they were thinking about, they reconsidered and drove away faster this time. I have no idea what the car was doing down the dirt road at this time of night. The main road is more than big enough for you to turn up there instead of going down a dirt road. I don't know what would have happened if the dogs hadn't woken me up, and I have them for my protection. The story goes back to 90s. I was 7 or 8 and going home from school. A 5-minute walk in a safe district. But there was something waiting for me on my way home that day. I remember a man with a big hand reaching to me to shake my small one, and there was another man leaning on a car with its doors open. I shook his hand. I remember him not wanting to let go. He started asking me questions about school and teachers. I was answering while trying to liberate my hand. Then my best friend showed up, shouted my name watching us. Then the man stopped smiling, let loose my hand and went to the car looking frustrated. My friend looked scared and serious. I totally forgot about this 2 minutes of my life because I didn't know what tragedy I escaped. Then somehow the memories reemerged after 20 years, and I understood that it was a kidnapping attempt. In college, 2008 to 2014, I was an avid metal detectorist. I knew of an old military trail and river crossing way back in a secluded portion of the woods that I knew not many others were aware of. I finally decided one winter morning that I was going to go and metal detect it finally. The trail is about a mile or two from a city park along the South Concho River in San Angelo, Texas. I parked my truck, got all my gear, which included a serrated knife for digging, and began my trek through the raw woods and brush for the trail. About halfway into the trees, I get into a clearing and find a tent and campsite about 40 yards back from the river, and very isolated. There's cans lying all around it, some clothes and other stuff that made it evident that someone was using it. I didn't hang around it for long and kept on my way. As I was getting past the tent, this haggard-looking guy comes out of the brush just a few feet from me. I startled him as much as he startled me, and after some innocent chit-chat back and forth, he asked what I was doing in the woods. I told him about the old trail, my metal detecting stuff, and lied that it was a pretty well-known site for hobbyists like me. The latter seemed to get him a bit anxious. He starts asking me if I've messed with his campsite any, and I told him no, except for accidentally stepping on one of the cans. He was mostly concerned if I had looked into the tent itself though, which, truthfully, I hadn't. The guy related that his wife had kicked him out of their apartment a few days ago, and he was just staying in the woods until he got back on his feet. Didn't really add up in my mind, but I didn't ask anything else about it. Finally, I told him that I was going to get on my way, and with a weird look on his face, he suggested that I not go behind his campsite, because he had recently used the bathroom back there. Whether there was fresh fertilizer back there or not, there was no way that I was going to be hanging around much longer regardless. I went a little further towards the trail that I wanted to metal detect, but never felt quite comfortable. So I made a quick turn towards the river and headed back to my truck fairly rapidly. Never saw the guy again until about 2 years later. His picture was in the local news for being apprehended by authorities for the murder of his wife. He killed her, and then buried her in the exact area of the woods where I encountered him on that day. Apparently, even though I can't recall if it was the very day of the crime or not, he had just completed the matter when we met. This happened in 1996, in my hometown of about 100,000 people. I was 15 years old, from the suburbs, and went to a high school in the city. English is not my first language, so I apologize for any grammatical mistakes. I finished with class, and for some reason, I decided to walk to the main bus station instead of just waiting at the nearest bus stop. I stood at the gate that my bus line, number 15, starts from. Another bus line, number 17, also starts from the same gate. After waiting for around 10 minutes, a man asks me if bus number 17 had taken off yet. I say yes, I'm sorry. You've just missed it. The man, who looked to be around 30 or 40, then introduces himself to me as Mark. He stretches out his hand for me to shake it. I don't want to be impolite, so I do. I introduce myself as Maya. My name is not Maya. It was bizarre to me that a grown man is introducing himself to me at a bus station. I may have been 15, but I knew better. He asks if I just finished school. I say yes. He asks me what school I go to. I lie. He asks if I'm going home. I say no, even though I am. He asks where I'm going. I say to a friend's house. My bus pulls up and I get on it. Strangely, this man, Mark, gets on as well. I know for a fact he'd asked me if number 17 had taken off yet. If he was originally planning on going on number 17, there is absolutely no reason to get on my bus number 15. They don't have a single stop in common. I sit down and he sits himself next to me. He asks me which year of high school I'm in. I lie and say I'm a junior. I was actually a freshman at the time. He says I look too young to be a junior. I say I hear that all the time. He asks me if I have a boyfriend. I say no, he says that I should. I then ask him where he is going. He says he's going home. I ask if he wasn't planning on taking number 17. He says no, and tells me he lives at the very end of the bus line 15. That was odd. I've never seen him on the bus before. He asks me if I'm on my way home as well. I say no, I'm visiting a friend. Looking back, he knew I was lying. I was sure he believed me, and I really thought I had the situation under control. I should have walked up to the bus driver and told him what's going on. I didn't, because I just wasn't scared enough and I didn't want to make a scene out of nothing. There were plenty of people around, and while he was strange, I really thought he's just a harmless, lonely weirdo. We get to my stop. I purposefully miss it and get off at the next one, thinking I'll fool him and then just walk home a bit longer. To my surprise, he gets off as well. I ask him where he's going, and he says he wants to walk me home. Again, I tell him that I'm not going home. I'm visiting a friend. He says that's fine, he'll walk me. I say he really doesn't need to, and in a stern, irritated tone, he tells me to shut up and walk. There is no one on the street. We're the only ones who got off the bus here. I'm alone with this weird man who followed me from the bus station. I can't go home because I don't want him knowing where I live. I start panicking. I don't know what to, so I just freeze and stand there, silent. In an instant, he went from weird but chatty and smiley to telling me to shut up. And I went from feeling in control to knowing I really, really messed up. He puts his hand on my shoulder and tells me that he doesn't have much time, so we should get going. I want to tell him that he clearly does, but I don't want to anger him, so I just nod. He tells me that if I'm good, I don't have to be scared of him. I lie and say I'm not. He asks me if that means I plan on being good. I say yes. He forced me to repeat it in a whole sentence. Yes, I will be good. I begin walking. I don't know where I was going, I just walked. He walked with me with his hand still on my shoulder. I was never religious, but I remember praying that I don't pass out. My heart was beating so fast, and breathing was so difficult. I was sure I'm about to collapse and die. Then, I spotted an older man tending his garden in front of a house. That's the last thing I clearly remember. I have a vague memory of running. I was later told that I was screaming for help while running towards the older man, while Mark ran off. The older man called the police and they contacted my parents. The police couldn't do anything but take my statement. Since my parents both worked and couldn't take me to and from school, they bought me a phone the very same day. This was in the 90s, when mobile phones were a luxury. I wish the story ended here. After the event, I only ever got on the bus at the stop right in front of my school. A few weeks passed and I did so like I did any other day. We locked eyes as soon as I stepped on. He was on the bus with the biggest grin on his face, like he couldn't be more excited to see me. I was so creeped out I immediately got off and ran into the school. I called my mom in tears and she had me find a teacher to walk me to her car when she came to get me. The school was then notified of the situation. After that, he was spotted walking around the school several times, sometimes a few days in a row, but sometimes he wasn't seen for weeks. The police was of no help. They couldn't do anything until he actually hurt me, or showed up on the school property or at my home. I spent the rest of the year waiting in the school until late afternoon, so my mom could pick me up after work. We always took a very long route home. I now know she was making sure we weren't getting followed. My parents then had me switch schools. Thankfully, he was never spotted in my neighborhood, and I'm very sure he never found out my name or got my address. I only ever saw him one more time. I was 21, in my hometown, on summer break from university. I saw him in a grocery store in a whole different part of town. He didn't recognize me, didn't even look at me, but I immediately recognized him. Where I live, there is no convicted criminal list like in the US. Such cases are not reported, and I never found out the man's full name. I have no idea who he is, or what he has done in the past. I don't know what he would have done to me. My belief is that he was mentally challenged, saw me, liked me, and followed me. My mother believes that it had been much more complex, that he was planning something and that he knew exactly where we're going. My dad still doesn't talk about it. I'm just happy he's out of my life. So I recently got a job at Walmart in online grocery. And while I don't talk to customers nearly as much as cashiers or customer service, I do have to answer a lot of questions and direct people to items they can't find. There are plenty of stupid people who don't look before asking me where something is, and people who are just plain rude. But besides this one encounter, I haven't really had a problem with creepy men. At my past jobs, I was used to men making horrible comments about my body and body mods, but I guess at Walmart, there's always someone weirder walking around, so I don't get as many. It started at around noon, when I went out on my first pick run of the day. I was in the soda aisle struggling to fit a box pack of beer into my cart, when this guy came up and helped me. He was probably in his early to mid-20s. This kind of adds to the creep factor because I only recently turned 18 and haven't switched out my yellow name tag yet. A bigger guy, a bit shorter than me, wearing a corn shirt. I thanked him for helping me and said I liked his shirt. He said it was no problem and complimented my hair. No big deal, right? I pick up my handheld and get back to bagging soda and praying that I don't get sent on exceptions that night. Around 15 minutes later, I'm in the soup aisle, crouched on the floor, bagging 20 cans of Dinty Moore. Not my finest moment. Someone walks up behind me and says, "Excuse me?" I'm already excited to talk to them. Nobody, and I mean nobody, says excuse me when they want my attention. I stand up and turn around to see the same guy. He says he's been looking everywhere, and he can't find the baking soda, and that he knows he probably passed it, but he wants to make sure he's looking in the right area. The baking aisle is just a few over, and what a coincidence. The next thing I need for my run is bread flour. I tell him I'm heading over to the aisle the baking soda is in right now, and I'll show him where it is. He says thank you. I finish scanning in the Dinty Moore, and we head over. It was a Tuesday, and completely dead. Like, I was seeing my coworkers more often than customers. We get to the baking aisle, and I show him the baking soda before getting to picking out the bread flour. I had a lot to pick from in that aisle, so I was there for a good 10 minutes picking different items, and I couldn't help but notice that he put a tiny box of Arm & Hammer into his cart, and was just standing there on his phone, occasionally looking at me. A little strange, but maybe he's texting someone, and is feeling a bit awkward that neither of us has left the aisle. Who knows? I finish my pick run, stage the totes onto the cart, and bring it to the back. I go on 2 more runs before my first 15-minute break, and I catch a glimpse of Corn Guy every so often. I figure he's just having a hard time finding stuff because the Walmart I work at is massive, and continue on with my day. I go into the break room to eat the salad I had in the fridge and drink a cherry Pepsi while getting that good gossip from one of the guys from customer service. And life is good. For a second, I thought I saw Corn Guy walk past the door, but I figured it was just an employee wearing the same shirt and didn't think of it again until later. My manager tells me to do 3 more pick runs before I go to the back to start dispensing orders, and I head out on a produce run. Easily one of the worst types, as the produce section is super confusing and always crazy busy. I get to the produce section and start doing my thing when I see Corn Guy standing next to the corn stand. I laugh to myself for a second before realizing that it's 1:30 at this point, and this guy has been at Walmart for at least an hour and a half. There are only 3 things in his cart. I try not to look in his direction so he doesn't try to talk to me and get back to bagging onions and weighing apples. At this point, I'm getting some serious weirdo vibes from this guy. He walks up to me and says hi. I say hi back and ask him if he needs anything. He proceeds to go on the creepiest tirade I've ever heard. I remember almost exactly what he said because I was standing there in absolute horror the entire time while holding a bag of apples. He said, "I just wanted you to know that you don't need to eat salad if you don't want to. You don't need to lose weight. If you're trying to impress that guy you were talking to, you should go for someone who would love you for who you are, not someone who would want to change you like that. You are so beautiful." I stare at this man in shock. For one, I eat salads for lunch because I like salad. It sure ain't a healthy salad either. Those things are loaded with Caesar dressing and bacon bits. Second of all, I have a boyfriend already. It's not Gavin from customer service. And he's also fat and could not care less what I eat. Third of all, I take offense that some random creep thinks that I have been waiting all my life to be validated by him. A man who spends all day at Walmart without even being paid for it. Needless to say, I am horrified, embarrassed because he just said this in front of multiple other customers who are giving us weird looks, and pissed off by the audacity of this weirdo. I can't tell him any of this. I stick with telling him that I think that's inappropriate for him to say. He needs to stay out of employee-only areas like the break room, and if he needs anything else, he can go ahead and talk to customer service. He looks shocked as if this wasn't the nicest way I could have ended the conversation, and I end my pick run early to go talk to a manager. In the back, I tell my manager about Corn Guy, how he's been following me, and how I'm not going back out to pick tonight unless we know for sure that he's gone. She's understanding, and lets me start dispensing early, and sends one of the guys in the back to pick in my place. The rest of the day goes okay, except when my coworker and I go out together to take a huge order to one of the spots in the main parking lot, and Corn Guy is sitting on the bench out front. I prayed that he was just waiting for someone to pick him up, and refused to take out any more orders to the main lot. I managed to put away returns without seeing him, and with minimal trouble, and at 8 I go back to OGP, turn in my handheld and key card, and say goodbye to everyone left. I always park in the main lot right in front of the grocery section, and as I'm walking it's just starting to get a bit dark. It had been raining on and off the whole day, and it was the perfect balance of summer warmth and cold rain outside. As I'm unlocking my old CRV, I see the Corn Guy approaching me. I'm scared of what he wants from me, but at this point I have my keys out, and the pepper spray on the chain is clearly visible, so I'm hoping he isn't stupid enough to try something. He walks up to me and starts trying to talk. I shut him down, tell him that he has been following me all day. Reminder that he has been at Walmart for a full 8 hours at this point. And I am uncomfortable talking to him. I am off the clock, and if he needs something regarding Walmart, he can go talk to customer service. And if he wants to talk to me personally, I'm not interested, and he needs to leave me alone. He has the nerve to look offended, and then says something that tops his salad rant in terms of stupid stuff to say to a random woman. Okay, Since you're going to be like that, I won't ask you out, ungrateful jerk. I thought you were cool and could maybe understand me, but you're just like every other girl. I'm too morbidly curious. I ask him what that means. I mean, you seem cool. I don't see anyone around here with ears stretched that big, or who can appreciate Korn's artistry. I thought maybe you were on my level, but you're just like every other stupid Midwesterner in this crappy town. At the end of this little rant, he digs in the pocket of his sweatpants and produces the crappiest little switchblade I've seen in my life. This pitiful little thing couldn't skin a hamster. I'm somehow even more offended. First, I've been stalked all day because I have stretched ears and complimented a guy's band shirt. Second, he thinks Korn is some deep-cut metal band that nobody else has ever heard of. Third of all, we do live in Iowa, but we live in one of the largest cities in Iowa, and this Walmart is right in the middle of it. And fourth, he's not only threatening me with a knife for not living up to his manic pixie dream girl fantasy, but thinks I'm going to be scared of that pathetic excuse of a knife. At this point, I'm so sick of this guy that I just get in my car, tell him to go screw himself, slam the door and get out of there. I haven't seen him since, but I work pretty much every day, so it's only a matter of time. So basically, to the creepy guy in a Korn shirt who pulled a knife on me in the Walmart parking lot, I hope we never meet again. I dated this man for about 2.5 years, and he nearly killed me. Very physically abusive, emotionally, all of it. The last time he hurt me was because I told him I was moving, and I was gonna have a roommate. He didn't like that. He strangled me twice and punched me in the face. I escaped and called the cops. He got arrested a few days later. Until then, though, he was coaching me on how I needed to go back to law enforcement and state that I hit myself, and he didn't really strangle me, that I stopped taking my psychiatric medication and was having a psychotic break that night. At the first hearing, I recanted and told the judge all the lies my ex told me to. The judge believed me, and he was set to get released from jail, but he was still under state county hold or something like that. Before he was supposed to get released, I went back to law enforcement after gaining some clarity and told them the truth again, in which another hearing was scheduled. Undoubtedly, my ex was notified of the reason why another hearing was being scheduled. He was a gang member. Obviously, I will not be saying which one. And as previously mentioned, by now I had moved into the new house with my roommate. But before he got arrested, he asked me where I was moving, and I told him which street corner the house was on, very stupidly. Well, my roommate's boyfriend at the time was affiliated as well. We were with some real winners, huh? And he was apparently notified that my house had been marked by the gang that my ex belonged to, and that showed true. One morning at around 6 a.m., my roommate and her boyfriend were sitting in the driveway in her car with the lights off. I was inside the house asleep. A car then pulled up in front of my house, blocking the driveway, preventing my roommate from pulling her car out. We're still unsure whether or not these people initially knew that there were people sitting in my roommate's car. The mystery car sat blocking the driveway for a few minutes before a man got out of the passenger seat and began walking directly up the driveway to my porch. Luckily, my roommate's boyfriend had a gun on him, and once he saw the man walking towards the front door, he got out of my roommate's car and flashed his gun at the man. The man saw it and ran back to the car, which then sped off. Maybe a few weeks later, I had driven to the gas station a few streets over after the sun had gone down. I was getting a vape or something. When I was walking back to my car out of the gas station, a man in the same car that was in front of my house pulled up next to me and started yelling something. I couldn't tell what he was saying before I just yelled back, "Shut up and leave me alone," thinking I was just being randomly catcalled. I got in my car and went to pull out of the gas station, noticing his car was sitting in front of the exit that I was going to take and not moving. So I went out a different exit and turned back onto the street that my house was on. I looked behind me and saw him following me. He waited for me to leave before he pulled out behind me and followed me. I started going down different streets and kept tailing. So eventually I freaked out and sped up real fast and made a quick, impulsive turn that threw him off my track. I didn't go home. Another day I came home from work and saw that the window in our dining room that looks out the backyard, the only window on the first story that doesn't have iron bars guarding it from the inside, had been tampered with from the outside. It had a screen secured to it so that the window may be opened, and the screen had been ripped off. We reattached it and tried to rip it off ourselves, and it was very hard. My roommate's boyfriend was able to, but we weren't strong enough. It would have taken a lot of effort to get that screen off. Last instance, my roommate's boyfriend and his friend had left our house to go on a walk. When they came back, as they were walking back up to my house, they saw two men peeking through the other dining room window, trying to see inside. They noticed my roommate's boyfriend as he started yelling at them, asking what the heck they were doing, and they scurried away. Me and my ex's final hearing happened a few months ago, and I have gotten him locked up until 2036. I think maybe his fellow gangbangers have realized that a man locked up for the next 12 years is not worth risking their freedom for anymore. And I have since been left alone. I work at a big retail store as a self-checkout host. Most of my days are spent walking laps and listening to customers saying things like, "I don't work here," or "Why aren't you on the register?" I understood their frustrations. Usually there would be 2 or 3 of us at the self-checkout, and maybe 2 manned registers open. We got a new guy in. Let's call him Terry. Terry always wore a mask as if it was 2021 and COVID was still COVIDing. I was training him, telling him to stock candy in bags. He would ask questions anyone would ask. If I'm in school, if I have a girlfriend. I lived in a small city/big town that had a good college. Students from all over the country would come and usually wound up with the prisons or retail. I usually asked the same questions. I told him no on both accounts. He then asked if I ever went hunting. We had a lot of woods and a big forest around the town. No, I don't like guns. He said he'd have to take me one day. A few days go by and he's over on my side again. He asks if I have family in town, and if they didn't, do they live close by? I live 3 doors down from my mom. He starts talking about hunting again, how he was out with his buddies and started using pack tactics, where they would box in the prey and finish it off. Weird for deer, seeing as they flee at the first thought of a noise. He's off for a few days because new hires have problems getting hours for the first 3 weeks. I talk to one of my coworkers, and they tell me that he asks a lot about me. The next time I see him, his questions are very telling. How tall would you say you are? How much do you weigh? How well do you know the woods past so-and-so street? I'm a big guy at 6 foot and 300 pounds, and when he brought up hunting again, a creepy thought would send a chill down my spine. Come on, man. You'd like it. Just some good old boys shooting the crap late at night in the middle of the woods. Then the real fun starts right before dawn. They won't know what hit him. The mask hid most of his face, but I could see it rise when he smiled. I don't know why he thought that would be a great way to convince someone, other than feeling like they were about to hunt me. It sounded like I would have been bored as crap before. I must have made a face or something because he turned and walked away quickly. I told a couple of coworkers about it, but that was his last day. I never saw him again, and I hope that I never do. I came back from getting some parts for my car when I find a note on my windshield. This guy has 8 cars just like mine that he is looking to part out. I thought, aw, sweet, cheap parts. I text him, and it turns out he's looking for someone to take some engines out, which on my car is a lot harder to do if you don't have a lift. Very little wiggle room as they go up from the bottom. but he'd trade my labor for the parts. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. It's maybe an hour per car with air tools. He says he has 4 post lift and tools. I roll up to his shop the next day, but it's actually a construction business. But I don't see any signs of construction. No materials, no power tools, nothing of a construction nature. There's 3 giant machine sheds on his property. I'm talking 50 feet wide, 100 feet long. First thing the guy asks me is if I have any tools. Well, no. I didn't plan on it, nor was that discussed. Oh, don't worry, I have tools. Except his tools were a toolkit from a hardware store, and looked like they had been rained on for 30 years. One of the ratchets had hardly any teeth, and was a pain to use. I spent 3 hours getting to these parts, partially due to the tools, but then it gets weirder. He shows me this car, and turns out he had wrecked it. Then another, he wrecked. This one blew the engine because I was stuck in a snowbank. Okay. Then I hear gunshots in the distance, and asked if there was a shooting range nearby. He kind of goes on a rant about it's his neighbors, but they always call the cops and blame it on me. I can shoot my guns when I want, where I want. Okay. Then his story changes, and not only does he want me to pull some engines, but put a few engines in cars too. What the heck? I thought you owned a shop. There's maybe $50 worth of parts here. I'm not doing all that. In fact, I'd be donating a bit of my time pulling motors, but I like helping people. Last thing he says to me is let me know if you need anything. 2 hours pass and I get all the parts pulled, and set them on a tailgate of a truck to show him exactly what I took off. Except he has totally vanished. I walk back to the only machine shed with the door open, and it's completely full of stuff. There's literally pallet racking, shelving you'd see at Home Depot, full of stuff. Retail shelving displays for candy and other things from the 80s and 90s. A dozen ice cream freezers like you'd see in a gas station. 20 newer dishwashers. 10 newer front-loading washing machines. I mean literally an indescribable amount of things. I notice near the roll-up door there's a camper. It's apparent to me this dude lives in it. Except there doesn't appear to be any running water or electricity. But he's not in it. It's clear to me that this person is a hoarder to the 10th power. All I can think of is his father must have been loaded, running a construction company, and left him a multi-million-dollar inheritance. It would take a lot of money to fill up over 22,000 square foot of machine shed with random stuff. Because unlike most hoarders who have garbage, newspapers, and other debris, 99% of his stuff had some value. But like I said, I didn't see one bit of construction material. I drive up the entryway and the gate is closed and locked. What the heck? He never told me that he was going anywhere. Luckily, the gate didn't have an actual fence, and I had to drive my car through a field and drainage ditch to get back onto the highway. I'd taken the parts with me and I planned on coming back. But then the more I thought about it, the more creeped out I was. Especially since I was kind of kept there when he left and shut the driveway gate. So there's this one memory from when I was around 12 that still gives me chills when I think about it. It was a family trip to an amusement park. You know, one of those days filled with excitement and anticipation. I was itching to try out this roller coaster, the kind that's short but crazy fast. Anyway, I'm waiting in line with my family and there's this kid in front of me, about 10 years old with his mom. The coaster we're about to get on has 3 layers stacked on top of each other, and it loops around 3 times before it ends. It's a pretty intense ride to say the least. So we're on the coaster picking up speed, wind whipping through our hair, and suddenly I notice the kid in front of me leaning out beyond the safety of the ride. My heart just about stops because I see these thick support beams coming up fast. And then it happens. The kid's head narrowly misses getting scraped by one of those beams. I mean, it was so close that I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The kid's okay, thankfully. But man, it was a terrifying moment. Looking back, I realized that my memory may have exaggerated things a bit, but the fear that I felt in that moment was real. It's definitely made me more cautious on thrill rides ever since. So this is technically a near-death/death experience, I guess. A hospital that I used to work at used mechanical compressors. So instead of people doing chest compressions, we would strap this machine on and let it do the work. It was actually pretty effective. Got the call to a code. Patient was out. Strap the machine on. Patient wakes up and starts yelling at us to stop. It hurts. Turn the machine off. Patient goes down again. Turn the machine on. Patient wakes up. We did this for what felt like forever. The patient by the end was crying and asking what was happening every time we started the machine. In the end, we were not able to save the patient. It still stands out as one of the most traumatic things that I've seen or done in my 20+ years of working in the medical field. And that includes working in big city trauma centers. We coded a roughly 50-year-old lady in the ER for like 10 or 15 rounds once that was showing pulseless electrical activity, PEA, a rhythm where the heart is circulating almost no blood and essentially flatlining. On the monitor, and the doctor running the code was about to call it. The people switching off on compressions were already starting to drip with sweat, and some were looking at him like, "You gonna call it or what?" After one nurse spoke up, he ordered one more round of EPI and chest compressions and encouraged us to keep going. Probably already the longest code I had seen a doctor do without any reassuring results. Sure enough, she goes back into a normal sinus rhythm after this last round, and we stabilize and ship her to the ICU. 5 days later, she comes back through the ER to thank us, speaking in clear, coherent sentences. I've never been much more shocked by a patient experience than to see this woman wheel back through the ER, looking like she had a minor bad day. Not only did I expect her to make it out of the code, but I also didn't expect her to make it out of the ICU, as not many discharge. And when she did, I sure didn't expect her to have the energy to come back and visit us, to expect gratitude with no speech deficits, or difficulty forming cohesive thoughts. This particular doctor was usually quick to call codes that seemed to be going nowhere, so I'm not sure what made him do things differently this day. But he must have seen something that none of us did, and I'm glad that he did. I haven't talked to him in years, but maybe I'll reach out to him and ask now that I'm talking about it. Edit. I texted him and asked what made him run that code so many times, and he just simply said, "You just go off of your gut." I'm not a doctor, but I am a lawyer, a former public defender. I had a client charged with assault with a deadly weapon. The guy my client shot went to the hospital and coded out in the ambulance. The ER doctor testifying at trial said a cop had accompanied the victim and EMS to the hospital. The doctor apparently went up to the cop and told him since they had several medical students observing at the hospital, they were going to rotate them in and do another round of CPR for the experience. While the med students were doing the CPR, the guy quote-unquote came back to life and tried to get up from the ER table. I'm the opposite here, but a nurse later told me that the look that I had on my face during this interaction was unlike anything he'd ever seen. I'm going to be vague about the specifics, but I had a fairly serious emergency operation that required me to be put firmly under for a good amount of time. Everything was happening very quickly around me, and the last thing that I remember is them wheeling me into the OR and telling me to count down from 10. I didn't make it to 1, as you'd expect. While under, I had a life-changing NDE that to this day I have feelings about. But that's not really the point. During it, I actually concluded that I had died and was comfortable in going on to whatever happens next, as the whole point of the near-death experience was to prepare me for the transition from life to life in a way that I'd specifically understand and be convinced by. Before I had the chance to transition in the way the near-death experience told me I would, I was jolted out of the experience in a way that I can only describe as what I imagine a big electronic device might feel, if it could, when being turned on after having its power off. I was like shocked back into reality, unexpectedly, and the pain was overwhelming. For a good 1 to 2 minutes, I couldn't move any of my limbs or speak, and I was just drooling on myself in a semi-upright position on the slab. As I gained some mobility, I could see that the operation had already been completed, as the repairs, if you will, were done, and in the state they'd end up in. The nurse came over to me and asked if I was ready to start the operation, which absolutely floored me. I was looking at the end result and felt like my consciousness had desynced with time. Apparently, I just mumbled, "Start the operation? It's already done," before blacking out and waking up a day later. The nurse said that he'd never seen anyone have the look that I had in that exchange. I attempted to unalive myself a few years ago by hanging myself with an extension cord. I had no pulse when the police arrived, but nobody is really sure how long I was up there. I was resuscitated in the ambulance, but was in a coma for a little under 2 weeks. Anyway, all I remember is a feeling similar to general anesthesia once I jumped off the table. But for the 5 seconds before it went black, I was in total panic and had a total change of heart from the confidence in my decision to end it seconds before. And then, it was just nothing, like a deep sleep. And when I finally awoke from the coma, it was like finally reaching the surface of the pool after diving too deep. I was in the same panic that I was immediately after I jumped from my table. Like I just blinked instead of being knocked out for 2 weeks. So to answer your question, I don't remember anything at all. It was like being in a deep, dreamless sleep. Perhaps if I had regained consciousness immediately after being resuscitated, I'd remember something more interesting. But yeah, nothing is about all that I can offer. When I was 8, I learned how to fix small engines. That being said, my dad had an old flathead Briggs & Stratton 5.5 horsepower engine that didn't work. He also had a riding lawnmower that had no engine nor blades. He gave me the task of getting the engine running. I could put it on the riding lawnmower and have fun whenever. I was so anxious at school the next day. Well, that day I tore apart the motor and had it running by bedtime. The next day, we had the thing mounted and riding around. Flash forward a few weeks. Me and my older sister were out riding when my shoelace got caught on the back spindle. It pulled me off and was dragging me. Mind you, only going as fast as it would go. My sister stopped and went in reverse, which caused her to go right onto me. The chain and chain wheel caught my lower right back, ripping my skin open and pulling my large and small intestine out, severing my right lung, breaking my spine in 2 places, and shredding my right kidney. I felt the thing roll onto me and then everything went blank. Couldn't see, couldn't move, couldn't speak. Nothing. No pain either. All I remember was the blackness. After my father got my heart beating again, I remember lying there in pain. Also remember feeling my back and short of breath. I felt what I still believe as my stomach in my hand while I was feeling my back. Once I was in the ambulance, everything went blank, except this time I saw myself laying there and the medic shocking me. I felt a hard pull and was back in myself. A few minutes later, I was on a table with strangers in white all around me. I remember them in a panic, then standing next to my grandmother who passed when I was 3. She told me she was my Nana. We were there watching them jolt my heart with tiny round paddles. She kept telling me it was okay. They called my death time at 6:06 p.m. Then all of a sudden I wake up and I'm all fixed and stapled up. My parents told me that I had died 3 times. The first for 5 minutes. The second was a little more than 12 minutes. But the last time was astonishing to the doctors. My heart stopped beating for 20 minutes. My parents made them continue jolting my heart. They told me that the doctor kept telling them that I was going to have a 98% chance of being brain dead. I'm 25 years old now, and I'm healthy as ever. I'm fully capable of walking as well. Thank you for reading. I was stabbed in the stomach with a fillet knife by my schizophrenic uncle when I was 15 years old. I remember freaking out, lying on the floor hyperventilating while I was bleeding out. I had tried to crawl up from my basement to phone 911, but I was so weak, and every time I moved I started bleeding harder. I remember passing out and having the sensation like I was leaving a dark room and moving outside into the sun. I stopped panicking, and this feeling of pure contentment settled over me. I was floating over a garden where all of the plants were giving off light, and I could see a huge amorphous shape above me that was made up of every color in existence, including colors I have never seen before and couldn't possibly describe. The shape seemed familiar, like I was a part of it, and it was beckoning to me and filling me with pure ecstasy and understanding as I looked at it. Then a man who looked like an awful lot like Dream from the Sandman comics, which I was obsessed with at the time, walked over to me through the garden and told me that I couldn't go home yet, that it wasn't time. I started weeping, but I was filled with a feeling of understanding, like I knew that I had to go back, despite not wanting to. The man had tears streaming down his face, and he took my hand and led me back to my body, which was in an ambulance. My older brother had found me and called 911. 4 years later, I experienced a kind of weak flashback/replay of the feeling that I had while looking at the giant shape in the sky while I was on psilocybin mushrooms. It felt like I was intimately connected to every aspect of the universe, and that all things that could be known were understood intuitively in that state, like an all-encompassing answer to some divine question. But I couldn't put it into words or symbols of any sort. It was all so obvious in that moment. I felt omniscient and omnipresent, but it was a shadow of the feeling I had during my near-death experience. I didn't have any religion in my upbringing, and I've never been inclined to believe in any sort of organized spirituality. But those two experiences were so vivid and otherworldly that they have convinced me that there are dimensions to existence that are beyond our current ability to grasp in a tangible, scientific way. It felt like I had pressed my face up against some sort of veil and looked through a pinhole at something beyond imagining. People have told me that it was all just the simple product of brain chemistry, and that there is nothing spooky about my experience. But I honestly have trouble taking them seriously, because none of them had actually experienced anything like it. I challenge anyone to have an experience like this, and not come away highly skeptical about our current scientific worldview. There seems to be this undercurrent of feeling among some that we are rapidly approaching a comprehensive and objective view of reality, that science is in its twilight years, and that we are just tying up some loose ends. But my experience has led me to believe that the cosmos is much more mysterious than anyone but the most original thinkers are giving it credit for. Thank you for listening. Growing up, my father used to tell me of an experience that he had while having open heart surgery. The doctors had to stop his heart for about 20 or 30 minutes while they inserted a mechanical valve into his heart. At the time, he was in his early 20s and was involved in a lot of bad activity that he says he is ashamed of now. Anyway, while my dad was dead, he said that he was in a very dark place, and as he wandered around, he started running into very scary people who were deformed and screaming at him. He ran for his entire life into a corner and hid. And just before the people got to him, he looked up and saw his deceased grandmother reach her hand down and grab him. The next thing my dad remembered, he was back in the hospital. He's convinced that he was temporarily in hell. I don't know if this was just a dream state or something, but I've never seen my dad so convinced in his life. It was enough for him to turn his life around and turn to religion, and more importantly, come back to his family that he had left behind. I saw a field with trees on both sides. I could see water. I felt like there was an ocean on one side of the path. If you can imagine the fields that electrical lines go through, where there are no residents and they just clear out the area for the power lines, it was like that. There was a tree in the middle and a well-worn path around it. I was walking that path. It looked like an oak tree. It was very large, and presence came to walk with me. I told it that I was ill, and that this seemed like a nice place. The entity, I'm non-religious so I don't know what it was, told me that I was not done and that I should return, that I would be happy one day. It was so peaceful, beautiful, but the foremost seemed dark and scary. The trees on both sides seemed a place that I did not want to go. I only wanted to go towards the water. Then I saw a bright light and I woke up in the ICU. I hope this doesn't turn into some kind of religious debate or some kind of medical versus spirituality thing. This was just my experience. Take it as that. My sister was shot while she was walking her dogs in our small town in Alaska. The bullet ricocheted around, piercing her bowels in 9 places. Even though we had one of the best Rhodes Scholar docs in the north at our ER, and the only flight out of town was miraculously minutes away from takeoff and held up to fly her to Anchorage, she bled out and died on the operating room table. She knows, because she vividly remembers everything that the surgeons said as she lied dead on the table. What she told me later is remarkable. She recalls drifting up and into a very bright light. She was no longer in pain and felt compelled to travel into the brilliance. It led to an amazing river. Seriously, the look on her face when she describes this place helps me realize that radiant, endless joy is not just a possibility, but an eventuality. She describes playing in a river that consisted of pure knowledge. Anything she ever wanted to know was at her fingertips. As she played in this amazing river, she could sense figures on the distant shore. They were our people, she explained. Our family, our animals, all waiting patiently for her to finish playing in the river and wade towards them on the shore. Though she was not ready to leave the marvelous river, she knew without being told that they would wait patiently and joyfully. But she never made it to the shore. As she was playing, an amazing thing happened. Seriously, people, if you could look and see the look on her face when she describes this next part, you would laugh for pure joy. A being approached her. She did not know what it was, except to describe it as pure, unconditional, ebullient love. It radiated love. It pulsed love. And all things diminished before the radiance of that love. The next part makes me chuckle a bit, even though that seems out of place. She said it spoke to her and said that she had to go back, that it wasn't her time. She said, like a little kid, but I don't want to. When she recounts this experience, she emphasizes that to be in proximity of that being is all there is. She describes it as a completion, a peace, a welcoming. To leave was incomprehensible, but to decline was also incomprehensible. She felt infused with a purpose. Very, very reluctantly she returned to life. She is amazing. They patched her femoral artery and explained that the graft would eventually give. In all probability, she will die within minutes. Living with that sword of Damocles should be terrifying. No, to her it's a promise that she will get to return. Life is what we're here to do, she explains. But after is sweet, benevolent, all-encompassing love. With every single breath, my sister is heartbeats from death, and I have never met anyone who is more alive and fearless. A man came and spoke to one of my classes this semester about his near-death experience, and it gave me great comfort, so I wanted to share it here. He was kayaking with a friend, and ended up flipping his and being sucked under by the current. He was sucked into a pipe under the water and struggled to get out, almost made it and was sucked back in. He passed out, and his friend saw his lifeless body being tossed down the river. This is how he described his experience in the moments that he was unconscious. He was in a dark place, almost like a cave, only the walls were soft and velvety. At the end of this cave was a beautiful kaleidoscope of colors. He made it sound similar to a stained glass window. And on the other side of this colored glass, dark figures were passing by. He said that all sense of time was lost, and it felt like his wife and kids would come join him at any minute. He said it was the most comforting and peaceful feeling he has ever experienced. He said that he had the strong sense that God wanted him and everyone there so badly, and that you must have to do something pretty terrible to go to hell, because he wasn't the greatest of guys before this. His friend was able to catch up to his body and revive him, and he said now he feels a stronger connection with everyone and is grateful to have had this experience. I hope this was calming to some of you like it was to me. Some of the posts on here are pretty scary. Many others on this thread have voiced similar occurrences, and from my studies in transcendental psychology, near-death experiences and the like, it is documented that there are commonalities that are documented from such experiences, so there is a lot of truth to be taken from these accounts. The following is my own. Just before my 18th birthday, during the summer after graduating high school, I was tearing around on a three-wheeler with friends. This old trike was not cared for by the owners, but I didn't know that, so I was doing my best to whiz around just as fast as the newer quads I was riding with. I broke off from the group and ended up hitting a slight bump and forcing the pins holding the front axle to the frame to shear in two, thus rendering the trike into two entirely separate pieces. The image in your mind may now be me with my butt falling behind on the main portion of the trike, whilst my front, still grasping to the handlebars in disbelief, is falling forward, causing a rift in my seating position. The handlebars bounced up and struck just below my voice box, effectively internally severing my trachea. I fell to the ground and was promptly run over by the back half of the trike, which broke my leg and ended up being the boring part of the story. In shock, I stood and tried to call for help, but as those of you paying attention may have surmised, I was unable to force air past my voice box due to the crushed and severed windpipe, and I eventually fell over into a more or less fetal position. When they found me and gathered around while waiting for the paramedics to arrive, it was a 15-minute chopper flight. I accepted my fate. I was about to die. I told those friends and family around me that I loved them and my time had come, and I told them goodbye. Once paramedics arrived, I described to them that my collarbone had broken and went through my windpipe and out the back of my neck, even though there was no external injury. They, being paramedics, did what they were trained to do and got me on a stretcher and used a BVM in an attempt to get oxygenated air into my body. This failed as they did not have any inkling that the air had no guidance system and simply filled up my body cavity. Eventually, I was on a helicopter when I passed out. From here, there are two stories to tell, the one that I experienced and the one that occurred through others' experiences. I'm going to tell my own first. I died. As I was fading, I had the realization that death was imminent, and thought, aren't I supposed to see a tunnel and light and all that nonsense? Then it happened. I saw the tunnel and light. Only after I made the realization of what was occurring and connected it to our culturally normative thoughts behind what happens at the time of death did I see that tunnel. This has led me to recognize how ingrained cultural beliefs are and how far they can be from reality. Memory fades, but this has lasted vividly for many years since its occurrence. As has mentioned, the feeling of complete oneness with all of existence was my main perception. that the self is not me or I, but rather one as many or all as one. There is actually a Family Guy sketch where they're stuck in purgatory that gives a decent visual example, and it is simply white nothingness. Except not nothingness, but simply an all-encompassing light. That was it for me. There was no concept of time or space, just existence along with the whole of everything, including the number 42. What happened in the world was this. The chopper took me towards a large urban medical center, a 45-minute flight. But when the technicians realized that I wouldn't make it that far, they turned around and went to the small local hospital. There, a team of surgeons couldn't figure out what was wrong. So one bright young lad went and decided in order to save my life, which was quickly drifting away. At this point, my blood oxygen count was well below normal, and brain death was a real possibility. Decided to slice open my chest and figure it out. There, they found a mess of a torn trachea, and did a quick fix by sticking a tube in and shipping me off to a different medical center, where I spent the next 6 hours in intensive surgery with a team of doctors who were prepared to break my chest and ribs to get at my collapsed trach, which would inevitably recoil behind my heart, as the trachea is like a stretched spring inside your chest. Drainage tubes for my lungs were installed, which I still proudly show as scars. And they were a host of balloons to keep my lungs and trachea from collapsing. I spent a week in a coma, and another so doped up that I saw golden retrievers dancing with purple hippos in the ICU. It was an exciting and terrifying hospital stay for the next 30 days. Since my family was told that I died, would be brain damaged, maybe a vegetable, etc., while I was asleep, you can understand that they were and still are some strong feelings regarding the incident. However, when I was told that I would need a tube in my neck to breathe for the rest of my life, and therefore would not be able to swim again, I promptly said screw that, and made up my mind to recuperate. Although I was still high enough to wonder why I couldn't just swim backstroke and keep the tube out of the water. Within 12 months, I was competing in college nationals, and now I race Ironmans, always showing off my scars. This is the full story of how I remember my death experience. I played nose tackle on the football team when I was in high school. During one full-speed scrimmage between first-string offense and defense, I got caught on a draw play to the left of the center, from my perspective. At the time, a middle linebacker followed me into the weakness I thought I found in the offensive line. This meant that there was my 200 pounds sprinting forward into an oncoming, 180-pound running back, with a 170-pound linebacker pushing forward behind me. The running back had gotten much lower than I had, and put his face mask straight into my sternum. The combined force of the three of us on my chest led to a blunt force trauma of my heart. I immediately had chest pains, but thought I just had the wind knocked out of me. As I stumbled off the field, the head coach yelled at me to get back onto the field. I tried to respond but couldn't find the air to speak. I tried to remove my helmet, but couldn't find the strength to pry the snaps apart. I made it about 5 feet off of the field and collapsed. I laid there on my back for a few seconds before I remember my friends yelling for the trainer. I still couldn't breathe, and my chest felt like I was having an asthma attack from hell. A few moments later, a junior college-aged kid, the trainer, appeared over me. He took off my helmet and proceeded to ask me a ton of questions. I could barely speak my responses, and then maybe only a word at a time. This may seem odd, but I remember the coach called for a water break during the trainer's line of questioning. From several yards away, well too far to gauge the situation on his own, the coach asked the trainer how I was doing. The trainer said I was fine and just hyperventilating from an acute asthma attack. He asked his assistant to get my inhaler from his office. I laid there on my back with a chest pain that felt like an elephant was sitting on me, at the same time as a knife was cutting me in half. Life seemed to slow down, and everything felt like an eternity. The trainer's assistant returned with my inhaler, and they did their best to give me 2 pumps. I didn't respond to the medicine like the trainer thought I would, and he froze there kneeling over me. He kept repeating something to himself, but I couldn't hear it. My hearing was fading in and out, and I was only catching bits and pieces. The trainer and his assistant removed my shoulder pads and jersey. Maybe that would help me breathe better. Time seemed to slow down even more, and I felt like I was gulping for air. I had lost all sense of relativity. I don't remember what triggered it, but the trainer called my mom to ask her what she wanted him to do. After he relayed the situation to my mom, she asked him why he was calling her and why he hadn't called 911. I vaguely remember the panicked look on the trainer's face as he sort of asked and told the coach that he was calling 911. An eternity passed. The sky was blue. Forever came and went. I couldn't move. More blue sky. It got lonely. I couldn't see anyone anymore. Just sky. No sound. No air. I tried talking, but all that would come out was nonsense. Suddenly, there were paramedics. This is where my memory starts to get really spotty. I'm in an ambulance. It's not moving. Now the ambulance is moving. What's happening? Why am I in an ambulance? The paramedic is talking to me, but I can't hear him. He's moving so fast. He looks nervous. The inside of the ambulance is shaking. Suddenly, whiteness. Where am I? So white and bright. Then dark. Then white and blurry. Then dark. There's a doctor-looking guy and he's with my mom. They're talking. She's crying. Where am I? I'm in a bed. Is this a dentist's office? Why am I at the dentist? Wait, this is a hospital. Why am I at a hospital? Where was I last? I was... Whiteness. I was in the whiteness, but where was that? The blue sky. I was looking at the blue sky, but where was that? Why am I here? I'm confused. A nurse came in. She told me to relax and try to remain calm. She was taking blood from an IV port on my wrist. When did the guy with the fear of needles, get an IV port? Time goes by, but I have no idea how much. Then another nurse comes in. Maybe it's not a nurse, but some sort of hospital assistant. They're moving me to a room because I'm going to have to stay a while. I'm still so out of it, and everything feels surreal. I fall asleep. When I wake up in my room, my mom is there. She's a nurse at this Kaiser hospital, and she tells me what I missed. I had a type of heart injury that is very rare. Several tests and images were done, and the doctor wants to talk to me about it. I have no recollection of the imaging events. The doctor comes in while my mom is in the room with me. He explains that the type of heart injury that I sustained is similar to injuries that were seen in random automobile accidents from the mid-1900s. Basically, my heart sustained an injurious impact right around the moment it was in the valley portion of its beat. If I remember correctly, this is the point when the heart is resting and most vulnerable. The injury caused my heart to slow down and stop. I was dead for about 2 minutes, in the ambulance and the ER. The whole time span from when I was injured until I woke up in the hospital room with my mom was about 15 hours. I spent just over a week in the hospital afterward. This was in 1996. I've since learned that this type of injury was rare, but more common before seatbelts had airbags, were regularly used in cars. My aunt had an experience like this when she was 18. She always suffered of chronic seizures that made her pass out. One day she had one while no one was around. She was later found by my grandmother. The doctors luckily arrived in time to resuscitate her. She explained that she was in the brightest, most peaceful hallway. She wandered aimlessly through it until she found a massive door closed on one end. She told my grandmother that she tried as hard as she could to open the door. Tapping, slamming, even kicking it would not allow the doors to break free. She looked back to see the back of the corridor gone, replaced with an emergency room. She was lying on a stretcher while multiple nurses and doctors were frantically working to revive her. She gave up on the door, turned around and led for the surgery room. She inevitably reached the room and re-entered her body. She passed away at the age of 42 about 9 months ago. Heart failure after multiple seizures. She left behind 2 young daughters and a husband. We like to think that the doors finally opened for her. I don't mention it too often, although I did mention it once when a question like this was asked. At first it's nothing. No sound, no wind, no light, no weight. It's like the weight of the world just disappears, and you're in the deep end of the pool just floating there. No matter how far you reach out, you can't grab anything. It isn't cold. It isn't hot. It isn't painful. It was absolute nothing, and it felt like I was there for a long time. After a while, there's a flash of light all around me. I felt a small tingle shoot down my body, and I don't know what happened, but I start falling. Like I suddenly just fell from some place up high. It's like when the school bully comes out of nowhere and just shoves you to the ground, or you trust fall onto someone and they don't catch you. It was a long fall. The light faded, and I was back into the deep end of the pool. After a while longer, I started to see images of myself. I heard nothing, and I only saw me. I don't remember what it was that I did, but it was something important. There's another flash and I can hear voices. Then it fades away again. I don't know exactly what happened, but I woke up in the hospital with my family next to me. The ambulance staff said that I suddenly woke up after they revived me and walked into the ambulance truck and went to sleep. The first thing I could say was that my Nana is proud of our family. I was 13 when this happened. Hit by a bus, killed on impact. I was dead for 6 minutes. They almost gave up on me. What was 6 minutes in real time felt longer for me. The weird thing is that I liked it. I felt at peace. There was nothing holding me back and no violence. It was just me, and I liked it that way. I passed out in my father's arms, and I was still able to hear things. I heard everything while being carried through A&E to the resuscitation ward. I could feel and hear everything but not move, and it was really scary. I felt all the tubes and things being poked into my body, and lots of beeping equipment and stuff. It sounded like about 5 to 10 doctors were around shouting and trying to save me. They started talking about all my stats dropping, and I heard them telling my parents that I was probably going to die. The heart rate monitor turned to a constant beep, and I heard my mother screaming and squeezing my hand and shaking me. I was still in my passed out state, hearing and feeling but not being able to move or talk for about 3 seconds, until the 2 senses I did have disappeared, and I was in complete darkness for a short while, just with my thoughts. After that short while, I began to hear a kind of blinky noise, a bit like a xylophone. Then lots of little colored lights appeared that were blinking on and off very slowly. It was like I was floating around space, and they were little blinking planets. There was one big white planet that was not blinking, and I felt like I was moving through the other planets towards it. At this point, I had realized I was dead and was just thinking about my life, my family, and the people that I love. It was really peaceful. I was like that for what felt like hours, until I began to hear my mom and dad again crying, and the doctors telling them that I was coming back. Then, the easiest way to explain how I got back to my body would be after you die on Battlefield 3, and you're in the menu choosing a class. Then you suddenly get resuscitated by someone else. That is pretty much exactly what it felt like. I was in my body for a short while in the passed out state again, hearing and feeling but no sight or movement, until I opened my eyes and saw my parents next to my bed. Then I started to laugh and would have sat up to hug them, but I couldn't move because of all the things that I was plugged into. I ended up staying in the hospital for a week and a bit, and missed a few GCSE exams. Prologue. Turns out I have very acute asthma, and had been on a long bike ride the night before with my lonesome. I had a bit of a chesty cough, and didn't get any sleep that night due to much trouble breathing. I had just assumed that I had a chest infection. Not once did I associate it with asthma. My dad made me stay home from school that day, but he had to go to work, so I was by myself. I was having serious difficulty breathing and could not move to ring my mom. She ended up coming to see me, finding me in my bed unable to move. She immediately took me to the doctor's surgery, who said it was just a chest infection and gave me some antibiotics and said that it would fix itself. I went back home, still having a lot of difficulty breathing, and stayed there for a short while. My dad came home from work early for other reasons and found me suffocating on the floor. He immediately took me to the nearest hospital, and as he parked the car, my breathing was cut off entirely, which was the scariest moment of my entire life. I started to hit my dad because now I was truly suffocating. He ditched the car out of the front of the hospital and carried me in his arms. I passed out while he was running through reception. I now have 3 actuators, hardcore inhalers, an anti-inflammatory for my throat and nose, and check up with the doctors every few weeks. My dad also feels extremely bad for leaving me that morning because he did not realize that it was so serious. This will probably get buried, but I was gone for a few minutes, and the going out was strangely similar to an Alex Grey painting. All of the things I had seen, like faces and landscapes, converged on themselves, creating tinier reflections of each other in endless waves, until they were so fragmented that everything went black. It was the most peaceful feeling in the world, or out of it, and I was disintegrated into nothing and everything. I don't know what or who gave me the signal, but at some point I was notified that if I didn't start breathing, I would stay there. The scary part is that I wanted to. I had never known such satisfaction and oneness, but the love of someone on the other side made me take that first breath. Coming back wasn't the same. It was just all at once. I was just there, confused and hollow feeling. I remember it rained and I cried. It was hard to adjust in my mind because I had never wanted to die before. But being there was so different than what I had thought it would be like. It's true, it was a blackness, but not because it was empty. It was black because there was so much detail and complexity that it was simple. It feels weird to describe now because I have since found a love in being a part of one thread in the blanket again. But I wanted to share because I always thought that it was odd that I remembered. My mom died on April Fool's Day in 1997. She was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital due to internal bleeding. She said the last thing she remembered before the death dream was the piercing blue color of the paramedic's eyes. Then the dream came. She was on a golf course, and everyone she had ever met in her life was standing on the hills looking at her. There was a massive storm, and she held on to the nearest tree as her body was being shredded by this horrible, vicious storm. She said eventually the storm stopped. She collapsed in a heap on the ground and the sun came out, and then she came out of her coma. She was dead for a matter of minutes, and in a coma for 10 days. I was drowning. My high school friends and I got some inner tubes, some screwdrivers, and a bunch of rope and went rafting down a local river. We tied our inner tubes together so we wouldn't drift apart. After a couple minutes, it became clear that my tube, which was an inflatable crocodile pool toy, was leaking. But the river was pretty gentle, so we kept going. It stayed gentle until we got to the bridge. We didn't manage to get untangled in time, and our flotilla crashed right into a pillar. My inflatable crocodile and I were in the front. I hit it full force, then was pushed down when the rest of our fleet came crashing in. I went down. The river had been gentle, but there were currents around the pillars, and I couldn't get back up. My crocodile shot up and away from me. I was sucked down and it was very dark. I tried to use the pillar to reorient myself, but the water was pulling hard. This is when things get fuzzy. A friend reached down to try and save me. I nearly dragged her down. Everything was flailing and panic and dark. And then there was just the dark and peace. I remember the calm. I felt like I was in the belly of the sea, that I'd sunk under the world and somewhere better. It was like coming home after a long day. Then there was a painful burst of light that felt like it tore me inside out. I exploded out of the water and through the air, but at the time it was just pain and cold. Then the slap of hitting the water again. And then I wasn't drowning anymore. I was in shallow waters, which was good. I felt like the world was unfamiliar, and like I hadn't seen this place or those people in years. My friends told me later that I'd popped out of the water, like a cork, and went sprawling through the air. I ended up well downstream from them, which seems odd. Perhaps I let myself drift and don't remember. The next day was our last day of high school. A couple days later, our graduation. After that, I didn't see any of those friends again. But somewhere, in an old friend's scrapbook is an apology for me, for almost drowning her. In mine, there's a hand-drawn in memoriam for my deceased crocodile. I was hiking along one of the outlier Appalachian trails. I was alone. I always hike with a pistol. I followed a game trail for a spell to climb high in a ridge in hopes to get some pictures from a vantage point, when I heard a low, guttural growl from a thicket. I'm familiar with most animal sounds from this area. I don't know what it was, and I've not heard it since. I stopped and peered into the thicket, but couldn't see anything obvious. I drew my weapon and backed out of the trail for about 100 yards, and walked the rest of the trail back to the main hiking trail. I continued on until I came across a man and woman walking with a dog. The dog was fairly aggressive, and evidently gave them fits holding him, so we didn't chat. I moved on another 100 yards and stopped for lunch. I wish I had time to inform them that I heard something, but figured that they wouldn't travel the game trail. As I was eating my lunch, I heard the dog go ballistic in the distance. I quickly grabbed my things and walked back towards the game trail that I followed earlier. I never saw those people again. I checked the papers and researched, but no one was ever reported missing from that area. To this day, I never found out what was growling in the thicket. Earl Schaefer, the first man to complete the entire Appalachian Trail. He was doing it for the second time, I think. I was walking the trail by myself, and out of the woods comes an old disheveled dude. I was like, oh great, I'm dead. We exchanged hellos and continued on our separate ways. A few hours later, some hikers passed by me and asked if I had seen some old dude wearing blah blah blah, and I said yes. They asked if I knew who he was, and I said no. They said it was Earl Schaefer hiking the entire trail for the second time. This isn't as crazy as some of the others on here, but my friend had an encounter when we were hiking a 50-mile section of the Appalachian Trail in upstate New York. I was a Boy Scout at the time, so I must have been about 15 or 16, and was with at least a dozen other people. I was up at the front of the group with my friend Tyler, and the trail was approaching a cliffside. All of a sudden, I hear loud rustling in the leaves, a scream from Tyler, and then a loud hissing noise that quickly faded to nothing. Tyler had stepped on what he later described to be a copperhead, and immediately reacted by getting his foot underneath it and punting it off the cliff. I was told this story over this past summer by someone that I met running a campground up by the Yellowstone/Tettons area. It was a privately owned campground located in the greater Yellowstone region. Anyhow, I checked in, met the dude running the spot. He was really laid back and down to earth, and even gave me updated accommodations, glamping instead of my campsite for free. Anyhow, we connected pretty well. I felt comfortable around him and safe at his spot, which is important as I travel solo mostly. As we started chatting one morning and he was telling me how he spent some time 2 to 3 months ago on the Appalachian Trail, starting in Georgia and moving up north. I don't remember how it was brought up, but he begins telling me how one day he found a cut off the trail, an old carriage road or something, and that it was pretty quiet. Not many Appalachian Trail hikers go off into this portion. Anyhow, he starts telling me how one day he's hiking and begins hearing branches and twigs breaking off the trail on his side. Being the only one there, he suspects it's an animal. According to him, he sets up camp that night and begins hearing the same noises around his campsite. Well, he begins to get sketched out and decides that he'll rest quickly and gets back on the trail. Morning comes and he hits the trail again and begins hearing the same noises. He begins telling me how he starts to get a little sketched out at this point. He seemed pretty legit, getting emotional and whatnot. Not overly dramatic, but you could tell that he was affected by recalling this. The dude tells me that he starts picking up his pace on the trail, and the noises begin to keep pace with him. Finally, he reached a ranger station, which was closed. He says that he was so freaked out that he was ready to break in when a ranger pulls up and sees him distraught. He starts explaining what is going on, and supposedly the ranger tells him that he's surprised he made it that far by himself and lets him in the station. He gets inside, and the ranger shows him a storage area with around a dozen packs that he claimed to have picked up, with nobody around. Now the story gets weird, and I feel that the guy's full of crap, but again, he seems pretty emotional. He claims that while this station, him and the ranger hear something on the roof, and he starts mimicking the sounds that this creature was making. Pretty much just really strange and obnoxious creature noises. He claims that it was Mothman or an alien. I have no clue what this dude was recalling, or if he was full of crap. However, it sent me on a quest to see if anyone else has had a similar experience on this portion of the Appalachian Trail. Let me start this by saying that I have lived in the Appalachian Mountains all my life and have experienced a lot of strange things. My family was Irish and settled in West Virginia, but I currently live in the North Carolina portion of these wonderful mountains. That being said, I have learned a lot about what really lurks in these woods, but this was nothing like I had ever experienced before. It all began with my golden retriever Ozzy growling like I had never heard before. He literally never growls, so that had me really uncomfortable, but this growl was bone-chilling. It was like he was getting ready to have a fight for his life or something. I took both him and my other dog out at around 11 p.m., and he would not leave my side. I noticed that my workshop door was open, so I walked down to close and lock it up. The entire time he is glued to my side. Ozzy also kept trying to get in between my legs, still growling, and all of his hair sticking straight up like a feral animal. The second that I closed the door, all hell breaks loose in the woods. It sounded like 50 full-grown men had broken out into a full sprint tearing through the woods. Trees were shaking and branches were falling. In all of my life, I have never been that scared. We got back in the house before I crapped my pants, and I got my pistol/mag light to figure out what the heck was going on out there. When the dog and I got back outside, we were surrounded by what sounded like people mumbling. It was everywhere. I shined the light all over the woods and couldn't see anything, but the sound was coming from all around. It sounded as if you got a full gym of people to baby mumble. You could almost make out words. That's why I don't think it was an animal. I almost immediately felt sick, like I was having a mix between a panic attack and the full swing of the flu. Back inside the house, it sounded like people were walking around all night. The windows were creaking, and you could clearly hear the sound of shoes on gravel. The mumbling never stopped. Every time I got up to check the house, my feet would touch the floor and it would get dead silent. You couldn't hear birds, crickets, frogs, or anything. I was terrified and didn't sleep a wink. The air felt thick and evil all night. And that's the only way that I can explain this feeling. Imagine a soaking wet quilt being tossed over you. That's how I felt. I'm looking for any answers as to what this could be. This wasn't like the normal spooky stories that my grandma and great uncles used to tell me. I feel like this scene traumatized me, since I remember it so well whenever I think about fear. The reason this memory scares me till this day is probably because I have yet to discover what animal it was. My closest bet would probably be raccoons, but the uncertainty is what frightens me so much. That day, I decided to push a bit more, and even though I was at a shelter with my trail fam and it was dusk, I just wanted to keep moving and night hike to the closest camping spot ahead. We've been there before. I waited out the momentary rain in the shelter and started hiking moments before it actually got dark. My buddy told me not to drink the water from one of the water sources ahead, because apparently there was a factory accident or something contaminated the stream or river. I remember going downhill from that shelter, crossing the stream, and then having to cross a highway that was pretty wide. It had a thickly wooded median strip. At this point, I was ready to pitch my tent anywhere, but the surroundings didn't permit that, so I kept going. I got into a woody section of the trail, where everything around my headlamp was pitch dark. The headlamp, by the way, had an issue, most likely because of weak battery. It would dim itself and I would have to reset it. It was enough to see where my next step was going, so I just kept it dim. This is when I encounter a pair of eyes reflecting back at me from the right. Nothing out of the ordinary when night hiking. Could be anything, really. The eyes were medium size, roughly 4 to 5 inches apart and 4 foot off the ground. Right next to them were another pair of eyes, but slightly smaller and shorter. My first thought was actually bear cubs. Because of the way that they acted, it really reminded me of curious cubs, mesmerized behind their mama. I just let them be and focused on moving forward. And this is when I saw it. 1, 2, 3 more of them, all slightly varying in size, and this time on my left. I grabbed my trekking poke, a clever name that I made for a modified trekking pole the size of a stake, and started banging it on a tree. The eyes didn't move at all and just stared back at me. Fine. I kept moving while I banged the passing by trees with my poke. And then as the trail light turns right, in front of me, I see this line of about a dozen pairs of eyes, all of them just sitting there in the outlines of the trees without moving one bit. This is when the fear started flowing, so I picked up my pace and turned right, ignoring any glare in my peripheral vision. I just stormed the heck out of there. Soon I was out of that section, and I managed to make it to a pond where I stealth camped. Whenever I would tell others about this, they would shrug it off, thinking that I'm probably exaggerating or that it was nothing serious. But experiencing it firsthand, all alone, knowing that you're greatly outnumbered was really scary. I wonder if anyone else has had similar experiences that they can't get out of their minds either. Funny thing I just realized is that my trekking poke died/broke that night while I was using it to climb some rocks, shortly after this episode. It was quite an adventurous hike. The man in the red raincoat. I was hiking in New York and made it to this awesome deli, the Appalachian Market, in time for dinner. I ate a delicious dinner there while I waited out a rainstorm. The deli was so delicious that I decided that I would stealth camp near the road that night. I would get an early start the next morning, fueled by a New York breakfast sandwich and coffee. I crossed the road and found a flat spot to set up near the pond. But I noticed what looked like a homeless person set up nearby with a hammock and a bunch of stuff everywhere. I decided to keep going and found a flat spot a bit further down the trail. A few hours later, I was woken up by a bright light. There was someone outside my tent with a flashing or headlamp, and they were shining the light all around. I hear footsteps outside my tent. Who would shine their light on someone's tent at midnight? That can't be another thru hiker, can it? Then I hear a man's voice. Hey you. Hey you. Oh crap. Whatever is outside my tent sounds angry and crazy. What do they want? I hold my breath and hope that they think I'm sleeping. The footsteps stop, and the light shines on and around my tent. Hey you, what the heck? The angry voice grumbles incoherently. I start wondering if I should yell and try to scare him away. Should I make a run for it? I have no idea if the crazy man outside my tent has a knife or some sort of weapon. So I sit still, and I hope and pray that he will eventually leave. 5 or 10 minutes later, I hear the footsteps walking away from my tent, and the light disappears. Finally, I can breathe again. The crazy man is gone, but will he return? I fell asleep for a little while, and then suddenly I woke up feeling uneasy. I turn and look out the half-unzipped rainfly of my tent, and notice someone standing outside my tent. Just outside, there is a man with a red raincoat and a gray beard staring at me. He is completely silent, but is staring right at me. I reach to grab my knife, but then I realize I don't have one. I blink and look back for the man, but he's gone. Was that just a dream? The next morning, after very little sleep, I wake up and walk back to the deli. On the side of the trail, I notice a man passed out in a sleeping bag. He's wearing a red raincoat. My wife and I were overnighting on a section that I knew very well. There was a rowdy group at the shelter we had planned on using, and we wanted to get up early. So we ended up using an extremely well-maintained collection of tent sites, not far from the shelter, and were pleased with our spot. We waited until after dark, and no one else showed up like we expected. I was having a rough time sleeping. I'd woken up to the noise of the partiers and was just chilling in the tent while my wife slept. I was getting closer to dozing when a very large buck decided to check out our tent with his antlers. He came right through it. There must have already been a tear or a weak spot. I'm pretty sure that he was as shocked as I was that the tent popped and ripped. And I was scared out of my mind because I'd never encountered a deer doing something like that in all of my years on the trail. I froze. He froze. My wife continued to sleep because she sleeps through smoke alarms, so this frozen deer wasn't waking her. In the dark, it took my brain a second to really grasp what was even happening. Then, because in the middle of the night in the middle of the woods, nose to nose with a wild animal, I was not thinking at my best. I barked. I barked like a dog in his face. He did not move. If he had not been a wild animal, I could have easily given him a good boy pat on the snout. It didn't seem like a good idea at the time, and I just had to wait him out until he slowly removed himself from the interior of the tent and walked quietly off into the night, showing no sign of being spooked. When we ran into the partiers the next day, they told us that he had visited them as well and just stared at them for a while before moving on. My wife woke up the next morning and was genuinely confused about what happened to the tent. I had really thought about messing with her and telling her that she slept through me fighting off a bear or a bobcat or something. But the truth was too irresistible. My dad and I were camping next to the Elk River, sharing a tent at the time. We set up camp in a small field next to the river and called it a night. My dad slept with earplugs. I did not. I woke up to something right outside of the tent, right by the flap where our bags were. I heard loud snorting and thought hogs. I woke my dad. He sat up to listen, but of course there was no sound. He goes back to sleep and it starts again. I shake him awake again, and again no sounds. This time he goes back to sleep without his earplugs. Well, the snorting came on the side of the tent, and he shot up quick. I stick my head out but saw nothing. No tracks. Our food bag was untouched. It took a long time to get back to sleep, but we learned later that it was likely a deer. My dad swears that he saw Ollie or whatever the little boy was named who supposedly haunts that one shelter. But I forget which one. My friend and I were on Breakneck Pond and Harriman fishing. We were in the middle of the lake in a metal boat. It started pouring, so we went onto the tree line at the end of the lake, so lightning didn't mess us up. These kayakers asked us for immediate help after we got on land. My friend said, "That's your problem." But then I said, "I'll help real quick." It seemed to be a couple. They were oddly nice, but seemed like they had some good hiking experience and what to do in hazards. So they claimed shelter was a half-mile going away from the campgrounds, so we decided to follow. I got a weird feeling as the skinny guy walked behind me, almost like he was going to blindside us with a knife. and his spouse, the woman leading the group. So it then started hailing. Then it got really painful. We were getting destroyed by dime-sized hail balls, coming at a 30-mile-per-hour fall rate. I was really desperate to find shelter. Then I realized that my friend and I were following random strangers in the woods. I knew those campgrounds like the back of my hand, so I finally realized that Camp Group didn't add cabins at the end of the pond. I got my friend and said let's go the other way. They tried to get us to come back, but I refused. My gut feeling could have saved us from getting knifed by two strangers. We got back on the boat after the hail stopped, and the strangers were nowhere to be seen. During my through hike, I had planned to get off the trail around Waynesboro, Virginia for a wedding in Shenandoah. I had a friend hike with me for 5 days out of Damascus, which we did 15-mile days. Then I picked up the pace to make it in time. I needed to average about 23 miles per day for something like 12 days to make it. Started with 29 and 28-mile days, and averaged 23 for a 4-day push to Pearisburg. Then needed to repeat that to Daleville, but I slowed up and got there a day late. It was shortly after that I found out that the wedding was a day earlier than I had thought, so I was 2 days behind. I decided to get off at Buena Vista instead, which I had not wanted to do since I had stopped in there during a section hike. So cut to Friday, the day before the wedding. I hiked into Glasgow for lunch and had a small resupply to get me through the night. I packed out half the pizza and began the big uphill in the heat of the day. I chugged all of my water by the top of the mountain where I had decided to camp, so I needed to hike on to the next shelter. I had to signal for what would be the last time, so I decided to book my rental car from Enterprise and request a pickup from the road where the trail comes out. Declined. I pick a time when the store is open. Check the hours. They close at noon on Saturdays. Well, crap. I text my girlfriend the situation and began to hike downhill, losing signal. I make it to Punch Bowl and run down with just my bottle and filter for water. Didn't bring my headlamp and it's getting dark quick. I ran back up the trail and got to my pack. Took out my headlamp and kept hiking into the night. I only did maybe 3 miles and then had to look for a stealth camp spot to camp. I finally found a small flat spot barely big enough for my tent, right off the trail by like 2 feet. I threw up my tent and wasn't even hungry from dehydration. So I went to hang my food, smelly pizza included, from a tree. But I was looking for a suitable limb for like 10 minutes with no luck. Eventually I said screw it, and threw my food onto a tiny branch about 8 feet off the ground, in the tree right across the trail from my tent, maybe 10 feet out my front door. I go to sleep and wake up at 4 a.m. to large footsteps behind my tent. Probably not human because it was coming from the woods, not the trail. I shuffled my sleeping pad to scare it off. It just froze for a second, then kept wandering closer. All the deer I had seen were super skittish, and this creature was not, so I assumed that it was a bear. I make as much noise as possible, and it detours a wide berth around my side of the tent, so I play some music from my phone while packing up loudly. Music ends and I hear nothing. I peeked out. Nothing. I pack up my tent while singing loudly, grab my food bag and hike off the trail. Never ended up eating that pizza either. One time, I was on a solo trip and passed through Tennessee/North Carolina near Smoky Mountain National Park. I found a primitive campsite off the main road to stay at, but was not familiar with the area. I chanced it as it was late, and my options were limited. The road to the site was basically wagon tracks with downed branches in the way, and I remember it being really humid and wet, and dark as it was late. I pull up to what I assume was the site. There was a really old piece of machinery right off the road, but it was pretty old, so not exactly a sign of people being nearby, recently, but kinda weird. It sounds cliche, but I really did get some Deliverance vibes, mostly the scenery. I genuinely did feel like I was out of place, and not really welcome, despite having just traveled across the country and staying in remote places all over. The site had a lean-to, and for some reason I cannot recall, I did not set up my tent to stay in. I was going to sleep in the lean-to with just my sleeping bag. As I was setting up my stuff, I noticed this metal stand with hooks but nothing hanging. I had never seen anything like this. Upon inspecting the lean-to, I found massive spider webs and dead spider carcasses in the corners and under the roof parts. Everything was set up for a horror story, but I ended up fine throughout the night. No spiders, bugs, hillbillies, or anything like that. My conclusion was that this site was a site for hunters. The metal hooks were for hanging deer. In the morning, the amount of dead spiders and other bugs caught in the webs was even more frightening. I lived in Kingsport, Tennessee in middle school. My family had a half-an-acre plot that led back into acres of random woods and hills. There were cabins, dirt roads, and even churches back there that were not on any map. Some were abandoned, but many had people living in them full-time. My siblings and I would go exploring, and my brother accidentally stumbled on either a moonshine or meth cabin once. He thought that it was abandoned, and went to check it out. But someone heard his footsteps, and suddenly he heard a bunch of people scattering around inside, and someone telling everyone he'd go check to see what was outside. My brother ran back into the woods and didn't stop running. We stopped going back there after that. Before that incident, we'd find makeshift tents made out of branches that hadn't been there before. Around the tents would be weird extinguished campfires, and weird crap hung in the trees. Like a string full of cans and bottles just hanging around like wind chimes. Even twig wreaths and figures like something straight out of the Blair Witch Project. All the other people in the area knew of this and said nothing. You keep your mouth shut about anything you've seen or heard in the woods, because you never know who knows, or is someone who does something secret out in the mountains. If you did happen to see something, no. That was just an animal or even a cryptid of some sort. It wasn't a person. I'm from southwestern Virginia, and one day I was driving around a gravel back road just riding around when I came upon a group of 10 plus people in white robes. They were walking down the road towards the creek. I put it in reverse and got out of there pretty quick. But in hindsight, I'm pretty sure it was just people performing a baptism down by the creek. I'll make a shorter story from a longer one involving sensitive auras. But once I was with a girl on Big Frog Mountain at dusk, miles away from anyone. We decided to walk up a trail when right behind the car, I stepped in a mud puddle with odd-looking light brownish water. I pointed the unusual collar to her when we started walking. Not far up the trail, she started getting scared, and we went back to the car. In the car, we started making out while lying in the front seat, and she had her hand draped out the window. I felt an odd sensation in my back. It had happened before when people were behind me, and told her to pull her hand in, which she did. A few minutes later, I felt the sensation in my back again, but it felt more urgent. I rolled her window up, but being a teenager, I continued with the makeout session. A few minutes later, it felt like someone had stuck a live wire to my back. I sat up, started the car, and head back down the mountain. She was obviously confused and asked me what was wrong. I replied that I didn't know, but something was wrong somewhere. We went back to my parents' house and was assured by them that the family was okay. Having calmed down some, we ate a little dinner, then started to leave. After I opened the car door for her, I walked around the back of the car. While walking, I glanced at the back of the car and saw handprints the same color of the mysterious mud puddle on the car. The last one was over the back window, and it was obvious that someone was watching us while inching their way to the front driver's side window. When I saw the handprints, it was like being hit with a lightning bolt, and I knew what had happened. Cold chills ran all over me. I got her out of the car, and as soon as she saw the prints, she knew too. This story is the absolute truth, so help me, and I will never forget it. In 2007, I was a designated driver, stone cold sober for my boyfriend and friends. He and I went back to his parents' house in southern West Virginia. His parents were out of town, and he was drunk, so I got him put to bed and went out to back to have a smoke. Typical house up a holler setting at the bottom of the mountain, with about a half an acre fenced in, running up the hillside. I didn't turn a light on, and it was typical Appalachia dark. Sat down on the porch swing, lit up, and all of a sudden hear what sounds like a woman being absolutely bloody murdered about 100 feet away from me. I threw my cigarette and got in the house quick, turned on the porch light / floodlight, and saw what can only be described as a huge black panther running back and forth inside the fence, absolutely screaming and screeching its head off, because I guess it thought it was trapped in the fence once it jumped in. I watched it until I figured it out, and jumped back over the fence and ran up the mountain. I think only one person has ever truly believed me. When my mother was just a girl in the 1940s, she was spending the night at her aunt and uncle's house in southern West Virginia. The house was in a holler, and her grandmother's house was at the end of that holler, a big field separating the two, with a big sycamore tree right in the middle of the field. Her aunt sent her to her grandmother's house to either get a cup of sugar or flour. She said she didn't hurry back and just played until almost dark. She started back down the path to her house, which went by the sycamore tree. She said that she got right under the tree when something in the tree let out a yell that sounded like a woman screaming. She threw the cup away, ran towards the house, and met her uncle coming out with his rifle to shoot what was most likely a mountain lion. He didn't find the mountain lion, and they never found the cup that she threw away. I grew up in Big Canoe, Georgia. My sister and I had to ride our bikes a couple of miles, mostly downhill, to the Jeep Trail to get to the swim club each day in the summer. Over the years, we had many bear encounters. Black bears are shy but quite intimidating, when the only thing between you and them is a huffy bike. One particular day, as we walked our bikes up one of the few hills that we had to cross, We were very aware of how slow and quiet footsteps in the woods. To this day, I am convinced that it was a mountain lion or a cougar following us. We never saw it, but some of the sounds that it made sent chills down our spines. The forest got so quiet at one point, even the birds went silent. We made it to the top of the hill and pedaled as hard as we could to the safety of the clubhouse. We were so freaked out about it that we skipped the pool for the rest of the week that summer. My name's Octo. I'm from Michigan, but I love Appalachia. The mountains are in my blood. Not to mention, it's the most beautiful place on earth. My grandfather and many generations of my family before him was from Boone County, West Virginia. Anyway, the preamble is mostly irrelevant, but that's the reason I'm in this subreddit. Anyway, this story doesn't entirely take place in Appalachia, but could have easily ended there. A few years ago, one of my friend's parents paid me to pick their daughter up from New York City and bring her back to Detroit because she's somewhat disabled and she had missed a few Greyhounds that they had booked for her. The drive to New York City was relatively uneventful. Got pulled over for having an out headlight. Slept in my car at a rest stop and woke up in western Pennsylvania to a misty mountain sunrise. I get to New York. The traffic sucked and there was nowhere to park, but eventually I found my friend. She loaded her stuff into my trusty HHR and we were off. Pretty much everything was going all right until we decided we should stop and rest. Again, in the mountains of western Pennsylvania. Initially, we chose a Walmart parking lot so we could get food, have access to a bathroom, and so that if something did happen to us, there would be cameras. But there were a few shady cars that seemed to take interest in us, so we decided to push west and sleep at a rest stop instead. We tried that. When we got there, we had some snacks and just BS till dark, so we could easily and safely go to sleep. But then I noticed something. There was a car sitting in the parking lot of the rest stop that looked eerily similar to one of those shady cars we had seen earlier. A newer Jeep. SUV. White. I debated for a few minutes whether we should worry about it, since there were probably tons of people who drive those before deciding to keep pushing west. Exhausted, barely able to drive, potentially paranoid but motivated to find somewhere safe to sleep. Eventually, we found another Walmart and parked somewhere distant from the door, but not so distant that we were invisible. We talked and eventually were almost asleep, until another white Jeep Compass pulled up right next to us. I saw his eyes, and I'll never forget them. They were cold but hateful. Barely awake, I slammed the transmission from park to drive and floored it, heading straight for the highway. We flew through the mountains, but couldn't lose the brand new Jeep on the highway. Eventually, we decided to get off and try to lose them by zigzagging and changing roads, heading southwest instead of due west, as he probably presumed we were doing. After daybreak, we found ourselves in a small town with a busy Wendy's or McDonald's or something, where we finally got some sleep. That night, I was either paranoid, which is entirely feasible, or we were followed for well over 100 miles. Either way, it was the most terrifying thing to happen to me in the mountains so far. I was living in a moderately remote, about a mile out of town up an isolated road, area of West North Carolina, Andrews, North Carolina specifically, back in about 2002. My brother and I, at the time, thought each other were sleeping, and only consolidated our experiences the next day. We're sharing a room in a wood cabin nestled only about 10 feet from the mountainside. In the dark early morning, we heard some pretty unearthly sounds that the next day we compared to all local animal sounds, and none of them were even close. They honestly sounded closer to Jurassic Park fake mechanical or modified whale or dolphin sounds than anything biological that I've ever heard before or since. And we heard heavy walking on our roof that then dropped onto the front of the porch, then back to the roof before going away. The next day, we saw footprints in the snow that were, as best as I can explain, most like kangaroo footprints. Way too big to be rabbits, but there aren't any kangaroos in North Carolina. We followed the tracks, and they dead-ended in the middle of our yard, at least 6 feet from the tree line, with snow scuff behind them, like the kind of stuff you see when someone jumps from a point. But again, there was nowhere nearby to jump to within any reasonable distance to any bipedal animal or even a human. It was just like it took off directly up. I'm not a believer in the supernatural. I regularly dismiss most things happily. I don't even believe in religion, etc. But this is one thing that I just can't, despite my best efforts, explain. And I've tried repeatedly since it happened. But I've got nothing. I'm stumped. The most likely thing on the surface would have been a cougar, but it doesn't make sense for that. I've heard a ton of cougar sounds, seen cougar prints, etc. They don't match up. None do. It wasn't a cougar. It wasn't even close. I still to this day, 10 years later, have no idea what it was. And to this day, I'm honestly still a tiny bit freaked out to stay at my mom's house, though thankfully I've never run across anything like that since. I went camping by myself one night to clear my head, because I had a lot going on at the time. Summer was almost over, so I was trying to enjoy it while I can. I wasn't able to sleep because I felt like someone or something was around. I have one picture from that night. I'll have to see if I can find it. But all you saw is 2 red dots about 3 foot off the ground. After that, I refused to leave my hammock. At about 3 a.m., I started to hear something moving around. I know how animals sound walking. I'm pretty big into nature. But whatever this creature was, it was up on 2 feet walking about 6 foot away from me. As I was curled up in my hammock, not even attempting to look out, I finally managed to go to sleep. Some friends and I were bored in college one night, and I was borrowing my dad's car for the week. So we decided to drive over Fondé Mountain in southeastern Kentucky, because none of us had been down that road before. It was about 3 a.m. when we finally got to the top and started coming down the other side. At first, we saw what looked like a large cat about the size of a mountain lion, but it was running through the woods on 2 feet. We drove as fast as we could to get to the next town, which was Clearfield, Tennessee. When you get into the town, there's a street light on either side of the street at city limit sign. The lights looked like they were floating back and forth across the road, switching places. As we drove through the town, we saw 2 men putting what looked like a body bag into the back of a van. At this point, I floored it and found the first open gas station so I could find to get directions back. I still have no idea what we saw or why. We were stone sober, and while it was late, we frequently stayed up that late, so I doubt that it was sleep deprivation. This didn't happen to me, but happened to my mom in the late 60s. My mother grew up in New Hampshire, but was born in Virginia. One year when she was about 4, she was getting dressed in her snow clothes to go outside. She had a younger brother at this point and he was 3. My grandmother, her mom, would dress her and then go and dress her brother, and by the time she got back, my mom would have taken off all of her snow clothes. So to fix this, she dressed my mom and stuck her outside with the dog right after. My mom just wandered off into the forest. They lived pretty much in the middle of nowhere at this point. The dog went with her, and then she was missing for 2 days. The dog returned home. They thought she was dead. And then they found her a couple of miles away, sitting at the bottom of a hill, covered in dirt and just playing in the snow. She doesn't remember what happened, but I guess she was just missing and then found. Even though there were tons of search efforts, the 2 days she was missing. And like dogs and everything. And she was also missing a lot of her snow clothes, which were never found. It always gives me chills whenever she or my grandmother talk about it. I've been a lifelong outdoorsman living in West Virginia and Virginia, and I've had a lot of scary run-ins, from being in between a mother black bear and her cubs, to being face to face with a mountain lion, as well as being stalked by one. But one of the scariest things was one day in an area that is called the Devil's Ditch / Haunted Branch. All of the older people say if you're going to be in it at night, to have a gun or just don't go. It's extremely remote, and no one lives up there. It's all a hunting reserve. Well, one day at about noon, I was up there with my father, showing him some of the side trails and fire roads, when we stopped at the last gate. It's the farthest you can go into it by vehicle. We were going to stop and take a break. I needed to pee, and he was looking at the maps. Well, I'm standing on a rock looking into the woods, and there was a lot of undergrowth with large poplars growing up through it. You'd be lucky to see 5 to 10 feet into the woods at eye level. I start peeing when all of a sudden, poplar trees start shaking about 10 to 15 feet in front of me. I'm looking up at about 20 feet in the air at the trees, and they are moving back and forth violently. While this is occurring, we heard what sounded like monkeys and almost like samurai talk. These tulip poplars were about 1 to 2 feet in diameter, 20 feet up in the tree, so at the base they were probably around 3 to 3.5 feet in diameter. Nothing should be able to move a tree like that freely. I finish peeing rapidly and walk backwards as my dad is yelling, holding his pistol. I get in the Jeep, throw it in reverse, and head back down the fire road, which was pretty rough at this time. For about a half a mile down this fire road, we can hear whatever it is yelling and making its noise at us, and the footsteps. I've got chills just describing it. And the fact that it kept up with my Jeep down the mountain through the woods, and I could see the underbrush parting, and at one time thought I saw a brown fur. But looking over my shoulder but trying not to tear up the Jeep was a bit hard. I fish in this area. Target shoot up there with buddies and hunt, and we've heard things that sound like monkeys as it gets closer to dark. Rocks have fallen off the mountainside in places where there are no rock outcroppings. Had a friend's truck get rocked in the middle of the night. And yes, there are a lot of bears, but most of the time a bear will only mess with the vehicle if there's food in it. I'm by no means a Bigfoot believer, but I'm also not a denier. I think that we are naive to think that something like that doesn't exist. I'm just sharing what I've experienced. And I just remembered something as I was reading back through this. When we pulled up and got out of the Jeep, the smell was almost like a bear, but with an almost human BO smell with it. I've smelled a lot of animals, and that smell was very unique and has stuck with me. As well as when we pulled up, it was extremely quiet, and you got the feeling that you were being watched. which happens often in places like this, and I've grown accustomed to it. But this day was obviously different. I should also add that it was June or July when this happened, so the underbrush was like a jungle. Growing up in Cookeville, Tennessee, we had Crazy George's Bridge and Booger Swamp. Crazy George's Bridge goes over a railroad track where a railroad worker was supposedly decapitated by a train. He wanders the tracks with a lantern, looking for his head, and if you stop your car on the bridge at night, it won't start back up again. In the 80s, it was also rumored that Satanists used the bridge for rituals, and for decades teenagers have tested the theories with late-night visits. Booger Swamp was a wooded area where a witch supposedly lived, and if your animals went missing, it was said that she had called them to her lair to use for spells and potions. There's also a witch's cemetery with strange pyramid-shaped tombs. As a young newspaper reporter, I went on a few pot field raids with the Kentucky State Police. We once went to a pot field that was hidden in a narrow valley. The troopers noticed a wire rigged over the valley, running from one side to the other. Turns out it was a tripwire, rigged to a fire cannon that was embedded in the ground, dead center of the field pointed straight up. It was made from large diameter steel pipe, and loaded with several pounds of black powder as propellant. The cops estimated that it was packed with about 50 pounds of scrap metal, including chains, bolts, nails, old brake pads, and all manners of stuff. Long story short, it was clearly designed to shoot down any snooping aircraft that swooped in just a little bit too low. One trooper told me that a Kentucky Army National Guard, Black Hawk, had been scheduled to recon the valley that morning, but they canceled due to another mission. This tale was told to us by our grandfather. It was winter in the lumbering camp. Remember when chestnuts were timbered? It was late one night, and a knock came at their cabin door. Opening the cabin door, they found an old woman who pointed at one of the men and said, "You are needed at home," and then vanished. No footprints in the snow. No signs of the woman. The man she told to go home did. His mother had died. No one ever knew the identity of the witch woman. I'm a girl. My mom was a horrible addict. She barely took care of me as a kid. At the time of this incident, I was around 6 or 7, so my awareness and understanding of things happening may not totally make much sense. This happened in the 90s. One night, my mother and I were on a car ride. I wasn't sure where we were driving, but it was late at night. I'm not sure what time it was, but I assume it was really late, because there weren't many cars on the street, and I was sleeping in the back seat. I don't even remember getting in the car. My mom drove up some sketchy house and left me in the car for what felt like forever. Suddenly, the car door swung open, and someone violently grabbed me by my arm and yanked me out of the car. I started screaming and crying until the man that grabbed me looked in my eyes and said, "Be quiet and don't try to run or I'll kill you." He had a scruffy beard and looked like a madman. I was scared to death, so I listened. He held me tight by my arm, shut the car door, and walked with me down the street. I looked back at the house my mom was in, hoping that my mom would come out the last second and save me. I looked at the house for as long as I could as the man dragged me further and further away. As we walked down the street, I wanted to cry, but I was in shock and in fear. I didn't know what to do. If I sniffled or cried, the man would tighten his grip and yell at me. I can't even explain how scared and confused I was. We walked for a little while and ended up in the projects. The projects were a bunch of buildings crammed together in a crappy neighborhood. We walked into one of the buildings and walked up a flight of stairs. My legs and feet hurt, but I was too scared to stop moving or to complain. We walked up another flight of stairs when I saw some random guy smoking a cigarette in the stairway. Then, without warning, the guy that kidnapped me fell to the ground. It happened so fast. I don't know how the kidnapper fell to the ground so fast, but the next thing I remember is the cigarette guy was punching and kicking the kidnapper in his head and face. The kidnapper was out cold. Cigarette guy picked up the kidnapper by the back of his jacket and threw him down the stairs. You have no idea how scary and violent it is to see an unconscious man fall down the stairs. To this day, I still have a fear of falling downstairs. He bled everywhere. I still have no idea how cigarette guy knew to help me, but I'm glad he did. Maybe he could see the tears in my eyes. Maybe he just picked up on something and had a bad vibe. But he acted instantly. The first second he could, he attacked my would-be kidnapper. Cigarette guy starts pacing back and forth, swearing at himself, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. I thought he was mad at me, so I started to cry. He looked at me and said, Okay, just shut up. He had an attitude, so I listened to him out of fear. I wasn't as scared of cigarette guy as much as the bearded guy, but I was still in fear of him. He started to ask me questions with an attitude. Why are you out this late? Where are your parents? Why would you talk to strangers? I was in so much shock and confusion that I couldn't answer the man's questions correctly. He asked me if I knew my way home, and I told him I didn't. I told him a broken story about what happened and how someone with the information I gave him, he knew where my mom's car was. The only thing I can remember about the road is passing a house with Christmas lights on it despite Christmas already being over. I think he knew the area well enough and figured out where I needed to go from that information. But I honestly don't even remember telling him about the Christmas lights. Anyways, he told me he would take me back if I promised over and over that I wouldn't tell the police that I saw him or anyone that looked like him, and made me promise that I wouldn't even tell the police anything. He had an attitude. I didn't care what he asked me. I just wanted to go back to my mom, so I agreed. I followed him down the stairs. The bearded guy was still laying on the ground bleeding at the bottom of the stairs. That cigarette guy threw him down. He wasn't moving at all. For all I know, he was dead, and I hope now that he was. Cigarette guy stepped over the bearded guy and I followed. We walked outside, and cigarette guy looked around panicky. I remember him telling me, the police don't like me. We walked out of the projects, and my feet still hurt. Cigarette guy was walking fast in a panic, and I had to basically jog to keep up with him. I started crying, and he asked what was wrong. I told him my feet hurt, and I remember him sucking his teeth and picking me up with an attitude. He awkwardly cradled me in both arms. He walked down the road for a moment. Then I remember him swearing and running behind a house or a building. A cop car was driving down the road. He put me down and told me to run to the police car. I tried to run, but my legs could barely move and I was scared. The cop car kept driving and rode away without seeing me before I could even get remotely close to it. He kept swearing to himself as he picked me up again and ran down the street. He took me behind a lot of houses and hid from every cop car that drove by. I assume now that the police were looking for me. He carried me in both arms, running fast down the road, when I saw my mom at her car in the distance. She was surrounded by police. Cigarette guy put me down and told me to run to the police. I got so excited that the pain in my legs disappeared. He put me down and ran away. I ran towards the police and my mom. My mom picked me up and hugged me tight. The police started to ask me and my mom questions. I don't remember too much about their questions, but I remember my mom telling the police some convoluted story that just didn't make any sense. She basically told me to not say anything, and I didn't say much, but I cried a lot. We went home. Days later, my dad picked me up and knew that something was wrong. I told him everything. I never lived with my mom again. When I grew up and had time to think about that day, I never forgave my mother. Not too long ago, I asked my dad what he remembers about the situation, and he told me what he thinks happened from what I explained to him from years ago. He said my mom was on a drug binge. I got kidnapped. Someone saved me, but the real person that saved me had warrants and wasn't mad at me. He was just frustrated at the situation that he had to deal with. Imagine being a criminal on the run, and now you have a kidnapped girl with you and you just beat a guy half to death. If he would have gotten caught with me, he could be in jail for my kidnapping. With my mom lying and me being in shock and confused, I wouldn't be able to tell them that the man helped me, because while it was all happening, I didn't even notice he was helping me. To the man that saved me, thanks. To the man that tried to kidnap me, let's not meet. I deliver pizza, and I'd been having a really busy night, nonstop back and forth, without any time to even pause and take a leak. I'd been so busy that I wasn't really thinking about bathroom breaks. But we're also going through a bit of a heat wave in our area, so I've been drinking copious amounts of water. All of a sudden, as I was driving to this particular delivery, the urge to go hit me. Like, things went from 0 to 60 in an instant. Thankfully, I was close to the customer so could get this one over with quickly. Or so I thought. I pulled up to the house, and it was an area I'd delivered in before, so I could immediately see that something wasn't right. All the lights were off in the house, not even the glow of a television or anything. It was extra apparent because the street light closest to the door happened to be out of order. And on top of it all, the block was dead quiet. This is a big university area, and obviously there aren't many student renters in July, but there had to be at least one person because someone ordered this pizza. Maybe they just liked sitting in the dark, or they were out back in the yard, whatever. I just didn't want to get out of my car and knock on a quiet house in the middle of the night, around 9:30 p.m., without first checking that I had the correct address and the customer was inside. It was scorching that night, even after sundown. My car's AC is a joke, and the piping hot pizzas don't help things much, so I have to try and open the car door as infrequently as possible to keep any cool air in. I called the number the customer provided, and the voice on the other end said, kind of brusquely and out of breath, "Yeah?" I just tried to keep it clear and concise. "Hey, it's your pizza out front, but there doesn't appear to be anybody home." And the customer replied, still gasping for air, "Yeah, I'm not home." I had to pee so badly by that point that I was much less patient than I'd otherwise be with a customer right out of the gate. Well, then we're going to have to terminate the order, because I've arrived in the stated delivery window and you were supposed to pay in cash. So, I don't know what to tell you. Plan ahead next time. I instantly regretted letting my bladder do the talking for me, as the voice on the other end came through more clearly, as a young, bubbly, and very distraught girl who couldn't have been older than 20 or 25. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I was running down the street, so I could barely hear you," she cried. "I just switched you out of my AirPods. Is that better? Sorry, I completely lost track of time at work, but I knew you were coming. That's why I'm literally running home right now. Please don't leave. I'm starving and I don't have a car. Seriously, please don't leave. 5 minutes tops, okay?" I know what it's like to be hungry and running late and have no car but not live near any restaurants. Plus, when I heard her voice, I began to remember more specifically having delivered to this place a couple times before, and she'd always been perfectly nice. Now I felt bad for snapping at her. I tried to walk it back, while simultaneously looking out my window for potential spots to pee. No, my bad. I'm letting the heat get to me and it's not your fault. No need to rush. See you when you get here. I hung up, and while surveilling the street, was starting to think I was really out of luck. All the other houses had people in them and were close together, so there were no clumps of trees or out-of-the-way patches of land or anything. Of course, I had just tossed my empty water bottle at the last delivery because I'm an idiot. Finally, I decided it was escalating to the point of an emergency, and the safest bet was to use a bush in front of the woman's house. She wasn't home. The street light was out, so no one would see me. The people who were home were inside. My car was parked across the street, and we're a small shop who don't wear uniforms. So if someone did spot me, they'd have no way to connect me to my employer. Animals pee outside all the time. Humans are animals. This is fine. I scurried over to the tallest bush in her front yard. She didn't really have much of a yard, more just a walkway lined with bushes and flowers that ran adjacent to her front door. The biggest cluster of bushes, the only one where I could be sure there would be no visible splatter on the side of the house, was about 4 feet from her door. I looked both ways, unzipped and let fly. After the initial millisecond of relief, I noticed the sound was way off. I started panicking, thinking I'd aimed wrong. But once I start, I can't stop midstream, so I kept squinting into the darkness to see if maybe I was hitting a key rock or something, and could just move a few inches over. Instead, all of a sudden, I heard a way more concerning noise. A deep voice exclaiming, "What the heck?" And before I could turn around, assuming I'd been caught by a neighbor, a man came leaping out of the bushes. He blew by me, brushing my golden shower off him as did. He spit pretty emphatically on the ground, so I think I might have beamed him right in the face. I didn't see where he went after a few paces, but, though this next part is kind of a blur, I do think I remember hearing a car screech out from a bit further away after a minute. I'd gotten some night vision by that point, so I was able to make out his height, build, and outfit, but only the most general details of each. I just stood there trying to figure out what had happened. The reality was so terrifying that my mind refused to accept it, and impulsively searched for a reasonable explanation that could make everything okay. I thought, could these bushes lead to some backyard area and just looked like they were against the house? Could they have been obscuring an open window? My inner voice was desperately screaming. That man was wearing a hoodie in 90-degree weather. That was a bad man. You're in a bad situation. But the very idea that I was within inches of a guy who would be hiding in bushes at all, let alone in front of a young woman's house at night, just wasn't something I was ready to grapple with yet. I was coping by not coping. My fight or flight response totally failed me at that point, because I did the absolute last thing I should have done, and approached the bushes to try and validate this. There must have been a good reason for a man in a hoodie to be behind these bushes in the middle of the night. Theory. So I walked over to the side, turned on my phone flashlight, and tried to peer around the line of shrubbery. Pro tip, as scary as things may look in the dark, seeing them with a single beam of your flashlight can sometimes make it even worse. That's when I saw the bag. There was a tattered drawstring bag sitting behind the bushes, slightly splashed with pee, but I was in such a moronic daze from shock that I groped around for it thinking, see? This is it. This will explain why he was back here. It explained it. Once I maneuvered it over and pulled it open, I saw a sharp knife, a roll of duct tape, and a bottle of pills. The delusions officially broke at that point, and all the adrenaline, endorphins, and self-preservation instincts that had been suppressed kicked in 10 times over. I became whatever the opposite of dazed is, more laser-focused than I have ever been in my life, with one singular goal: get back to my car. I dropped the bag, booked it across the street, got in my car, and slammed the pedal to the floor, before the door was even all the way closed. I went as far as I could, as fast as I could, until I hit a red signal. Then I pulled off to the side and realized I shouldn't be driving any more than necessary in the condition I was in. I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour drugstore and took a breath. I was finally calm and coherent enough to zip up and formulate a plan of action. My first lucid thought was, who do I call first, the police or the girl whose house that was? I thought about it for what couldn't have really been more than 10 seconds, but felt like an hour, and decided, okay, I am in my locked car with the engine running. If trouble starts, I can drive away. I know something's up. She might not. She needs to know not to keep walking in that direction. But as I was dialing her number, it occurred to me, what if there was no girl? I thought I remembered delivering to that house before, but what if I was wrong? What if the girl on the phone was just a decoy to get me there to rob me? Or worse. Every pizza guy on the planet has seen the Evil Genius documentary by now, so I thought she called me all out of breath. She wasn't home. The whole thing was off. Can't risk it. I'll start with the cops. The operator was very helpful in keeping me calm because I was a complete wreck by this point. He kept assuring me that someone would be there soon. I kept telling them they had to get there before the girl did, but I was trying to express 3 thoughts at once and really damaging my own credibility. It came out more as, you've got to save this girl because he wasn't after me. I was just delivering a pizza. Unless they were after me, in which case there might not be a girl. But I talked to one on the phone, so then you should find that girl because they used her to lure me there. But if she's real, she doesn't know about the guy, who was also real. And there could be more guys if there's actually a girl. And you know what? Even if there isn't a girl, there might actually be more guys. I only checked one part of the bushes, so I don't actually know. I didn't mean to. This was back when I thought the girl was real but not home. But she might be real, so you really need to find her if she is. Because the guy was real. Finally, they basically just asked me to stop talking and stay on the line. But that was when I saw an incoming call from the customer. I couldn't answer it without disrupting my 911 call, so I just ignored it. But then she sent me this text like, "Hey, I'm here, don't see you." I told 911 that she was there, and they said officers were only minutes away, but who knows how long that meant, especially after I'd given such a scattered account of the events in my panic. I just felt overwhelmed with guilt, because my rational mind said the odds of her being a decoy girl for some large scam targeting pizza guys were low, and the odds of her being the intended victim of a predator were high. So I put my 911 call on mute, where I can hear them but they can't hear me, and turned back, heart absolutely pounding out of my chest, the entire way. Then I took 911 off of mute and told them I had returned to look for the girl. They weren't happy about that, but I saw her meandering past the parked cars in the street, looking to see if one was mine, and I waved her down, flashing my brights. She bounced on over to the window of my car, happy-go-lucky. I figured that was a good sign that she wasn't in on whatever this was, but I was just so scared to be back in the general area and to not know what had just happened or what was going to happen. I kept whispering, "Get in, get in." And she was like, "Get it? Huh? Oh, you want me to get the pizza from the back?" I didn't want to make the same mistake with her that I had made with 911. So instead of trying to tell the whole story, I stuck to the bare basic facts. "There was a man in your bushes. I'm on the phone with the police. I don't know where he is right now. Please get in the car so we can lock the doors." I was barely able to get even those sentences out, and I was shaking like I'd had 10 cups of black coffee. I held up my phone with 911 on the call screen to verify it for her. I thought that was why she got in the car with no further explanation, but it turns out that wasn't entirely it. "You still there? Is she with you? Are you safe? Is anyone else there?" 911 kept checking in, not knowing who the third party that I was talking to was. I reassured them, and we drove more cautiously this time to a location that 911 told me to go to so that I could speak with police after they cleared the area. I didn't actually have to do much after that. The police came pretty soon after. A police car met us. I gave a statement telling them everything I observed, and she went to go speak to more officers in more detail than they needed me for. It turns out, the reason she got right into a strange pizza guy's car without probing any deeper into my story is because she knew who the man was right away from my description. She had an abusive ex-boyfriend who was apparently psychotic enough that he immediately came to mind from hearing, "There's a guy in your bushes." She later called us to thank me and insist on leaving a huge tip. I wasn't there when the call came in, so the kid who answered didn't know to refuse to accept the money. But the manager already promised the next time we see her, we can load her up with enough one free pie cards to last a lifetime. Easily the scariest thing that has ever happened to me, on the job or off. I don't get the chance to tell the story much, because I try to avoid sharing it with anyone who could possibly know the girl, or know of the event. But I'm still not the same since. Even though I know he didn't even have anything to do with me directly, this truly shook me to my core. I'll start by saying I have a terrible biological father. He has been a shady person all of my life and constantly caused me a lot of grief. This is just one of those examples. When I was 4, my parents split up. My mother and I moved states, and they agreed I would visit my dad every school holidays for a week. This one particular time, I had been with him for a few days when I was playing with my cousin at a nearby park. A car pulled up, and I recognized the man as one of my dad's friends. He called me over, and without thinking, I ran over to him and left my cousin at the park. He asked me if I could show him where my dad lived, and I agreed and got in his car. I gave directions and didn't notice at all that they weren't following them correctly. Looking back, I didn't really know the way anyhow. After way too long, I did realize that we were getting closer to the city, which is far from my dad's house. We pulled up at a house I didn't recognize, and the man told me to wait in the car. I didn't feel scared at all for some reason. He eventually took me inside, and I definitely started to feel unsafe then. I mainly remember 2 girls passed out with their tops off, and a much older man was feeling them up everywhere. I made eye contact with this man, and he made me sick to my stomach. I had definitely figured out that this was a bad situation by this point. A lady took me into a bedroom and brought me a sandwich. The bread was stale and I wasn't hungry, but I ate it all because I felt bad for her. Which doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's what I was thinking about. The lady told me a lot of things I didn't understand, but when she left, I remember thinking my dad was coming to pick me up soon. I fell asleep waiting for him. I wet the bed that night, and no one came to see me the next day until I cried very loudly and banged on the door. The lady came back and yelled at me for stinking up her bedroom, and I asked about my dad. She said he was coming tonight after he finished work. She didn't offer me a shower or a bath, so I sat in my soiled pants all day. After that, everything turned into a blur, really. My dad did not come that night, and I was so terrified. In my head, I felt like I was there for months. I thought I was missing school, and everyone had forgotten about me. In reality, I was there for 5 days. They let me take 1 shower. I don't remember eating much except for boring sandwiches, and I had chips and gravy once. Finally, my mom drove across the country to come and get me. After not being able to get a hold of me or my dad for so long, and then me missing my pre-booked flight home, she panicked and came looking for me. Thank God she did. She found my dad at his girlfriend's house, methed out completely, hiding out. Turns out he owed a lot of drug money to the people who had taken me. They had told him that they had me, but he couldn't afford it, or didn't want me back. Whatever it was, he didn't bother to try to get me back. My amazing mom paid his debt for him after borrowing from a lot of people, and she came to get me back. I remember when someone came into that room and told me my mom was here, and I walked out and I could smell her. It was the best feeling to feel safe again. She took me home, and I didn't see my dad again for a long time. She never called the police. My parents' relationship was very complicated then, and I fully understand the choices she made. I'm definitely okay now. I've spoken about this in therapy, and I've come to terms with most of the things that I went through as a child. But still, a messed up situation for a 4-year-old girl to have to be in. So to my dad's friend, the sandwich lady, and even to my dad himself, let's not meet. My best friend is an influencer. Not big time, but with a big enough following to get free stuff, and has gotten 2 sponsored trips. She still works a full-time job but does the Instagram thing on the side, mostly because of the perks. She's not big enough to live off this yet. Anyway, this was her first trip. A little boutique hotel from Miami contracted her via Instagram and DMs, and offered her an all-expenses-paid trip to Miami for Memorial Weekend 2018, in exchange for her to be in the hotel and take pictures and do a couple of stories. She was told she could bring a female friend with her if she wanted to, and everything would be paid for. This was her first time doing this, so at the time she wasn't really sure of how it worked. They sent her a bogus contract for her to sign, and it said she'd be responsible for paying for her own plane ticket to Miami, and that she'd be reimbursed for it later. This was to prevent a no-show, meaning the influencer gets the ticket purchased by the hotel and the influencer never shows up. It seemed reasonable. She invited me, a gay dude, instead of a female friend because she was nervous about the whole thing. We figured it wouldn't be a big deal, and worst case scenario, they don't want to pay for my plane ticket. She'd just cover it for me and that's it. We were supposed to be picked up by the hotel airport. So the day comes and we arrive to Miami. There's a guy holding a sign with her last name, and the paper has the hotel logo. We're greeted and we're escorted to a black SUV. Here's where it gets weird. As soon as we're going to get in the car, the driver is visibly upset. We thought that he was talking to the guy who walked over to us, but he was talking to my friend. He had a very thick accent and was wearing dark shades. He was telling my friend that she was not allowed to bring her boyfriend, me, and that she said it was 2 girls. 2 girls. The hotel told me 2 girls. Not 1 girl, 1 guy. 2 girls. He was demanding to see where the other girl was. We were speechless and confused. The guy who walked us to the car looked annoyed, got in the passenger seat and started to fight with the driver in Portuguese. Then he turns to us and asks us where the other girl is at. My friend tells them very upset by now that there is no other girl, that she is at username, and that I'm just a friend coming with her on the trip. The big guy in the passenger seat gets out, tosses our luggage out of the car and says something like, "This is some crap." Gets in the car and they take off. That was it. We were in utter shock. Utter and complete shock. My friend immediately emails Melissa, the PR person we had been in contact through email with, to tell her what had happened. No response. We decide to take a cab and show up to the hotel. When we show up is when everything made sense. The hotel had been rebranded and had a completely different name, owner, and staff. We showed them the Instagram, and is indeed the Instagram of the hotel that it used to be, but not the new one. They never contacted us. They never did anything. Whoever was in charge of the old Instagram account for the hotel did, or whoever got a hold of it did. Mind you, this was a somewhat big hotel account with 10,000 followers. It was real. But upon further inspection, we realized that the pics were really old, and so were the posts. My friend felt like an idiot and would not stop crying. We called the police, met up with a detective. Nothing ever came out of it. They investigated who was running the account before or who had access to it. None of the people who used to run that account had anything to do with it. Nothing ever came out of this. It's upsetting. and scary to know that whoever wanted to abduct my friend or any other girls by using this old hotel Instagram knows who my friend is. That Instagram has since been deleted, and we never heard anything from anyone ever again. But to think that my friend would have been kidnapped had she gone with another girl instead of me sends chills down my spine. I've stalked this sub for a while and couldn't decide whether or not to post mine, but I'm feeling brave on a Monday. It was a very long time ago, back in 1973. I know it was summer, I was 6, and we were living on Monica Lane in Madison, Wisconsin. Thing is, I sort of recalled it but never put 2 and 2 together until a few months ago, when I was talking to my mom who went into great detail. I was a very gregarious child, outgoing, extroverted, friends with anyone. It was at the time a middle-class neighborhood, and 3 houses down from ours, on the same side of the street, was a huge park. My mom was a nurse, and my dad was a salesman, but Mom worked second shift at Meritor, while my dad worked days. I rarely had a babysitter, only if they went out for dinner or a movie, but they did go out often, and there were always older kids in the neighborhood to babysit. One sitter who I really liked lived a few blocks or so away, and down the street a little bit. Vicky had babysat a few times before that, and it was pretty uneventful. She'd play games with me, and do my hair, play dress up, pretty basic stuff. So anyhow, one day I had gone with friends down to the park. I remember there was a ball field at the time, and a sand lot next to the field. My friends wanted to play on the monkey bars, but I wanted to play in the sand. I looked at the sandbox, and my babysitter Vicky was standing there. I told my friends I was going down to the sandbox, and ran off. We played in the sand, building a castle, and then she asks me if I wanted to go get something cold to drink. It was stifling hot, and I of course said yes. So she takes my hand, and we start walking to her place. She starts telling me about her puppies and asking if I want to play with them. Of course I get giddy and now can't wait to get to her house. This was where my memory had stopped, and after my mom told me what happened, the rest of it flooded back. My mother just happened to be talking to my sister and I about some of the places we lived, and we got to Monica Lane. I told her I remembered the park and how big it seemed, and she asks me if I remember being kidnapped. I immediately thought she was kidding, and then the look on her face told me otherwise. She said it was around 5 in the afternoon, and one of my friends had come to the door to ask me to come back outside, sure that I had gotten bored and walked back home. When my mom checked the house, she realized I wasn't there, and, 7 months pregnant with my sister, sprints to the park, screaming my name. After asking several kids if they'd seen me with no clue, she went to the ball field and asked the older boys if they'd seen me. One of the boys, she guessed around 14, said that he'd seen a younger woman playing with a girl that fit my description in the sand, and walk off in a general direction, and that was all he knew. My mom ran across the street to one of the houses and asked to use their phone and called the police. By the time the police got there, my dad had come home, and some of the neighbors were trying to help my mom. So there's this search party out looking for me, screaming my name and knocking on doors. The police had gone back to the park to ask the boys if they knew who had been with me, and if they knew who she was. Between the boys and the neighbors, they had deduced who it was that had led me off. But I have no idea how, honestly. The police and the entourage go to her home. She lived with her parents, but they weren't home. And knock on the door. She came to the door and told them she hadn't seen me, and that she'd been home all day. The police asked to come in, and for some reason she said okay. They went through the house and went to the basement and found me. That's what my mom knew, and then I remembered. It was literally like a floodgate had opened and I started crying. At 6, you sort of trust everyone, and she'd been in our home. I never got a bad feeling from her, and my parents didn't either. But when we walked into her house, I remember that cold, holy crepe feeling washing over me and getting very worried. I remember starting to cry and saying I wanted to go home, over and over. She takes me into her kitchen and gets me a glass of water and a tissue. I hear dogs barking, and next to the kitchen is an open stairway that goes down, and where the barking was coming from. She starts trying to cajole me into going downstairs, telling me there's all sorts of toys and games. I reluctantly agree, and she grabs my hand to head down the stairs. The dogs are going nuttier and I start screaming. At this point, Vicky is getting bizarre. She's screaming at me to shut up. If you don't shut up, I will throw you in the cage with the dogs and they will eat you. Shut up. Dragging me down the stairs and still screaming. I was scared out of my mind. I remember crying so hard I was hyperventilating, and I am screaming so hard I'm not making sounds. Vicky then flips a switch and starts being syrupy sweet, trying to calm me down. She tells me that she was just playing a game and tells me she wants to play hide and seek. She must have been relatively skilled at calming me down, because the next thing I know, I hear knocking on the door upstairs, and I wasn't crying. The houses were all the same sort of tract houses that Sears used to sell. Not huge, but not small. But you could hear everything at any spot in the house. I keep hearing the knocking, and she tells me that it's her friends. They're coming to play hide and seek. She convinced me to let her put a piece of masking tape over my mouth so I wouldn't make a sound, and lifted me into this big wooden box next to the kennel. She put a big pile of blankets over me and told me to be really quiet so they didn't find me. The whole time the dogs were going crazy, but when she calmed me down, they calmed down too. They still looked incredibly mean, but they were no longer frothing at the mouth and only slightly growling. Until the knocking started, I remember scrunching in there, confused, still scared and convinced that the dogs were going to get out and eat me. I was crying again and hyperventilating. I remember taking the tape off my mouth because I couldn't breathe, but remembered I needed to be quiet because I was afraid what she'd do if I screamed. I laid in that smelly box next to a big bag of dog food, sweating, tears rolling down my face. I sort of pushed the blankets to the side, but only enough so that I could pull them back over me when someone came. I recall thinking about my dad and wondering if he'd come find me. All of a sudden, I hear what sounds like adults yelling my name. They come down the stairs and the dogs are going crazy again. Over and over, men are yelling my name, and then I hear a man say, "If you don't shut those dogs up, I will." I was in a large storage box, like a carpenter's toolbox type of thing, with tape hanging off my mouth when they opened the lid. I remember a very nice man asking me my name and if I was okay. I don't remember answering him in anything other than screams and tears, and grabbing his neck so hard my dad had to practically pry me off of him. I remember my parents taking me to the hospital to be checked out, and that's all I really remember. Mom said that Vicky was found guilty of attempted kidnapping, and last she knew was in prison, but couldn't remember when the last time was she had heard anything. We moved from the area shortly thereafter, and I haven't been back since. I do know that Mom said that her parents were odd, but that they didn't know them. She had met Vicky from neighbors that had used her as a babysitter, and had never heard of anything bad, and that I always seemed happy with her. She lived in the general neighborhood, but it would have been 2 blocks over and on block down. Mom said they never picked her up. She always walked over. When they'd get home, they'd drive her home, but never noticed anything out of the ordinary. Mom and Dad had only met her parents when they came to the door to ask for forgiveness, that Vicky hadn't meant to do anything bad and was a good girl. Mom said my dad picked up her dad by the shirt and told him that if they ever came on our property again, he'd kill them. I remember her name and sort of what she looked like, but if she walked up to me today, I would have no idea who she is. This happened around 2006, when I was in my mid-20s, and my sister, the unfortunate main character in this story, had just turned 21. At the time, she and her boyfriend lived with my fiance and I. On weekend, we would go out to one of two bars that had karaoke, air hockey, etc. This particular night, we were at the bar further out from where we lived in the city, a good half an hour by car. Everyone was having drinks, socializing with people we knew. It was one of those places with lots of regulars. We were singing karaoke. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. Except that night, my sister started hanging out with these two older ladies who had a liquor store in their purses and were quite sharing, although I didn't know it at the time, as she tended to drink a lot more than me. That was a score for her. Less money spent on drinks. But she ended up far more hammered than usual. Towards the end of the night, around 1:45, she was really very drunk. The aforementioned fiancé, my sister's boyfriend, and I were in a heated air hockey game, planning to leave as soon as it was over. She walked up to us and said she was going to smoke a cigarette outside. Nothing unusual. Everyone did. Until we were done. About 5 minutes later, we paid our tab and walked out. But she was not on the porch area where smokers congregated. Okay, weird, but not alarming. We went out back of the bar to check for her. Inside, in the restroom, in the large parking lot. It is notable that this particular bar was in a business park, so there were multiple businesses that were closed, as well as the Mexican restaurant next door that had just closed as well. We searched, asked everyone that knew us and those who didn't if they'd seen her. No one had. I asked the workers from the restaurant that were sitting outside as well. They seemed nervous when telling me they hadn't seen her, but I didn't think much on that until later. By then, I was in a full-on panic after trying to call her cell about 15 times, only to have it go to voicemail. Me, being a bit inebriated myself, I started searching for her. Went as far as to take off my heels and start running down the highway searching for her, as honestly there had been times that she would start walking home in the past. Though never from this place, as it was so far away from where we lived. The fiancé and her boyfriend thought we should go to the house to see if she got someone to bring her home. It seemed unlikely, but not unheard of. We get home and she's nowhere to be found. Just as we were about to head back, and I was going to phone the police, I received a call from the PD on my phone. They indicated that they had my sister, that there had been an incident, and that I needed to get down there. We rushed to the PD, where we were taken into a room with my sister. Her face was red from obvious crying, and bruises were starting to show on her arms and chest. She said that when she told us she was going outside, she thought we said we were leaving then, so she walked to the car. After a few minutes, being drunk and tired, she sat down up against it to wait. A van pulled up, and a young man was asking her for directions to somewhere. She walked closer to try to explain, when suddenly the back door flew open, and two other men grabbed her and threw her in, taking off. They were rough with her, hitting her a few times while holding her down, saying they only wanted money. They snatched her purse from her, breaking the scraps, and searched it, quite haphazardly, as they didn't find the $30 that she had in it. After driving around a bit speaking in Spanish, she couldn't understand. They pulled out a gun, making sure she saw it, and put a bandana around her eyes, telling her that they'd let her go. She was driven to some woods by a neighborhood that she did not know. The door was open and they pushed her out, telling her to run, that if she took the blindfold off or turned around, they'd shoot. She ran and ran. Eventually, she did take the blindfold off and came to the first door she saw, beating on it and screaming for help. The police were called. She was picked up, and now we are back to my being there, hearing what I feared had happened. A report was filed. Police did a search and did locate the bandana she ripped off. But as she was so intoxicated and terrified, she was not able to give a clear description of the van, other than a white older model, or the three occupants, other than young Hispanic men. The investigation turned up nothing, as no cameras caught any of this. Heck, we even had detectives in our home who said, "Look, we need the truth. If you got drunk and just went home with someone and didn't want your boyfriend to find out, we will file charges on you." Aside from the bruises, broken purse, and her trauma, there was nothing concrete to go on. That was unpleasant. I am still fairly convinced that someone at the restaurant knew something, given their suspicious behaviors when I asked about her. But the police were never able to find that link. All said and done, the guys were never found. Eventually, we just moved on in different states. It's now just a story in our lives. It still makes me sick thinking of what could have happened, but thankfully it didn't. Be safe out there, everyone. I am a 21-year-old girl taking her first backpacking trip around the world. I only arrived in Thailand 2 days ago, and it was an unfortunate as I almost got kidnapped on my first night. I went to Bangla Road, which is well known, and had a few beers at a bar, and then went to a popular club, Illusion. I was having a good time, dancing and meeting people. In the club, I only had 3 drinks, tequila and orange juice. But at some point, I realized I was a lot more drunk than expected. I don't know if it was spiked, but I was dumb and had my drink on the table next to me while I was dancing, and it was very crowded. In total, over the space of 3 hours, I only had 2 beers plus 3 tequilas. Usually, that is an okay amount for me to be aware. I went to the bathroom and felt very intoxicated and threw up. Upon leaving the bathroom, a guy who I do not know grabbed my arm. He seemed young, and I asked him what was going on. He said that he would help me down the stairs. After we got down to the road, he dragged me down an alley and put me in his car. I was really scared at this point and didn't know how I'd gotten myself into such a bad situation so quickly. I'm very small and not very strong, so it was easy for him to take control of me. He started driving and I kept saying no, 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 and to stop. But he said, "Don't worry, I'm taking you somewhere safe," which was honestly very scary. I had maps open, and we were driving out of Patong. Finally, after some time, I started telling him that I would throw up all over him and his car if he didn't pull over. This seemed to annoy him and he pulled over. The second he stopped the car, I got out and ran down the street. Luckily, there was a motorbike taxi who asked if I needed a lift, and I jumped on and told him where my hotel was. I could see the guy walking down the road after me as we sped away. We made it back to my hotel safely. Honestly, after that, I'm not going to any bars or clubs alone. I don't trust anyone, and I'm feeling very vulnerable. At least it was a lesson that I needed to be a lot more careful. I'm just glad that I made it out okay. When I was 17, I worked in a large mall at Vans. I had a lot of creepy older guys come in and flirt with me, but one guy took the cake. One day, I was working the usual busy as heck Saturday nights, and there were 4 very tall men that asked for my help getting shoes. I worked in an outlet, so the store was large with tall racks. The mall I worked in was extremely popular amongst locals and tourists alike. The mall has some history with being a sex trafficking hotspot for context. So anyway, the men said that they were from Nigeria, and they were pretty chill at first, until they began to flirt. One man kept saying that he has a son in Nigeria, and asked if I wanted to wed him. I laughed because I thought he was joking, but suddenly he looked extremely offended. I was awkward and began talking about the shoes. but the man interrupted me with saying how great his son was and that I would make a great wife. At that point, I grew uncomfortable because I didn't want to be rude, so I asked for a coworker to come over to take care of them while I went to the bathroom. Everything was normal for the remainder of my shift. I clocked out, and I was waiting for my dad to come pick me up. I usually walked around the halls of the mall as I waited. The music was soothing, and all was calm. I walked past a restroom hall and saw figures standing in my peripheral. I glanced and saw that it was the 4 men from earlier. I was in full-on panic mode at that point, but I played it off. I smiled at them softly and kept walking so they didn't think that I was being rude. Sure enough, they began following me. I picked up my pace, hoping to find other people walking around, but there was no one. I was speed walking from the guys who were keeping pace with me. My thoughts were to just go to the bathroom so I could lose them, so I entered the next restroom hall. I walked slowly, thinking I had just lost them, but soon after I heard pounding footsteps in a hurry. I looked back, and they were coming right for me. I didn't think the bathroom was an option anymore, and I started yelling for help. I ran straight for the employee corridors of the mall, but when I got through the doors, a security guard met me on the other side. I bumped into him, and I never felt more relieved in my life. The men took off the other way, and the guard let me stay in his office until my dad came. Thank God for the guard. If he wasn't there, I probably wouldn't be writing this right now. When I was a little kid, maybe 5 or 6 years old, we had this neighbor like a grandma to me. I'd go over and have snacks, and she had a Mr. Potato Head that I played with that was her now adult son's toy. Weird core memories. He came home in his 20s from the army, I think. I don't remember much about him, but he asked about taking my older brothers camping, but my mom said no. She had a weird feeling about him. Side note, we lived out in the country, not even a town, just a place. There were no locked doors. Everyone trusted each other. My mom saw him at our little store with bee stings all over and was concerned. He said he got them at the creek. She thought that was weird because that's just not a thing where we went all the time. But okay. A little while later, not quite sure how long, the news said that there was a murder of some campers out past where we lived. They had no leads. People were shocked. This doesn't happen here. My mom remembered her weird feeling and the bee stings that didn't make sense. She called the police to say, hey, probably nothing, but here's what I got. I remember detectives coming to our house to talk to her. They had some other evidence that matched, but not enough to link him to the murder. A couple with their child. It's unsolved to this day, though the detectives said that he knew that it was him. A few years later, the guy went to prison for an abduction/attempted murder of a woman who ran out of gas and he offered her a ride. She lived, thank God. My college girlfriend called me one night. The Baton Rouge serial killer had been active for a while, and she was being followed all over town, and even after going in circles, by a white truck, which the killer supposedly drove. She fit the victim profile. She was brunette, living in, house sitting for her aunt, a wealthy neighborhood. My roommate and I drove over, and we filed in line behind her in the truck. She lived essentially on the LSU grounds, so I assumed it was a stupid student prank or something. She parks at her aunt's house. Truck stops one house short of her aunt's, and we pull in behind her. I explain that I'm going to go defuse the situation. Walk over to the truck. The FBI says the killer is a white guy. This man is African American. Explain that no one is upset, but he's freaking out my girlfriend. He needs to leave. He looks side-eyed at me and drives off. I see the guy again a few months later, on the cover of the Baton Rouge paper. He's been arrested. He was the killer. My brother was dating the love of his life up until a few years ago. They met because they both worked in a restaurant. He was a piano player. She was a waitress. Things were going amazingly between them. The only problem was she had a jealous ex. He knew when they left work and what shift they'd work since it was the same thing each week. He decided for whatever reason that he was going to teach my brother a lesson for dating his ex, and planned to attack him with a Stanley knife when he left work one evening. That night, my brother and his partner were getting ready to leave, and he stopped for a second to talk to a colleague, meaning she left first. As soon as he stepped out the door, he slashed her throat and then ran. She died in front of him. That attack was meant for my brother. He's gone through a lot of therapy and down some very dark paths since then, but is finally coming out of the other side of it. But it's terrifying how close I came to losing my little brother, and how much he lost as a consequence, because of some deranged nut job. If I could get my hands on that guy, I'd get locked up myself. But he's in prison for a long time, and so far, he's staying there. This is more disturbing than scary, but in my neighborhood there was an elementary school teacher for the elementary school that I went to. Apparently one day he became very angry, very early in the morning, and he chased his wife out onto the lawn, executed her with a shotgun, then shot himself. All while I assume kids were headed to school. My mom answered the door to a young guy who was scared to death. He was crying and couldn't contain himself and asked to use a phone. Cops were called, and this is where we find out what had happened. He apparently was taken hostage and tied up in his basement, and one of his parents was murdered beside of him. He got away when they left and ran to the first house with the lights on. A man in my city dressed up as Santa on Christmas Day and slaughtered his entire family, killed his ex-wife, their 2 teenagers, his wife's sister, his brother-in-law, his niece, and then himself. Apparently he was having huge financial problems, and the stress on his marriage made him snap. Just Google Grapevine, Texas Christmas murders if you don't believe me. It really was very sad. There was a homeless couple staying in the woods. Out of nowhere, this guy showed up and started attacking them with an axe. They tried fleeing, but he caught and killed the boyfriend. The girlfriend made it to a nearby Walmart parking lot to call for help. As she called 911, she saw the killer walk out of the woods with the bloody axe. He just stood there at the edge of the clearing staring at her, before returning to the woods. Thankfully, they caught him. But honestly, could you imagine if they didn't? My parents went to the same high school in the late 80s, early 90s. A guy a year or two younger than my mom was suspended, and as a result, being kicked out of his house. He broke into a local sheriff's house to steal a gun, showed up to the school to say goodbye to his girlfriend, before heading out on the road to who knows where. The assistant principal approached him in the cafeteria during lunch and told him to leave immediately. He turned around and fired a round directly into the assistant principal's head. My dad was skipping school that day, but my mom and aunt were there when it happened. The whole cafeteria froze for a second. Then the kid started firing at students and all hell broke loose. In the end, he injured 3 students and surrendered quietly when the police arrived. My mom acts like the shooting never happened, and my aunt doesn't like to talk about it. This is a terrifying but true story that I experienced when I was 12. I moved to my dad's when I was 10 and didn't know anyone in the area except for the family that my dad was friends with. It was a single mom with 3 kids. Luckily, there was a girl a couple of years older than me, 12 at the time, and we got to know each other a little over a couple of years. We weren't close, but ended up having the same friends. One night, my friend Rob was hanging out with her and her younger brother. They happened to be in the house alone because my friend's mom was at work, which is where this gets terrifying and sad. Her mother has been helping this one lady through her work and got to know her fairly well. She found out her sister was in a mental institution and was let out recently. The night Rob is hanging out with my friend, they get a knock on the door. My friend thought it was just their mom. She knocks a certain way when coming in, and answered it without thinking. Rob wasn't supposed to be there, and he took off through the window to his house down the road. He never thought twice about it. It wasn't her mom. It was the sister of the lady her mom was helping, and she figured out through talking to her where her family lived and her mom's working schedule. She came in, and this is where I don't know the details, and to be honest, I'm glad I don't. My friend's younger brother got away to the neighbors to call the police. The lady brutally murdered my friend a week from Christmas, decapitated her, and left her body naked in a bathtub. Hid her head. They had to look through the presents, and I don't know where they found it, but they did. I wasn't allowed to go to her funeral. One night, a husband and wife were in their first-floor condo, sound asleep in their bedroom. The wife heard a noise that was loud enough to wake her up. She thought at first that it was just one of those noises and was probably nothing. Nevertheless, she lay very still and listened carefully to see if it was anything. Sure enough, she heard someone going through their condo. She shook her husband awake and immediately put her fingers to her lips when he woke up. She whispered to him that someone was in the condo. The husband crawls out of bed and goes out to the living room and shouts, "I know you're in here, so just get out." The intruder doesn't leave, but instead comes at the husband and begins to fight him. The husband is very strong. He has a physical job and has very powerful hands. Still, the intruder goes round and round with the husband and won't stop. The husband continues to try to convince the intruder to leave. He won't. The wife is still in the bedroom with 911 on the line at this point. The husband finally gets the intruder in a chokehold, feels the breath going out of the guy, knows that if he continues, he will strangle the intruder. Husband doesn't want to kill anyone, so he starts to ease up on his neck. Once the intruder feels his breath coming back, he reaches into his boot, pulls out his knife, and stabs the husband in the chest. The intruder runs into the bedroom where the wife is, grabs her purse, and takes off. Husband comes back into the bedroom and is completely gray with blood squirting out of his hands as he clutches his chest. 911 gets there shortly after and rushes the husband to the hospital, where emergency surgery takes place right away. Turns out, the intruder hit the husband's lung, and he almost died. Kill or be killed. This story is about me and my husband. I worked as a house cleaner in Minneapolis for most of 2019. One of my clients was a mom with 2 kids. They lived in an old house that they kept pretty tidy, but I always got a sad, rundown feeling when I did my cleans. I think that it was mostly due to being an old, creaky house that I'm sure that many people had lived in over the years. But it also had the look of being hastily furnished and mismatched, secondhand goods. The mom was very mild-mannered and soft-spoken. She had a quiet confidence about her that just seemed like a gentle soul. Most of the times I cleaned, she was in her room on work calls, but occasionally I was left in the house alone. Her boys had Pokemon bed sheets and so many books strewn about their room. I didn't interact with the boys much, but they seemed like goofy, normal kids with a caring, hardworking mom. During one clean, I was tidying up their living room, which had a desk in it. The desk was covered in papers, and I decided to stack them so that I could dust off the table. The papers on top of the pile were from the woman's lawyer, detailing finalized divorce proceedings. I didn't read much further, but did learn that she was now separated from her husband. I left the cleaning company that fall and moved on to other work, eventually leaving Minneapolis in fall of 2020 to move in with my parents in Virginia. That December, I got an email message from a therapist that I regularly saw back in Minneapolis, whose mailing list I'd forgotten to unsubscribe from. She said that she was taking time off of work as the boyfriend of her child had been shot and murdered. She included a link to a database for people who had been the victims of gun violence in the Twin Cities. My morbid curiosity got the best of me, and I started scrolling through and reading about the people listed. About 20 minutes in, after clicking to the next page, I was startled to see pictures of the woman that I used to clean for, as well as pictures of her 2 children. I Googled her name and learned that in early December of 2019, her ex-husband had come to her house to pick up the boys as usual. But this time, he brought a gun. The kids ran out to meet him, excited for their time together, and then realized he was armed and tried to run away. He shot both boys in the front yard, multiple times in the middle of the day, in front of neighbors. He then went inside and shot and stabbed their mom, before shooting and unaliving himself. He allegedly left a note, but it has not been publicly released. I cannot claim to have really known this woman and her kids, but it is a strange feeling to be intimately familiar with a family's home and belongings, and to then learn they all had been murdered at said home by someone so closely linked to them. Suffice it to say that I've spent a lot of time learning about their murder, reading about family annihilation, and trying to understand how people can get to the point where they feel that that is the right and necessary thing to do. I wish her family as much peace as possible to feel after something so incomprehensible and violent. Back when I had just been enrolled into school as a kid, all the way till we were in Standard 4, our school had a music teacher who was just this wonderful lady with such a pleasant, calming, soothing demeanor and voice. She was a wonderful music teacher, and thanks to her, I had taken up a great passion in music since school. She was in her 40s, but was most probably single, we thought. It is important to mention that in my country, women are still ashamed and looked down upon if they choose to stay unmarried post their 40s. Also, for some reason, most of our teachers were married and would talk about family and would try to convince the single teachers to find someone, which is happening to me as of now as I hit my 30s. Therefore, a lot of teachers would try to set her up. So, she once said, "I'm married to my music and to God." The teachers murmured amongst themselves, but never brought up the hitching thing again, at least in front of us, the students. She had a strikingly comforting and warm smile, with a very pleasant voice and soft tone, but was a woman of few words, who mostly liked to mind her own business. She would spend the day sitting in the music room, practicing, or in between class, or at the piano in the auditorium. I did see her talk to other faculty members in a few instances, but she did not spend as much time with them as they did with one another. She rarely ever spoke, unless it was about the music classes or practices. She looked and dressed uniquely. She would wear this, a line skirt, all the way from above her waistline, always with a tucked-in full-sleeve shirt and a sleeveless overcoat. She would wear different variations of this attire every day. She also had very curly hair, cut to a bob, and wore a pair of glasses with thick black frames. There seemed to be absolutely nothing too striking or peculiar about her, just unique, since I come from a culture where most of our teachers wore traditional clothing and are pretty involved, too involved, with the students and school activities. She left the school when I was in 5th standard. We all bid her a warm welcome. I remember feeling quite sad, actually. It had been years since then. I was now living in another city altogether, going to my 2nd year of university, when one morning, I read a bizarre news article that was freshly breaking from my home city and gaining traction nationwide. It was one of the weirdest, most bizarre true crime/mysteries that I had ever read. As it happened in my hometown, I was obviously extra interested. A father had self-immolated in the bathroom of a very old house in a posh, quiet neighborhood of the city. The son was completely unaware and looked disturbed. Upon further investigation, police found 4 other dead bodies in the house, nicely nestled on a bed, in a room with fresh food served, incense burning, and music playing. Where the bodies had decomposed skeletal remains of the daughter/sister, with 2 other dogs on either side of hers. The windows and ventilations of the room were carefully boarded and blocked. The son/brother was called in for questioning. He had been living with the corpse for a very long time. Police soon discovered that the brother was mentally unstable, and there was way more to the story than they could ever fathom. They found out that the family did not speak to each other directly, but communicated only through chits, the messages on which were bizarre and eerie. The brother maintained a journal, which not only indicated towards his deteriorating mental health, but also revealed dark, dysfunctional, abusive, and incestuous family secrets, with possible hints of necrophilia and cult-like religious practices. It was a strangely tragic case, with a very deep and dark insight. What struck out to me personally was the name of the woman whose skeletal remains had been discovered. It sounded way too familiar. I searched up some more and found another article, this time with a photo of the deceased woman. To my utter shock, surprise, and disbelief, It was our first school music teacher. This was her dead body, the story of her residence and probably her life, which I had absolutely no idea about prior to this. Though most details of the case were never revealed, and there were all kinds of weird rumors about the case, I believe what little information was available. Mental health has its way with people. That is what makes this so sad. It was horrifying. For some reason, I felt terrible, terribly sad and depressed. She taught us such wonderful music, taught us so many wonderful songs, was such a wholesome person altogether, and this is how things ended for her? It seemed unbelievable almost. 2 years later, the brother also self-immolated. I often remember her sitting at the piano, smiling widely at my younger self, with a soft voice saying good. I just wish somebody could help her when there was time. I had gotten out of an 8-year abusive relationship and met someone on a popular online dating app. To be honest, I wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to go watch a movie or have a drink with every now and then. I had 2 boys and was happy and living a peaceful life on my own after going through hell. So I met this guy who was just a couple years older than me, and he had turned his life around. When he was younger, he used to be in gangs and drugs, and now he was into working out and staying really fit and doing family stuff. I guess you can say that I felt protected by him. He was a hard worker, self-sufficient, had a son, and he loved going to the gym every day. I myself had kind of a crazy past, but overcame, and so we seemed like a perfect fit. We would go to dinner, movies, normal dating stuff, but he eventually wanted to spend more and more time together, and I was having trouble giving up all my free time for him, and he would get very, very angry about this. After being with a controlling, possessive jerk for so long, this was obviously a red flag, and after 3 months, I told him I didn't want to see him anymore. He said that he needed to confess something to me. He admitted to me that he was using steroids, and that was the reason for his mood swings. He cried and said that he was sure that was the reason, and was willing to stop if it meant that he could have another chance, and I obliged, but only under the condition that we remain friends. Things were okay for a while. We saw each other maybe every other week, and he started wanting to see me every week, to which I told him that I was not interested in being anything other than friends at the moment, since I was not ready for a relationship. He tried talking me into giving him another chance, but I just didn't find myself interested in him in a romantic way, and so I insisted that we just be friends. I stopped talking to him because I got mad at his insistence that we still talk every day, since he said that's what friends do. He would always ask about my whereabouts, and ask for pictures of who I was hanging out with, and I told him that that is not what friends do, and he just insisted that he innocently wanted to see what I was up to. Fast forward 6 months later, and I hadn't spoken to him at all within that time. I was happy and living my life, and on one particular night, when my youngest son was at his dad's, I went out to a local bar with friends. My oldest son, who was 13 at the time, was home alone, so I left a little early to make it home at around 10 p.m. I lay down in bed and go to sleep. So, a little info on my living situation. I had been living in my condo for almost a year now, and we lived in a great, safe community, and I would leave my patio sliding glass door open with the screen closed to get a breeze in at night. No biggie. My bedroom was close to the patio, and my son would sleep in the loft that was closest to the front door. I'm dead asleep when I suddenly feel someone slowly sit on my bed. I'm laying in bed, wondering why my son would come sit on my bed so slowly. He wouldn't. I turn around and it's not him. It's Mario, not his real name, laying down in bed next to me. I sit up and ask him how he got in. He's not answering me. He says, "I needed to talk to you." I said, "Okay. When you need to talk to someone, you don't sneak into their room. You call them. You leave a note for them. Literally anything but this." I'm thinking I'm going to kill my kid for letting him in. He said, "I didn't have your number anymore. I needed to talk to you before it's too late." I didn't even entertain the "before it's too late" bit because I was livid, but something told me to keep my cool. I sit up and say, "Look, I really want to talk to you too, but not like this. Please just leave, and I promise we will talk tomorrow. Call me tomorrow." He gets up and walks over to my side of the bed and starts rubbing my shoulders and is slowly making his way to my neck. He says, "Do you really want to talk?" I look him in the eyes and say, "Yes, I've been wanting to talk to you, but not like this. Please call me tomorrow." He stares at me while rubbing my neck and goes down to my shoulders and lets go. Says, "Okay." This jerk proceeds to exit through my patio door and jumps my patio wall, which tells me that is exactly how he got in. I freak out, check on my kid. He had no idea what was going on, locked all my doors, and I don't sleep the rest of the night. The next day I text him and I tell him that if I ever see him near me or my complex, I will call the police and to never contact me again. If you're wondering why I didn't call the cops to begin with, I knew he had a gun. So A, I was scared of being retaliated against for being a snitch, and B, I figured if I called the cops, they would probably not do much, or just let him out, and I was afraid of what he would do after the fact. Either way, he left me alone, and I didn't hear from him for years. 4 years later, I'm looking through Facebook, and I see his face in the People You May Know section. I click on the picture and notice that it looks just like a jail picture. You know, those pictures where the guy is clearly in a jail cell. I scroll down the page, and his most recent post is him posting his address for his family members to write to. A prison address. So I Google his name, and sure enough, article after article, all with the same headline: "Man arrested on suspicion of killing girlfriend." About 2 years after him and I dated, he shot and killed the girl that he was dating. That could have been me. And I feel like crap thinking if there was anything I could have done to stop him. Even scarier thought is that he only got 12 years for her murder. I'm not sure if I've been traumatized or if I'm just overreacting, but my mom's neighbor was murdered recently, and I'm really struggling to cope. The thing about this is I grew up in my mom's house for 18 years and moved back recently to an apartment 5 minutes away, so I'm over at her house often. I grew up with these neighbors and got somewhat strange vibes from all of them, but really liked one of them. The dad. He was always very kind and very likable. He and his wife had issues, and they had 4 kids, one of whom was mentally unstable and was living with her parents well into adulthood. I always got eerie vibes from her, but I always just chalked it up to a manageable dose of anger and severe mental illness. She had also gone through a severe trauma in her teen years that kind of explained the instability. Well, I showed up at my mom's house on a Thursday. The daughter was outside, appearing to have a full-on mental breakdown, laughing nonstop and talking to herself quickly and strangely in between laughs. It seemed like she never even paused for a breath. I was afraid, I won't lie, but I knew another neighbor had called the police, so I thought that it was going to be handled. I will never forget the look on her face though. She had been laughing all day long for hours on end, and her face had changed a strange color of bright red and orange. At one point, she was laughing and talking to herself while looking directly at me. By the end of the evening, she was inside and the house was quiet, and I stupidly assumed in her state that it had somewhat lessened. You would think I would know how bad it was and how dangerous she was from the description, but if it's someone you know, or even just see regularly, somehow you just don't consider that they can be as dangerous as what you hear on true crime podcasts. The next day, police and ambulance came and taped off the house. I assumed that it was a self-unaliving at first, and I was only a little surprised. Then we found out that she had murdered her father. He was a sickly and frail older man who had been taking care of her alone out of compassion. The photo of her crazed mugshot with scratch marks on her face from him fighting for his life. The image of seeing the two of them together, seemingly happy and normal. The image of her red and orange face. And the idea of his horrific last moments haunt me. I can't process it. I can't find a lot of info about a neighbor being murdered. And I don't know if I'm just overreacting or if this was trauma. The creepy guy that I dated is a murderer. As a teenager, I waited tables in a local restaurant to pay for the gas for my car. I met Mr. Creep there. In my naive mind, he seemed normal at first, despite the fact that he was 20 and wanting to date a 17-year-old. Leaving my job after dark scared me, so I taught myself to get in my car, shut the door, and lock it in one fluid motion. It made me feel safe. One night I was leaving work, and had just gotten into my car when Mr. Creep seemed to just appear out of nowhere, yanking my door handle to try and open it. I looked into his eyes in the split second before he smiled, and what I saw absolutely chilled me to my bones. I don't know how to describe the evil that I saw. From then on, I was terrified of him, but I didn't let on because I was afraid of what he might do if I told him that I never wanted to see him again. After this, he constantly lied to try to impress me and tried to invent ways of being alone with me. But my instinct was to run, so I avoided him. About 2 weeks after this incident, the restaurant got robbed, and there was significant evidence against Mr. Creep, just not the kind that allowed the cops to charge him. I sent all of my text conversations with Mr. Creep to the police chief, in hopes that it would help. Mr. Creep slithered away after that, but I always looked over my shoulder. About 5 years ago, he messaged me on Facebook out of the blue. He went on about his top secret military clearance, as well as a huge acreage that he owned. It made me nervous, and I felt like he was trying to spring a trap or something, but I tried to put it out of my mind. Then today, I was looking at posts about an unsolved murder when I saw his mugshot. He is now facing murder charges, as well as 2 other violent felony charges. I am so glad to know that he's locked up, but so overwhelmed about how correct my instincts about Mr. Creep were. I feel like I escaped him, and thank you for reading. So today has been a particularly slow day at work, and I've been killing time reading these stories. Maybe enough time has passed and I can share mine. I had this friend who was really into the occult. Unfortunately, I was the one who got him turned on to it. We had a mutual appreciation of the paranormal and all things weird, so I thought the subject would interest him. He started going deep into the subject to the point where he wouldn't talk about anything else. He would actually interrupt a conversation and force the subject back to occult matters. Rude, but sometimes people go through phases where their interest is all they want to talk about. It was a mostly forgivable offense. I think I should mention that this particular friend didn't have a very large friend circle. His depression and introverted nature kept him inside a lot. He didn't have the best luck in relationships with women. His world was kind of small, and I did enjoy hanging out with him, so I did my best to be a good friend. I didn't want to just brush him off because he was acting a little weirder than normal. Honestly, for the longest time, he was a totally normal guy. We'd chat and play games together on the PlayStation. Sometimes we'd go see movies, with my boyfriend accompanying us. We all hung out at the park. We went swimming. Overall, we had a good time hanging out. Things started to go downhill when he started to smoke DMT. Personally, I think psychedelics are amazing tools that can offer insight into your life, but they should be treated with respect. My friend got to the point where he was making it himself, apparently a pretty easy thing to do after a meager amount of research, and he was smoking it daily, multiple times a day. For those of you who aren't familiar with the substance, when you smoke it, you get transported to a different world, an entirely new plane of existence. Your body and yourself don't exist anymore. You're just exploring this alternate reality dreamscape. My personal experience with it led me to seeing a dragon once, in this kaleidoscope of a cornucopia. People see all kinds of different things there. Imagine what it does to a person when they're smoking it 30 plus times in a day. He started telling me things like he was the reincarnated Osiris. He said that he was seeing Egyptian hieroglyphs all over the place in waking life. Apparently, he had long hour-long conversations with entities in his bedroom, even when he wasn't smoking the DMT. Of course, I was very alarmed to hear all of this, and I told him that he needed to take a serious break. No drugs at all for a few months, so he can find solid footing in reality again. At this point, I was still hanging out with him because he obviously needed some help. And like I said before, he didn't have a lot of friends that could give him that. He was also the black sheep of the family, so I knew he wasn't getting any kind of support from them. He was really close to his sister, and I did reach out to her on Facebook to express my concerns. I pushed her to talk him into getting some psychiatric help, because he was slipping past the point of no return. I'm not really sure if she took my messages seriously, since we didn't really know each other. Plus, she is at least 6 years younger than us, and probably didn't grasp how serious the situation was becoming. In any case, I'll jump forward now to the part where things start to get really creepy. My boyfriend had made arrangements to hang out with our friend in the park. I didn't really want to go, because I felt like I needed a break from him and his nonsensical ranting. I just couldn't deal with it on that particular day. My boyfriend said he wasn't all that bad, and we went away. We get to the park, and he is his usual self, ranting about Egypt and making up gods that only he knew the truth about. He also had this large hunting knife that he kept fiddling with the whole time we were on a walk. He told us that he had been using it in ceremonial magic, and that it helped to banish negative thoughts. It made me extremely uneasy. He would do this thing where he would take the knife and make stabbing motions near his heart or head, like he was mock stabbing himself, all while holding a conversation with me or my boyfriend. I think we were both really on edge, and didn't know how or what to say to or do about it. I tried to distract him from doing it by bringing up other subjects that might interest him, but he kept going on with this ritual. Keep in mind, we were walking on a trail, so it wasn't like we could just say goodbye then and there. We had to walk back to our car and then drop him off at his car. My boyfriend had the bright idea that we should get some lunch after our walk. even though that I was doing my best to give him a look that said, "No, why do you think that I want to spend any more time with this guy?" But it must have not been very effective, or my boyfriend was ignoring it. I'm not sure. Either way, we ended up getting in the car to go get lunch. In the car, I was driving. My boyfriend was in the passenger seat, and our weirdo friend was in the back. As we're heading through a busy part of town, where all the shopping and restaurants are, I hear the distinctive sound of a belt buckle coming undone. Then I hear the worst sound imaginable. I peek out the corner of my eye, and my suspicions were confirmed. This guy was doing stuff in our back seat. Instantly, I felt sick to my stomach, and all the nervous energy I had throughout the day popped up in my head. I was trying not to shake and trying to ignore it and drive through heavy traffic. I kind of had a freeze response, I guess. The whole time I kept thinking about that huge knife that he had in his pocket, and obviously he was completely off of his rocker now. I was afraid to say anything or confront him because I didn't know how he was going to react. This part is nuts. My boyfriend didn't even seem to notice, and the whole time he kept rambling on about God knows what. I couldn't listen because my thoughts were 100% focused on driving and trying to act like I didn't know what was going on in my back seat. We get to the restaurant, and my boyfriend runs inside to grab food. I'm left alone in the car with our friend, and I try to act like I'm browsing on my phone, when really, I'm watching and listening as hard as I can. We don't talk. My boyfriend gets back, and I explain that I'm tired. It's been a long day. Let's just drop him off, etc. So I drive us back to our friend's car, and he doesn't get out of our vehicle. He just sits there. I have to get a little bit rude and ask him to please get out and go home. He gets out of our car and walks over to his passenger side. I start getting really scared and suspected the worst. He pulled out a gun of some kind that he had on the seat, and he just walks over to our car with it. I don't know why I did this, but I was so angry that I just got out of my car and walked right up to him. I was maybe 3 feet away, and I could see that it was a loaded 9mm. I kept asking him over and over, "What are you doing?" Because apparently that's all my brain could think to do. I told him to get in his car and go home. He never said anything during this whole time, just kind of cried and had this wild look in his eye. For whatever reason, he got back into his car and drove off. I told my boyfriend obviously we are never hanging out with him again, and that I didn't even want him to talk to him anymore. No contact. Nada. A few months pass and he occasionally messages me through the PlayStation or texts my phone. He says a lot of random stuff and I just ignore it. It turns out he moved down to Tennessee near Nashville. I don't know why. He had a roommate and I think their girlfriend lived there. I'm not really sure about the situation. I think maybe he's turning his life around and getting a fresh start down there. I think it's best to cut all contact and let him regroup. I'm not interested in any kind of friendship with him, and I know that he needed help beyond what I could offer. Again, I reached out to his sister to let her know that he had a gun. She managed to get it from him somehow, but it did little good in the end. I get a call at around 11 p.m. one night that wakes me up. It's a man claiming that he's a detective down in Gallatin, Tennessee, and my heart skips a beat. I start sweating and immediately ask what happened. Apparently, my former friend stabbed someone to death on Halloween Day. I don't know all the details, and the articles about it are kind of sparse. The whole thing is really surreal, and I'm just left feeling like I'm lucky that I didn't get shot last summer. This whole thing turned out way longer than I meant it to be, but that's the story. I'm still feeling creeped out by the whole ordeal, and I'm kind of feeling sick after writing all of this. To give a little context, I used to work at an apartment complex. As a result, I've had my fair share of creepy encounters. Most residents keep to themselves and don't cause issues, probably about 95%. But the other 5% took up almost all of my time. Isaac was one of the 5%. When he first rented his apartment, he definitely had stoner vibes, but he was nice enough and passed his background check. Almost immediately, however, he started causing issues. The lady next door complained that she could smell his smoke constantly. The guy downstairs complained he could hear his stereo at all hours of the day and night. Another resident accused him of following him home one night. The police were regularly there, breaking up fights between him and his girlfriends. We caught him hiding 2 large dogs in his apartment, and he regularly let them run loose, which ultimately resulted in another dog and 2 people getting attacked. He accidentally discharged a gun in his apartment once. Needless to say, he caused a lot of issues. At first, he was very apologetic, and he would make an effort to remedy the problems. But things kept getting worse, and after a year of weekly calls or notices from the office, he eventually became standoffish. One morning, I received a call from Isaac letting me know that he'd broken up with one of his girls, and she wouldn't leave the apartment. He asked me to personally come up and remove her. I'm a small woman, so even if I wanted to take the risk, I physically wouldn't be capable of wrestling an angry woman out of his apartment. I suggested he call the police. He then asked if I could make a maintenance man come up to remove her. I offered to call the police on his behalf, but Isaac said he didn't want to involve them and hung up. A few hours later, Isaac came down to the office with a jump drive and said that he needed to print out a 50-plus page document. Residents weren't technically allowed to use our office printer, but on the rare occasion that someone asked to, I usually didn't say no. It was an easy way to build good rapport. But between Isaac becoming such a problem tenant and now how large his document was, I told him that I couldn't print his document. I gave the excuse that our printer and toner and paper was out, and that we would get in trouble for printing such a large document out for him anyways. Not liking my answer, he started screaming about how it was BS. He accused me of being useless, bringing up my refusal to fight his ex, and power tripping. He called me a B-word multiple times, and said someone needed to bring me down a peg. I was pretty over him at this point, and told him that if he was going to behave like a child, that he needed to leave. He told me that I couldn't make him. Bluntly, I told him that he would leave or I would call the police and have him removed. I also told him that I would ban him from the office going forward. Normally, I tried to kill the residents with kindness, but his lease was ending in a week, and I didn't care anymore if he hated me. My threat seemed to work. He angrily knocked my pen holder over, and then slammed both doors hard as he left. The following morning, a cop was waiting for me when I got to work. He asked if Isaac was a resident, and I confirmed that he was. The officer explained that a body of a teen had been discovered the day before, and Isaac was their prime suspect. He was the last person to text the kid asking him to meet somewhere, where his body was found shortly after the message. The police believed Isaac had been paid to kill him. Based on the timing of the text and when the boy was discovered, Isaac would have had to have left my office and gone directly there. Ultimately, the police wanted to use Isaac's move-out day as an opportunity to try and catch him. To nobody's surprise, he did not show up. When I walked his apartment to inspect for damage, there was a lot. I found a bank receipt from the day of the murder. Someone had wired him $17,000. Thankfully, I never saw Isaac again. He was caught in another country a few months later, and is now in prison.